Welcome to the War Room. I am your host, Christo, and this is the OCC pregame show. Yes, you heard that correctly. The Officers Club Championship pre-game show. This is the first time we're doing one of these. 983 and 1939 have partnered together to just bring this production to the next level. So there's quite a few changes coming throughout this weekend. I'm actually going to be sitting down with Ollie and Spooz in the experts panel to talk about them a little bit more in depth. Now we're going to have Ollie, Spooz, and Flake casting the event a little bit later today. Before we get to that, why don't we talk a little bit about some of these changes that have been made. Typically, the OCC was an event that encompassed the top 12 players on ladder. This time around, we're tweaking that and we're actually going to involve 36 players. I mean, more players, more games, more high-level cards action. What we've done is allowed the top 4 players on ladder to qualify for the main event. The next 32 have played in a single elimination tournament that has allowed 4 more players to go ahead and compete in the top 8 later today. The second change we're going to be making is this is actually going to be an open decklist event. Typically in the past, only nations were shared between players and the decklists were closed. This is going to bring a whole different type of gameplay to the event today. Now, while we're talking about deck lists, while we're talking about meta reports, let's kick it over to Team Ammo, who will be presenting to you the final meta report before Legions is released on the 31st. Over to you, Admirable.
This deck is a combo deck. The key card is number 10 Commando. Every time an order is played, this unit causes 1 random damage to an enemy. With a few of these on the battlefield and a lot of cheap orders, the Commando pings cause a deadly crossfire without any need for trading. Of all unique combo decks, the Commando deck is the most popular and most consistent combo deck in the meta. After the alpha and early beta stage, this deck has seen a lot of additions and is now the most mature deck in cards. The most popular build is Brit Soviet, with variations in Brit Germany and Brit US. Key cards are the number 10 Commandos and Night Raid for additional number 10 Commandos, order cost reduction with 85th Pioneer Company, and card draw from Crusader MK2. With M3A3 Honey to help keep your headquarters alive, Cup of Tea helps keep all of the units alive. Long Range Desert Group, Rule Britannia, Royal Research, and the Commonwealth are your win conditions. Ramp is the ability to increase the credits you can use each round, even beyond the natural 12 credit cap. You are able to earlier use high-cost, high-value units and orders. This archetype is usually slow in the early until the mid-game, and ridiculously strong in the late game. At the end of the January season, this archetype was not played often, but since more people are trying to counter Tier 1 decks with discard or some control decks, US ramp decks are being seen more often. This deck list is very strong in the late game against any kind of control matchup. However, US ramp will struggle against high-tempo decks such as air or artillery. The most popular build is US Britain, with variations in US Japan, US Soviet, Britain is the main with US, and Soviet US. The key ramp cards to get an early credit advantage are the War Machine and War Bonds. In the late game, these cards are used to increase the maximum number of credits beyond 12 credits. The ramp mechanic, combined with early sustain cards like 593rd Jasco and East Surrey Regiment, leads you into the late game quickly, with AoE like carpet bombing to sustain your momentum. This deck wants to use the credit advantage to kill the opponent with high-cost, high-value cards like High Altitude Bombing, TBF Avenger, and US Military Research. Arty decks use the unit type Artillery, like the name suggests. These units can attack any unit without getting damaged. Combined with buff and tempo cards, this deck can be immensely powerful in the early and mid-game. Artillery dominated the entire ranked and tournament season for 3 months, but after the supply chain nerf, this deck lost a lot of tempo and popularity. But overall, this deck list is still solid, and with the 45mm anti-tank gun, it has an answer to the German tank deck, Heinz. The strengths of this deck are the artillery unit type and the tempo potential. With buffs, artillery units can destroy nearly every other unit without actually trading. When removing the opponent's units, you can establish a decent board presence while preparing for a lethal buff combo. Weaknesses are cheap removal cards like Sudden Strike, Tactical Strike, Bloody Sickle, Air Superiority, things like that, and AoE removal, like Carpet Bombing, the Empire Strikes, or Root Out the Enemy. The most popular is the Soviet US deck list, with variation being the reverse. The key cards, of course, are the artillery units like 37mm anti-aircraft gun, 45mm anti-tank gun, and Katyusha. Buffed with units like M8 Greyhound and orders like Patriotic Firestorm, these artillery become very deadly. The card draw of this deck needs some combo pieces, but comes with a lot of tempo. Supply chain gets self-discarded with war production, or lesser of two evils, and generates even more card draw for less credits. This deck uses cheap Japanese infantry units to get board control as soon as possible. The strategy is to attack the enemy headquarters, forcing the opponent to use their credits to defend. This deck wants to use its resources mainly to simply target the enemy headquarters. J-Aggro is the most popular deck in cards. In the high-ranked meta, J-Aggro depends on certain powerful tempo combos or pure burn. J-Aggro is the best against slow decks like Ramp or any deck with an unlucky start. Most popular build is Japan-Soviet, with variations in Japan-Germany or Japan-Italy. Key cards include Japanese zero operation cost infantry units, Rising Sun for card draw, and Winter Warfare plus counteroffensive for an early win condition. One year ago, the German aggro crisis ended. A German-US aggro deck list dominated the meta for 3 months in the ranked and tournament meta. This deck list used the agility of the tempo of German tanks in combination with powerful US buff cards. With the lack of artillery, especially the lack of 45mm anti-tank gun, German aggressive tank decks thrive. This deck appeared at the end of the April 2021 season. It was played and improved by high-ranked players, such as Hui Hui, CCMS, Darkness, and Ari Big Ben. This deck's strength is its high-tempo value buffs. However, the deck does not perform well against anti-tank mechanics, anti-aggro mechanics, AoE, and heavy control. The most popular build is with Germany main and Japan ally, with variations using Germany and US. Key cards are the German tanks, buffed with Panzer IIIF, Fast Heinz, and Naval Supply Run in combination with operation cost reduction from Grief and For the Emperor. Brick Control is a pure control deck, using a lot of high-value guards, headquarters healing, and control mechanics. This deck has a high win rate and is often played in tournaments. At the end of the April 2021 season, most high-ranked players switched to aggressive decks, despite having a potentially lower win rate, to, on average, have 3 times faster matches and ladder climbing speed. The deck is very strong overall, good against aggro, decent against resistance, discard, and other control. Its only real weakness is versus ramp. The most popular version of Brit Control is Brit with Italy ally, with variations using US as the ally. Key cards include headquarter heals like Honey, Mare Nostrum, guards like Bologna Regiment and Seaforth Highlanders, and high-value control mechanics like Carpet Bombing and La Decima. Special thanks to Team Ammo for compiling this month's meta report. And for more meta reports and cards content, be sure to subscribe to 983 and drop a comment for what deck you'll be playing to the top this season.
Big thank you to Admirable and Team Ammo for putting together that meta report. You can find it in its entirety on 983's YouTube channel. The other thing you're going to be able to find in that description of the video is going to be the deck import codes. Now, if you're not sure how to use those, very simple. You basically copy that code onto your clipboard, jump into the game, create a deck, and that's going to prompt you directly if you would like to create the list based on your copied code from the clipboard. So go ahead, give them a try. You've got a few days left to use them before Legion's releases and changes up that meta. Speaking of that, we're going to have the expert panel in moments where Ollie and Spooz are going to talk to us a little bit about the top 8, as well as exactly what their expectations are for Legions. But before we get to it, let's take a look at the bracket and see how all the players have gotten to where they are today. Now, as I mentioned previously, we had the top 4 players on ladder, that being J-King 1, Darkness 2, Lemon 3, and Birdo Burrito 4 automatically seated within the bracket. Now, going head to head with J-King on the top of the bracket is going to be Director, Birdo is taking on Fairness. We've got Lemon and Nine Tribes, Darkness and Gabbo to wrap up that top 8. We're going to kick it over to Ollie and Spooz, where I join them and discuss exactly what they're expecting later on today. Ollie, Spooz, thank you so much for joining me in the War Room. I mean, Ollie, you've been on here a couple times, but Spooz, this is, while not your first appearance in the War Room, it is your first appearance on the expert panel. I know you are no stranger to the card scene, but nonetheless, do you want to take a quick moment to introduce yourself?
Yeah, first of all, thanks for having me. Yeah, pretty excited to be on the other side, not as a player to be interviewed, but as a caster. And yeah, I'm 36-year-old YouTuber, content creator for mainly cards, and yeah, looking forward to the tournament.
Awesome. And I'm really excited to have you here as well, as somebody who, has participated on the player side, participating on the casting side, because typically we do the War Room before the cast of the top 8 of the Opens, not so much for the OCC. And this is the first time. So, Spooz, going back to you, from a player perspective, what's the main difference between the two events?
Originally, it was that the Opens often have open deck lists and OCC had closed deck lists. And I think this OCC, we might switch this up because of the new format. And yeah, so I don't think there's that much of a difference in preparation so far, because yeah, you always have your decks and you might test them with some teammates and see what are good matchups, what are bad matchups, and then you look at your opponent's deck list and know how to play each matchup. So I think there's not that much of a difference now.
Got it. Ollie, what about yourself from that, caster side or the viewer perspective? What differences do you see between the two events?
I mean, I think the big thing for me is like the prerequisites, right? I mean, obviously the OCC puts the prerequisite of grinding the ladder on the players. So I think the players that you see there, they are the most active players, and they're kind of guaranteed a spot in the tournament because they are so active. Whereas the Open, anything can happen. You can have a kind of a much bigger underdog story of somebody coming in that might not have been as active. So I think that's kind of a difference in the journey as well. And we're definitely trying some new things with the OCC format now. We're adding the War Room, we're upping the production quality, we're increasing the casting team size. So we are definitely in the kind of process of evolving it. So I do expect us to probably take a couple of fail steps along the way while we kind of tweak the OCC format. But I think, there are cases to be made around the journey through the tournament. The OCC should be a very competitive tournament, and it should really kind of push that boundary, whereas the Open should have a stage that is kind of slightly more relaxed, where people can come and play and participate and enjoy themselves. So I think we're kind of on a good path. We're not necessarily at our end station quite yet, but we're getting there.
And I think you brought up a great point there, Ollie, when you're talking about, that Cinderella story. The Cards Opens are truly opens. Anybody can participate, and you don't always get the same names that show up in that top 8. So you might have that newcomer looking to, make a name for themselves in the Open. And it's also great experience. Grinding the ladder versus playing in a tournament style event are completely different. So, it's great if somebody spends their time grinding the ladder, makes it to an OCC, but they're going to find themselves a little bit out of their depths if they're going into their first tournament style, their first, top 8, let's say, in a different format. So I think it's really, cool that they have that opportunity in the Open to get some reps under their belt in the tournament side of things. But to kind of continue on what you're talking about, some of these changes to OCC, this is going to be the first time the event isn't just going to be with the top 12 players from ladder, and we're actually expanding to the top 36. So can you maybe walk us through a little bit about why that decision was made and why that change was made?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I just want to quickly, before I jump into that, say, in the Opens, we've also seen names that then show up in the next month's OCC, right? So the Opens are also a great place to discover new tournament talent that then will show up in the OCC, the Opens in the OCC. But around the change, the thought process there is just we really wanted to get more people kind of into the tournament off the ladder. There's a lot of people that put in a lot of work to get into the top, and And when it was just limited to the top 12, it felt kind of a little bit underwhelming that we weren't able to reward, more players with the experience of a tournament. So that's kind of the core thing that we thought, the core thought process around it is we want more people to be able to enjoy this event. What comes into it as well is like we want more storylines, right? And the storylines develop in the play-ins. So we have kind of more matches that were played as a part of the tournament. We have more backstory on the kind of progression of a player through the tournament, and that allows us to create a better show. It's still a little bit new to us, so we're still figuring out how we leverage that, to the full extent of making a great show around it. But I mean, there are new screens that are coming in that we're putting in a lot of effort that will allow us to explain the decks better, that could allow us to go deeper into the players, promote them better. So I think there's a lot that goes into this format change, and I think this is a step in the direction that we want to take. I mean, in an ideal world, I think this tournament is something that is an in-game system that just kind of receives you off the ladder, and we get rid of a lot of the kind of email logistics of planning that we have right now. But I mean, we don't want to wait completely with progressing until we get that into the game. So we're taking this step by step. We started off with 8, then we went to 12, now we're at 36. We'll see what the next step is.
And I think that's great because it's so exciting to see that change in the esports format. Originally a lot of games, when you start up, it is what it is. We're going to take the top talent and we're going to just have them play against each other. But I think you brought up, talking about those storylines, talking about really the event as a whole, getting to know the players more. And I think, when I actually did my interview with Flake when he first began casting cards, a big part of what he talked about is, it's not just about the play-by-play. It's not about playing this card and that card. It's talking about the storyline over an event, over a tournament, over events that are back-to-back. You might get your revenge the next time around and things like that. So I think that's a great way of presenting it, and like you said, upping the player profiles and talking more about each individual and what they bring to the table, I think is a huge aspect of the game. So Spooz, taking it over to you, you're talking about the player perspective. Obviously, you're a content creator. You're out there on Twitch and YouTube, etc. What does this change in the OCC format mean to yourself?
When I first heard about that announcement at the top 36,
36.
Will be qualified now for the OCC, I just thought, so it's way easier to participate now or to qualify to take part in the OCC qualification progress. But yeah, what this does to the qualification progress, that originally it was top 12. So a lot of players were thinking, I'm never reaching top 12. So I'm just doing my OCC stuff, my officers club job and stuff, and play a little bit casual or whatever. But now with the top 36, a lot of players just skipped into trying to qualify for the OCC, which actually made it way harder to qualify than it was for the top 12. And what I also don't like too much personally, I mean, I can see Ollie's side or 1939 side that they want to have give more players the chance to participate. But what this also brings as in individual, you have to play way more games when you are out of top 4. So you have to invest a lot of time. I was in the group that did the managing of the player pairings, and whoa, it looked so hard to manage the time zones between all these nations. And
yeah,
so from my perspective, I think it's way more time intense than it was earlier, and that's what I don't like too much. What also kept me away from doing the grind there, and then not being guaranteed to even take part in the top 8 and get some prize money. So
I think that's the
downside of that, yeah.
And I think that's a valid point, and I think that's something that we've learned as well, kind of through this process. And we already have some changes that we want to make before the next OCC, is specifically around the play-ins that kind of tackle that time-intensive. The time-intensive play-ins, right? So we kind of we do have some thoughts there, but I think like all of this will become much easier if this is built into the client, right? That's when we kind of skip all the like, hey, are you here on Discord? And like then I wait for 10 minutes, and all of a sudden it was an hour and I played one game. Like once we get rid of that, I think we're going to be in a lot healthier state.
Ollie, you brought it up, and I think it was really interesting because those play-ins were not played in a traditional, let's say, tournament format where you had to be there for X amount of hours and you played your rounds and then you were good to go. It was very, very much a flexible type of event. I imagine that was to alleviate some of the stress of everybody being in a different time zone and trying to find the best time for all 36 players to compete.
Yeah, I mean, that was the thought process. What we kind of didn't predict there was that it would actually be that difficult to match up the schedules. So it seems like, our role in people making time to play the game was bigger than we maybe assumed, right? So us coming in and saying, hey, you're going to be here at this time, and then people making time for it versus you saying, hey, you can play whenever, and then people start looking for those spots. That seems to be a slightly kind of different dynamic than what we predicted. So I still think like the spirit of the rule was good. I mean, the spirit was, hey, you guys are the people that are participating here. You guys have to do this on your time. We know we are asking you to play more games, but we want to be flexible with, when you can fit that into your schedule. But it turns out, that didn't quite work. So that's another thing that we want to tweak, in the coming format, put kind of harder deadlines, and even just be a little bit stricter on, disqualifications and that kind of stuff. Because at the end of the day, a tournament is kind of a weird thing, right? You feel like it's a kind of business customer relationship between the tournament organizer and the participant, but it isn't, right? Everybody's on the same team to make a good tournament. You need the players to be cooperative and wanting to make a good show. You need the players to be proactive in solving their own issues and so on. So the players, in my opinion, play as much of a part in making a tournament successful as the tournament organizer. So and that's another part. Like we're getting much more people into the tournament, so we're working with new people, and I think this is all going to be ironed out over the next few months, and I'm really optimistic that we're going to have a really good OCC show here later on, and the people are really going to feel kind of the upgrade in quality.
Absolutely. And I think, you said it best when you said, hey, these are little details that are going to be ironed out as time goes on. Yeah, maybe you do need to be more strict, but I can also understand the concept of you don't want to disqualify somebody who just, spent their time grinding to a top 36 spot and is essentially coming to an invitational tournament. You feel really bad having to turn them away because they can't follow the rules. But at the same point, a line does need to be drawn.
I mean, and I also want to highlight, like, when we're making this decision, right, we have two options. We can go behind closed doors for 4 months and plan this out and then reveal it, right, and then make the change. But what we opted to do instead is we wanted to make the change, and then we wanted to work with the community and the players to get their feedback and make it better. And that's exactly what we're getting now. We've gotten a lot of good feedback, and it often feels bad that players have to go through some pain to find these pain points. And I understand that can sometimes cause frustrations. But I just want to use this opportunity to thank everybody that's been participating in this process for us, and that is giving us that critical feedback and sending it to us. We do take it all in, and we're working on those aspects. So, and I would personally like to continue working with the community in this spirit, whether it's around tournaments or content or streamers or whatever, instead of us becoming an indie company that just locks the doors, goes behind curtains, and then we reveal something in 4 months and it's like, there's no room for change. If we mess this up, you just have to deal with it. We've spent way too much time on planning this, so we're not going to mess with it now. No, I want to do it the other way around. I want to go, hey guys, here, we want to expand this. We want to do it like this. We think this is going to work. If this isn't, then let's figure it out.
I think it was funny. We were joking about it before as we were sorting the show out, but people just in general don't like change. But I think once, the players are able to give their feedback and they do start to see things change, I think that's when, that appreciation starts to kind of to show up and they feel a lot better about the whole process. Now, Spooz, you mentioned something interesting because obviously it's a little bit easier to get to the top 36, but it's a lot more difficult to actually qualify for the event because you are playing more games. Now, something that, I don't know, it comes to mind, it's a sports analogy where, the team that gets a bye isn't playing the game, they're getting a little bit cold, they're sitting on the sidelines waiting to get in, whereas the players who are participating in some of these play-ins, maybe they get a bit more of a feel for what that tournament meta looks like. They get a few more reps under their belt. So while it might be more difficult to qualify for the main event, do you think those players have a bit of an advantage because they have played a few more tournament games leading up to this event?
With the actual top 4 players, I don't think so. They are very experienced in tournaments, and I think the other players might need their advantage.
That might catch them up a little bit, but
Yeah.
definitely not an advantage. Fair enough. So in another change, the previous OCCs, the deck lists were provided to the casters and the admins, but not the players themselves. So this time around, it actually is going to be an open deck list. So, Spooz, as you're preparing for an event, how big of a difference is it knowing you're going to see the deck list beforehand versus just seeing the nations?
So me personally, I mentioned this already in another war room. I prefer the closed decklist playstyle because then you have more surprises, and you have to be more experienced as a player to know what your opponent might plan or what might be his strategy. But I also like the open deck list because it's completely different, and it's a little bit more like a chess game, because in chess you also have all information you need. You see your opponent's board and know what is your strategy, what might be his. And sure, in cards you have the hands that might limit it and keep a little bit information secret. But yeah, it's a complete different game, I would say. You have to play it completely differently, prepare your strategy, not only look at your strategy, but also look at your opponent's deck and see what is his win condition, what do I really have to deny him doing. And yeah, so they both have their charm, and I like to see the OCC with open deck lists now.
Absolutely.
I think it's going to be interesting. Like I'm excited. I don't know how it's going to play out.
And I was actually going to ask you, Ollie, from a casting and a viewing perspective, it does completely change the game. It becomes a little bit more methodical. It becomes a little bit more like chess, like Spooz was saying, where you've got that play counterplay because you know exactly what's in the deck. It's not like you have a closed deck list. Okay, so your opponent can kind of bluff certain cards even, knowing how you're going to play it. So from a viewer perspective, do you think it makes it more or less exciting, that everybody can kind of take a look at the deck list? Do you think it's more fun because you can kind of play along since you know exactly what is available to each player?
I mean, I think it's going to be more fun for the viewer because in this format, we're able to go into more detail with the decks, right? We're also making some other changes to the production format that would allow us to do the same thing with closed deck lists. But, making it open, one of the things that kind of was the reasoning behind that was because we wanted to go deeper into the decks before the matches. That's something we've noticed consistently in previous OCCs is players have always been asking for the decks. And now we have, these awesome deck breakdown screens where you can go into details on each deck. And it kind of the open deck lists, more pressure on submitting your decks early. It kind of makes that a little bit easier. It's also around like industry standard, right? Like if you look around at the other kind of high level esports in card games, they most often or almost often run open deck lists. So we kind of also need to kind of think how we want to position ourselves there and what we want to be our kind of standard format, so to speak. So seeing how it plays out with open deck lists is going to be interesting, but we might revert it back to closed deck lists if we find that makes more sense for the OCC.
Good to know again that the feedback from the players regarding the event is so important. But to your point, Ollie, I think as a viewer, you want to follow along. You want to see the deck breakdown. You want to get as much information as you can because you really do feel like you're following the path of those players. So, as we're talking about continuing that drama, continuing that storyline, I think it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out with that. And to your point, make adjustments as needed. While we continue to talk about the deck list, obviously we have Legions arriving May 31st. Pre-orders are available now. This will be the last OCC before the expansion. So typically when you approach the end of a meta cycle, the meta's kind of figured out. You know, we had the Team Ammo meta report released a couple days ago, kind of making some of that information public. Do you think that's the case right now? Do you think the meta is sort of figured out and this, you know, the decks that are going to be brought to this event are going to be pretty standard, or do you think there's going to be some fun stuff in there trying to challenge the status quo? Why don't we start with you, Spooz?
Yeah, what I want to say about that, when I play these days, I see so many different decks. It's almost every game a different deck. There's not one deck that you see over and over again, like we had a few weeks ago with the Soviet US artillery deck that almost everybody was playing. So at the moment, I think we're not really at the end of this cycle. And in my opinion, maybe the expansion might come 1 or 2 months too early. Sure, I'm pretty hyped about what is coming there. We saw a lot of new cards. Not every one of them is what makes me enthusiastic, but there are some cool new things coming, and I'm pretty excited to see some more reveals.
Just you wait.
Yeah, I know that today is a new keyword arriving, so I cannot talk about this at this point, but yeah, I'm pretty excited about it. Sure.
Ollie, what about yourself? What do you think about, you know, the deck that are going to be brought to this tournament? Meta breakers, just typical meta stuff. What are you expecting?
I think we are in a very interesting spot, and I think what Spooz is talking about there, I think he is correct in terms of like the expansion might be coming a couple months earlier or too early, but I think the meta cycle we're in right now being so kind of wide and all over the place has to do with the fact that we kind of addressed these outlier decks that were very, very powerful. And I feel like they've been addressed in a very good way, and we've kind of opened up the playing field for a lot of decks. And I think what happened there is that we started seeing the meta value of Catalyst, right? Where Catalyst kind of fell flat as a release in many ways because there were such dominant decks already in the meta. But now I feel like after we kind of hit those with the nerf battle a little bit, we've opened up this new meta cycle of people discovering new decks. And it just kind of happens that this is happening just before a release that was planned, 18 months ago. So I think it's pretty interesting, and I think this is a learning for us as a company in terms of how we space out our expansions and kind of how we treat live game balance. But man, I think so. The addition of Poland and the stuff that I know is coming, I think it's gonna be awesome to see what the players do. I think we've already revealed the exile keyword. And the exile keyword basically means that some Polish units are exiled and can be used with other nations. So like even though you don't even have Poland in your deck, you could be fielding a Polish exiled unit as Britain. And we revealed a Spitfire in that really strengthens kind of the Spitfire tribal theme that's kind of emerging. And I already have some really, really interesting thoughts there about like how you can leverage the buffs that you get on that Spitfire with the RAF ground crew and so on. So I think we're going to see brand new playstyles. And what I hope doesn't happen is that like we immediately see these super hardcore meta decks emerge and that they take over, and then we get that period of creativity for some while.
Well, bringing that up, and you know how Spooz as well, and actually you were both talking about essentially how the meta is a little bit less defined right now because of some of the most recent nerfs. Maybe that is more beneficial to release a new expansion when there isn't any solid tier 1 meta decks that you have to worry about. So you have a little bit more of that creativity versus, I've played many games where you come into a new expansion and that tier 1 deck is so dominant that it doesn't matter what comes out. Nothing is strong enough to dethrone it. So nobody bothers with it, just kind of rolls back into the old meta. So any thoughts on that? All you sort of mentioned it. So Spooz, any thoughts, on post Legions meta? I know we don't have all the information, don't have all the cards, but any thoughts based on kind of your initial viewings of the cards?
Yeah, I think it's a good point that you guys are mentioning, that when you have one dominant deck, people are less they don't want to try out new things, because if they run into this deck and try out new things, they might just get overrun by this, because this deck is well defined and knows how to kill you. And when you are just experimenting with your deck, not really sure if the components are really playing together, and then you just switch back to that because you know it's good. And that's what Ollie mentioned, that what we saw with Catalyst. We don't see any of the new Italian cards, and once this Soviet deck was gone, suddenly Italy ally is everywhere. And yeah, I can see that happening with Legions too. People try to adapt their new decks and improve them with the new cards, but I don't think, at least what we saw at this point, that will we see a new archetype of deck like Bitfire suddenly being meta. I cannot really imagine that, but yeah, I might be wrong here.
I think I'm going to say value trading is going to be a theme we see post Legions.
Very interesting. I'm a big fan of value driven and like mid-range lists. So I'm very excited to see what is still to come. I know we diverted a little bit from talking about the OCC. So now is where I make you pick your winners. Who is going to take this whole thing home? Spooz, let's start with you.
So I think I have the best chances if I just bet on someone out of Team Ammo, because there are 3 guys of these participating. I just saw that J King and Darkness might latest met in the finals. And I know that J King, when he's playing Darkness in tournaments, is always having the edge there. So I think I'll just go with J King.
Ooh, interesting. Ollie, on to you.
All right, I'm gonna take the wild card. I'm gonna take the underdog. I'm gonna pick him because I really like the name. It's 9 Tribes. 9 Tribes is coming out of China. We haven't seen him in an OCC before. We've seen him in earlier stages of opens, but we haven't seen him go like all the way to the playoffs. But I think it's his time. I have no reason to think that, but I feel like we're gonna see 9 Tribes come in and rock it.
Hey, you were talking about that underdog story. We could see 9 Tribes versus J King in the finals. We could have Spooz versus Ollie, their picks in the finals, going head to head.
I'll be sick.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate the 2 of you taking the time out to chat with me on the War Room, the OCC pre-game show. And hopefully I will have you back here in the future for another round. It was a pleasure chatting with both of you.
Likewise.
Thank you so much, Ollie and Spooz, for joining me. I know you're both doing double duty this weekend, casting with Flake momentarily. Now, before we get there, do not forget that Legions is coming. The pre-orders are currently available in-game, and if you do pre-order, those packs will be available to you on the 25th of May. That means you can crack them open and start using them immediately. However, the full expansion will drop on the 31st, so about a week later. Now, we also have our weekday skirmish. That is happening on Wednesday, the 26th. Our weekday skirmishes typically have special rules, and in this case, the rule will be main nation only. That being said, you cannot include any cards from your allied nation. But the cards action doesn't stop there. We have Cards Open 6 taking place all in one weekend this time on May 29th, with the top 16 on May 30th. That top 4 will then be broadcast by Admiral on Tuesday, June 1st. Do not miss it, and you want to find out exactly who takes home the $1,000 prize pool. Links and registration for all of those events can be found wherever you consume cards content. That being said, you can find it on the Steam page, both Cards and 983 social media, and the Cards Discord. If you're just tuning in now and you missed the pre-show, well, shame on you. But you can absolutely find a recording of this on 983's YouTube page. Don't miss it. We come to you every week before we have a Major Cards event. 1 hour before, you can check us out on the War Room, where I will host our very special guests and get you all caught up on Cards tournament play. So thank you so much for tuning in to the War Room. We're going to kick it over to Ollie, Spooz, and Flake, who will be casting the top 8 of the OCC in just a few moments.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to yet another Officer Club Championship. My name is Steinarsson, also known as Olikrummi, and with me are the fabulous Flake and Spooz. How are you guys doing today?
I'm doing well. That is an endorsement to be fabulous, especially since I pulled this shirt out of my elite exclusive summer collection. So I'm happy that I got that kind of that kind of introduction.
And where does the summer collection retail?
Oh, let's see. Whatever was left off from, I don't know, my cousins. These are mostly hand-me-downs, or whatever was off the discount rack at Sears before it closed.
Okay. Well, what about you, Spooz? How are you doing today?
I'm doing fine. I'm happy to be here with you guys and looking forward to see some nice matches here today.
Yeah, I'm super excited for today. We have a bunch of kind of improvements to our production. We are dealing with a new format. We now have top 32 that went through play-ins to make it here. So let's just take a look at the bracket and see what we're dealing with here today. All right. There you can see it. This is the top 8 bracket. So J King, Berto Burrito, that's Lemon, right? And Darkness, they were all in the top 4 spots on the ladder, so they were guaranteed here in the top 8. But their opponents, Director, which is J King's Chinese opponent, Fairness, 9 Tribes, and Gabo all beat their way through the qualifying matches to make it into the top 8. Looking at the bracket today, guys, what are you feeling? What do you think we're going to see here?
There is an absolute, just pure elite pedigree here to these players, Ollie. Mainly because, in the young infancy that is the KARDS esports scene, the competitive scene, there has been some names that have essentially established themselves as not just ladder competitors and ladder placement, but actual tournament, there's a lot of tournament zeal to these players, especially players like, Berto and J King, who have been through the trenches of this tournament play, but also, these machines of the game like Darkness, who are just so excellent at it. And, so it's nice to see that these players are in the tournament, giving it that kind of world-class element to it, but also the new players that made it as well.
Yeah, well, going over to you, Spooz, we're seeing a few new names there, but these names might not be unfamiliar to you. Have you faced any of these players on the ladder? And can you tell me, what are we dealing with here?
I think, at least for the non-Chinese players, I think I've faced all of them in ladder so far. It's always hard to tell if you face a Chinese player, because if you don't speak the language and don't know the characters, it's hard to remember if you face the player already or not. But I think I played all of them in ladders. It's very unlikely that I don't face any of these.
Yeah. All right. Well, we have a new addition to the show here, so let's just bring it up. We now have these awesome player profiles, courtesy of Mark Theus. Shout out. All right, we see here J King. He has total matches played, almost 12,000 matches played in his lifetime, 11,996. Out of those, 7,950 were wins and 4,046 were losses, giving him a massively impressive win rate of 66.27%. He finished last season in first. His most played nation are the Soviets, and his favorite card are Night Witches.
Gotta say, when you're winning 2 out of 3 games, it's obvious you have a big smile like that. I mean, I would be that happy if I had a win rate that inflated. It's impressive, but good to see some good boys from Canada.
He's smiling more in that picture than Italy did when they won the Eurovision Song Contest last night. So, he clearly is super happy in there. Let's bring up his opponent, Director, here. Director, much earlier on in his KARDS career here, as we can see, I'm not going to say only, guys, but he has 2,086 games played. 1,415 are wins and 671 are losses, giving him a 67.83% win rate. Finished the season in 21st, and his most played is US. So Director coming in here and early on establishing that high win rate.
Doesn't look as happy though, despite the fact that he has a superior win rate. Now, it's worth noting also the fact that the season finished 21st, going up against J King, who had a number 1, a top of the ladder placement, and just testament to the format here that you can play your way in. It's not just about the being on top of the ladder the whole way, but the fact that you can actually go through and you know, with some very tight deck building and you know, some very sharp tournament focus, you can go ahead and you know, face the best of the best.
Absolutely. Well, yeah, these are the players. It's time to go into the decks. We're making things slightly different this time around because we've shaken things up a little bit on the production side. We can actually run you through the decks here. So if Spooz would do me the favor of taking the lead here and talking us through this first deck from J King.
The first deck from J King is in Brit Italy deck. Italy is currently very strong in the meta. It has, since the last balance patch, Italy is almost everywhere as ally, since it has a lot of strong removals and insane amount of healing with the Mare Nostrum. And yeah, that's why J King picked this in his Brit deck. And I think when we might take a look at Director's decks, might have the advantage here. Because Director is bringing US Soviet.
Yeah, there we go.
Correctly, yeah. And yeah, J King is having a decent amount of guards. He's having 2 win conditions here with the research and the Commonwealth, so he's very flexible on how to play the match. And I think, at least in this matchup, he's having the advantage here.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely looking that way. I mean, he's going quite kind of a little bit early on with his pressure there, taking the front line. But as we know, breaking back that Italy ally is really, really difficult, especially when it's paired with a heavy control nation like Britain. I mean, also pointing out the Commonwealth there combined with the Mare Nostrum. So if Director finds himself in a situation where he can't clear a unit off the board that has been buffed by Mare Nostrum, he could find himself in a world of hurt and having to fight, you know, that Commonwealth win condition fairly early on.
Yeah, that is always the thing that Director has to do. He has to keep J King below 30 health, so J King is not in the position where he can just drop a Commonwealth and win instantly. So the Director does not only have to control the board, he also has to manage J King's HQ health, and that what might be a little bit different, but we will see.
All right. Well, I think with that, we are just about ready to head on into the game. Let's get it underway. There you can see it. Director versus J King, next match up there. These are the decks they are bringing. But we know that it's going to be the US deck from Director against the Brit deck from J King. Flake and Spooz, take it away.
All right, here it is, ladies and gentlemen. J King is on the bottom of your screen, representing the wonderful nation of Canada. No bias on my side, ladies and gentlemen, and Director at the top of the screen from China. It's going to be the Brit control versus the US list at the top. As we see, once again, that J King's list there, it's looking to be a deck that wants to basically take this deep into the game. It doesn't have the burst potential really is sort of rallying around a card like the Commonwealth that just kind of wants to one tap you, but there's work to be done. You need the 30 health first, and you need to survive the assault that's going to be occurring. And you know, dropping in some of those cards like the #1 Commando is a nice defense right out of the gate, as that's what J King establishes right out of the box.
Yeah, very good start for him here with the #1 Commando. Lowers the opening place of Directors a lot. He's not having the greatest starting hand here, but early aggression the #1 Commando is a good thing to start early aggression from your opponent.
And having the smoke screen there allows it to be protected for the most part from trading, given the fact that, you can kind of pick and choose what you want to trade it with once you're being pushed, once your opponent has taken the front line here. So the 10th Battalion Engineers are in the back line there, ready to go. They are certainly going to be helpful, especially for a list that Director is running right now that is going to be running some of those artillery like Katyusha, as well as the howitzer, etc. So that's a nice card to have set up there, especially against a list that's not going to be playing too aggressively. It's going to take some time to set up. Jaking is likely going to be, if he wants to go ahead and get to that back line, you're going to have to advance some of these cards here, like the Bologna. But when you have a card like Carpet Bomb, especially against a list, Spooz, like this artillery list here, typically it's just going to be a matter of getting to that 7th turn where you can basically just clean up the board for the most part.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of units from Director have only 3 health. I think it's only Sherman and M4A1 that has more, and I think he's also playing Catalina. But yeah, it's super important for J King to get good value out of the Carpet Bomb and clear as much of Director's board as possible.
So a quick bounce of the guard there, and a nice little trade of the 10th Engineers Battalion as the #1 commando just goes ahead. It's got that deadly touch of any damage taken by that unit will be destroyed. And when you have a unit that only does 1 attack, you can potentially get a second trade here. Unfortunately, now the howitzer comes down, which can go ahead and threaten, but a quick trade here is going to clean that up and keep things even, Steven.
I think he's trading the #1 commando, goes to frontline with Bologna, yeah, just to keep Directors away from drawing with the Sherman. And yeah, that's what he did here. So far, I think J King has a good start here. It will be hard for Director at this point to gain the board control back that he really needs, and he needs the front line to get the value out of his Shermans, to bring in good counter-offensive and apply direct pressure to J King. And yeah, at the moment I don't see that really. But yeah, the M4A1 is a good start here for him to gain back board control, because J King cannot target it with orders.
Online with the Ultra now, you do have some protection against potential orders here as we go see the Bologna does take out that howitzer, and controlling the front line here is going to be important for J King. J King typically not going to be the aggressor in this one, but when a deck is going to be running so much artillery as it does, you need to control that front line to have access to those artillery that are in the back line that can really punish you and get that reach that it's necessary. I know that Carpet Bomb is a nice little, panic button that you can hit when things get out of line, but with only 2 in the deck and 1 in hand, you can't necessarily guarantee the second one. So I think you might want to overvalue that Carpet Bomb a little bit, Spooz, given the fact that you might not have a way to address all the problems later. Now, as the game goes on, Spooz, this is going to lean more and more towards J King, especially since he has the front line. How important is holding the front line here for J King?
Yeah, it's very important. As I said earlier, what Director wants to do is to go to the front line, get the value out of the Shermans, because Sherman, when you have the front line, you just draw 2 cards on deployment, which is really, really strong. And if you just have to play a naked Sherman, for 4 credits, 4 body is not that bad, but you really, really want to have to draw. Because look at Director's hand here. He's having 2 Shermans. I think it's the 101st Airborne, and he's not having that great answers here to J King's front line. And J King, yeah, he can just drop another guard, or I think I would prefer to go with Bologna into the Hellcat.
Yeah, that's a value trade that you can easily make there, especially since it's you're not losing your defender there. However, drawing the bloody sickle there would have been a nice answer, especially since this is gonna trade it up nice here. However, setting up that guard again is a nice thing to keep there, especially since you're likely gonna make that trade there, cleaning up the line, and without a blitz unit to go ahead and take that front line again. You could just move up the 5/9 guard to the front line, and again, freeze up those Shermans. And at what point does Director have to just bite the bullet and play a Sherman? I guess that's there's the answer right there.
Yeah, very painful. You don't want to do this. And he just found another Sherman now. Is he playing with Greyhounds in that deck? I think he's not.
There are Greyhounds in the list. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Just haven't found them, and that's going to be part of it, especially since they do come in with blitz and allow you to take that front line nice and clean. However, J King has the option to just move forward here with a 5/9 guard. Now you do have La Decima if you need to, However, that does keep the front line vacant. So if you do draw a Greyhound, you could potentially get bitten there by a Greyhound into a Sherman.
Yeah. I think he's 100% going to the front line. He don't want to leave the front line unprotected. He can just move the unit, play the Lion for a day, for example, or just the Black Watch. Okay, that can be a risky play to not kill the Sherman.
I'm wondering, what the follow-up here is.
Is he playing half tracks? So both players know each other's deck lists, right?
Yeah, that's correct. It is open deck list. There's no surprises here. Everybody is going to know what other, what tricks are being taken to the party. But here it is. There's the front line is taken, and it's not going to be as clean, to just trade here. You're going to have to use a removal spell. Lion for the Day, which destroys a unit of 4 attack or more, can clean that up, and you can move forward again with the Black Watch. But it's been a difficult process here for Director to get value off of those Shermans, as a 4/4 tank is a formidable foe, but it's not really, you've got the bread, but you want the butter on it too, right? You want to go ahead and get those cards as possible if you can, and Blackwatch again is going to be he's sort of fiddling around with it, trying to decide how he wants to spend those credits. Honey comes down, and I think that it's going to be another move to the front line.
Yeah, I expect that too. There's no way he's not moving to the front line here. There's no reason to keep the Blackwatch besides his HQ, because Director is not playing any airplanes besides the Catalina, and there is a bomber without blitz. So you want to have that Blackwatch to maybe answer that in the next turn. But yeah, J-King going to the front line here as expected. And he played Mare Nostrum on the Blackwatch. Okay.
Mare Nostrum on the Blackwatch gives the +1/+1, but also translates that damage into HQ defense. And on a Furied unit, that could get out of hand if necessary. You can start adding up that HQ, which is nice to have, but also ultimately it does build up towards the Commonwealth, which deals 20 damage to your opponent straight away if you have 30 HQ defense or more. And more cards in Director's hand that require the front line, the 99th, the Shermans, and unfortunately for Director, J-King's been owning that front line pretty well, and with very little resistance. It's been an easy answer. As we see, here comes the first carpet bombing. And I guess when you own the front line like that, it's all right to go ahead and use a carpet bombing that doesn't necessarily wipe out a massive board. No need to be too greedy with that card at this point, given the fact that you are holding on to things. But I guess he's going to hang on to it and take a different approach in this case.
Yeah, he decided to drop the Albacore, gives him an additional body on the board, and then kill the Sherman with the air power. And now we are in that scenario that I mentioned before the match, that Director now has to be aware that J-King is not going above 30 health, because then he's just instantly dying to the Commonwealth. And I think at the moment it's not looking good for Director here.
Yeah, and that's something that has to stay in the back of your mind if you're Director, the fact that if they get to that 30 health, I don't think there's any way to sort of counter that. There's no countermeasures in the deck that can stop that, and you're just going to have to grit and bear it. And here comes the first counteroffensive that just beefs up that tank, which is going to help you out.
But it was also super important, because otherwise J-King could have just played that Spirit of Rome next turn and kill Director there, because he had, I think, it was 10, something about 10 or 9 advantage on HQ health, so it would have been buffed by +9/+9. And
La Decimia comes through. Again, very expensive to deploy with a low stat line, but it's that deploy effect, the deployment effect of just killing a unit straight away into the in the support line. Now he's still sort of biding his time. J-King in a power of position over here. There's no need to rush. And Spooz, I'm sure you take your time when you play. You don't want to overcommit, as carpet bombing is the way to go here. Cleaning up all those threats in the back line, and with Director on one card, no front line, and a pretty nasty board to deal with, it's looking like a dangerous situation.
Yeah, Greyhound would have helped him now, but the Winter Warfare is, I think, the most useless card he could have drawn in that situation. Yeah, I think he has to go with the Sherman here with the naked one. Otherwise, I don't see. He can wait till next turn, but I expect. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, well, the writing's on the wall in that case, as the director does just go ahead and pull the shoot on this and say, you know what? Well, we've got another game coming through. Why waste time? Let's just go to the next one. That was a tough one for director, as J King, which typically, plays a more, I don't want to say passive style deck, but a deck that likes to just sort of bunker down, gain health, and sort of remove threats, became the aggressor. And it was actually director who was on the back foot in that matchup.
Yeah, I think the key was, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you
I just wanted to say that the key of that match was the #1 commando all early game there for J King. It took so much pressure potential out of director's play, and yeah, I think in the end that won him the game.
That's kind of what I was gonna say, right? I feel like the reason why we saw J King be so aggressive there is just because he got such a great start. He got like almost the best opening hand that he could ask for. Getting that #1 commando out super early means that you just stifle any aggression coming out of your opponent, and he was able to keep that going all the way through. So excellent play here in game #1 for J King. But let's check out what decks these two players are bringing into game #2, starting with J King. J King is bringing a Soviet Italy deck. Spooz, why don't you tell us a little bit about this type of Italy deck, because it seems a little bit similar, but it's running Soviets instead of Brits.
Yeah, to be honest, I played a similar deck a lot in my latest streams and later games, and I think this is at the moment the best deck in the game. Me personally, I prefer this over Britain Italy. I think it's way stronger in the mirror matchup. For when you play this versus the Brit version, you usually win with the Soviet one. So depending on what director is bringing here, I think J King is just having another good matchup here.
So I see the Semovente 7518 there. That unit is not a unit that I'm intimately familiar with, even though I've played a little bit of Italy. What is that unit and what does it do?
It's a 3-credit 3/3 tank with heavy armor 1 that deals double damage to tanks. So I think it's just having 1 operation cost. I think that's why J King is liking it to have it in the deck, and it's a good answer against things like Panther G or the M4A1 that we saw earlier. Because once this is in the front line, you might have a little bit of trouble to deal with these units. So I think that's why he likes it. But I think the most part is heavy armor 1. You get good trades against things like Greyhounds, because then you don't take any damage on the Semovente. And the 1 operation cost makes it so flexible. I think that's why Darkness is. Why am I always saying Darkness? J King is running 2 of these.
All right, that makes perfect sense, and it shows that this deck is already pretty tweaked and optimized. Now let's look at what director is bringing into this second match here. He is bringing his US Soviet deck again, so nothing really surprising there in what we are seeing in that deck list. Is there anything that we want to really add to that, or did we just cover everything earlier? I mean, I think we saw what he's bringing. I think we all know what type of deck this is, so let's just get on into the game here. Director versus J King, game #2. J King currently leading 1-0 in this first best out of 3 series here in the round of 8 in the Officer Club Championship for May. Spooz and Flake, take it away.
All right, well, J King already going through with that British control list. J King now relying on the power of the Soviet Union to get through, as the director is going to be leaning on the U.S. might to go and get a win and maybe tie this match up here, as J King does have a hand. Now, a lot of these lists, are going to run some low to the ground and cheaper units here. It's just a matter of deciding what you want to hang on to. As we see here, there is a Bloody Sickle, the 845th, T28. We're going to hang on to these cards and see what director is going to be running through with. And cards like Bloody Sickle, I mean, the importance of being able to deal that 1 damage perhaps and go ahead and, just draw the cards cycling is super important. And I think that, especially in certain games, one of the key elements to card gaming that I've always, like to teach people is that you got to treat your life total as a resource in itself, and dealing 1 damage to yourself to draw a card and deal 1 damage. I mean, that's a fair trade in my books, as we see, quick, hot and heavy. We're already into turn 3 here for J King, as he's already set up as facing down a howitzer on the side of director.
A very important find in the starting hand here for J King was the 845th, because it's his only 2-drop in the deck, and the rest of the cards cost 4 or more, and that could have been very risky to just find 4-drops here and giving Director the chance to build a board. I think that it could have been hard for J King to come back from that, but finding the 845th, he gives him a little bit more options to deny Director's pressure and board buildment here. Yeah, let's see how it. Okay, that's a good play here. Play more Nordstrom on the tank, kill the howitzer, also denying the first rifles to go to the front line.
Great card. Allow us to just beef up your units, but also get some of that health back as we see the mobility of the tank comes through, gets rid of the howitzer at a fairly low cost. Now it's not an automatic safety measure here, but you do have the front line as J King right now, and it's going to be the unique element of cards, ladies and gentlemen, is the fact that movement and attacks do cost resources. It's not just a system of paying to deploy the units and paying for the orders and cards and countermeasures and such, but actually moving and actually utilizing the cards itself is a resource that you need to hang on to, as that's a trade that was made nice and clean, but that 1 credit now might have stifled some of the plans that they want to make. However, there are some elements, there are some options here, as we do see a Bloody Sickle is going to come through, deal some damage, and go ahead and cycle some more cards for more options. The Greyhound is now next up to be dropped.
Yeah, interesting to see if he goes for the attack here. I don't think he is, yeah. Because it would not been that great at this point, because there's still the first rifles on the board.
Yeah, it's not a clean trade right away. You still have the front line over there, and a 1-3 into a 2-2. Just not attacking with that 2-2 is fine. It's going to be tough to actually punch through with just a Greyhound. You're gonna have to follow up with something else, but there is a Katyusha now in hand, which can go ahead, and if with a lucky roll, you can go ahead and clean up that front line and maybe take the front line, follow up with that Greyhound. That is one line of play that's potentially available. It would be nice, again, Katyushas and 50-50s go together like peanut butter and jelly, and it's always fun to see, just how lucky you are on a particular day by dropping a Katyusha on and firing away, and just kind of you either curse yourself or it's the greatest day of your life.
Yeah, it's mostly the most important situations where Katyusha is not hitting twice, and in the least where you don't really need it, always hitting twice. I mean.
And there, exactly as described, it was. It's going to cost you an extra card to get through. The Katyusha does get the bonus now from the Greyhound being in the front row, but we're going to go ahead and clean that up. And now the Katyusha is looking a little bit weaker, and J King is contemplating whether he wants to advance and control that front line. This front line has gone back and forth a little bit here already, and immediately taking back is J King, and now which having that front line gives you access to Director's backline, which is now just occupied by that 1 Katyusha. And if there's one thing that a deck that runs, this U.S.-Soviet list that runs these types of artillery and Greyhounds, is that it wants to own that front line. It wants a safe, a safe haven, a support line that just goes unharassed. And at this point, that's not the case, as there is a tank at the front line that's just staring down that Katyusha.
That was a huge patrol. J King not getting the T-34 out of the T-60 now. What he really would have needed, look at his hand, he's only having by the sword here, which might draw him 2 cards now. But I think he's just going for the T-60 here. Yeah, not the best hand here for J King.
Man, J King is just kind of looking at what he's got, and you got to make the best of as the term goes, you got to make chicken salad out of chicken, and it's the best. It's the best you can do. Is now Director is establishing that support line with the artillery, and now you do have, what is that? I believe that's a Sherman. I'm trying to.
Yeah, 2 Shermans, 1 Hellcat, and a counteroffensive.
And the counteroffensive. Now the counteroffensive needs to find an infantry or a tank, so you're not going to drop that on a Katyusha, unfortunately. Here we go, moving through the front line. And again, those 2 artillery are under threat here. If you're J King at this point, you have a nice cushion, 27 health. Your opponent's at 17. Are you pressuring the HQ, or are you looking more to just make those trades against these artillery?
I would prefer going for the trades. You always want to trade artillery, especially with Director having the 10th engineers in the deck that can buff to artillery units so that they can remove everything from your side. So I would always prefer the trade here. And yeah, J King in a tough spot here. Look at this. Director in the front line with the howitzer. So next turn he might just go in with a Sherman.
And that's always, I mean, how often do you see a howitzer in the front line like that? But I mean, there are situations where you have to make that happen. Again, we saw in the previous game where those Shermans were just not getting any love because of the fact that the front line was just not owned. And now, this is what you want from those Shermans. You want to drop them in the support line, draw those 2 cards, and it might feel awkward, but the benefits are going to be felt here. Now, you're going to lose that howitzer to a trade from the Bologna, but at the same time, you have a fuller hand, getting access to more options. You still have the Katyusha, and now you have a mobile tank, a tank which has that kind of ability to move and attack. It might be expensive, but it's still some options, and that's what's very important in the game of cards, ladies and gentlemen, is the fact that you need to be able to reach your opponent's units. You want that mobility, and tanks give you that option. Now, while artillery can attack and not take damage back, they're not necessarily usually as robust and resilient as a tank may be, and the Sherman at 4/4 is good enough at this point if you are Director.
Yeah, what J King needs here is a winter offensive. Not now necessarily, but in the next 1 or 2 turns, because Director is just moving his Sherman to the front line, deploying another one, and building a huge board here. And the Catalina is also giving additional draw now. Ay, ay, ay.
Aye is a good assessment, I guess, especially if you're J King now. J King does have the luxury of having a 1-0 lead in this series, so you know, there's a little bit of solace in that, but it's not always ideal. As we see here, your looks, there's the strategic bombing. Oh boy, deal 3 damage to all targets in the support line, includes the HQ.
And lose a credit slot.
That's true. La Decima comes through. That's going to go ahead and take out that threat in the back line. Again, you can choose anything you want, but obviously in this case, you're going to get what's coming to you, as it were. Now, unfortunately for La Decima, is that it's only a 2/4. Now, you do have ambush, but that tank does not care because it's gonna survive the initial trade of damage from La Decima. But it's an expensive play, but a necessary play. And again, J King leaning on the fact that he's got a nice lead of 29 HQ defense in this case, which can buy you some time if necessary. It gives you a little bit more runway to take off.
Yeah, it's not winning him the game, but it might, in some situation, buy him a little more time to find an answer like the winter offensive there. But this alone will not win him the game in this situation here.
Yeah, that's the tough part here. And again, another La Decima, that's the second one here. Again, it is a special card. It's in terms of rarity, you can play 2 copies of it, and that's the second one here. And now, what's nice here is the fact that there's the Sherman in the front line is a 4/2. So it will not be able to trade into La Decima because of the fact that it does have ambush. Ambush, again, ladies and gentlemen, it's a trait that the unit with ambush will deal its damage before the other unit is able to do so. But in this case, the Katyushas are just mopping that up, and again, making a lane for these tanks to go through and bust in. And finally, we see the Greyhound on the front line where it wants to be, with a pair of Katyushas in the back, just making life miserable.
This will be tough. If J King is not finding an answer now, I think this game is almost over. Sure, he's having the first rifles in hand, which will give him literally 2 guard units here, but one of them will just die to the Katyushas. And the second one will also not keep that much away from J King's HQ.
Bloody Sickle's gonna do that 1 damage. There's
there
a nice
it is.
one. Wow.
Found it.
Winter offensive right off the top. Beautiful draw to have here to just mop up the board where necessary. That is a tough break for Director. If he had known that card wasn't already in hand, I mean, obviously you know that because you saw the Bloody Sickle come through to take care of that Katyusha. What a godsend for J King here. and it's back to even Steven, and unfortunately for Director, he's got to start rebuilding the board.
Oh yeah, but look what J-King is having in hand. The confusion. And you will see soon what is happening to the Hellcat and to the Sherman. So yeah, suddenly I think J-King is having a slight advantage here now. Because look at Director's hand. What is he having?
Wow.
101st, an M4A1. Oh, okay, he's doing it this way. Getting rid of the Katyusha, killing this with the line for a day. And now suddenly J-King is having a Catalina on board.
Isn't this like, in terms of just, you know, you go from being at a significant disadvantage, just an ominous board of artillery and tanks and no front line and a completely void support line on your side, and you just go ahead and one card leads to another, the board is wiped, and then eventually, you know, it's just a whole different ballgame. And what's amazing here is the fact that that 29-point cushion, that defense of 29, you know, that your HQ is hanging on to, is dwindled down to 15. But I mean, if you didn't have that lead, if you didn't have that cushion, it could have been in a dangerous spot where, you know, maybe you hang on to some artillery, you protect them, and then all of a sudden you can just fire in on J-King's defense. But in this case, you know, some nice plays from J-King has really turned the tides in this case.
Yeah, nice plays and a good top deck there at this point.
And it's just
Good
gone back
pattern
and
here.
forth. Back and forth.
M4A1 combined with the 10's engineers. Look at this.
And once again, you're nearly threatening lethal at this point. You do have the counteroffensive. Nothing has damage on it just yet, but that might change. We'll see how this goes as it is. You're looking at, you know, J-King here is staring down the barrel of 11 damage right out of the gate.
He's going to the 10's engineers, into the Sherman, and then playing the naval brigade. Or maybe, yeah, maybe this would be the better call here. 99s, straight into the M4A1, and then play the naval brigade on the M4A1. Leaving Director with the 10's engineers on the board here. And just for 101st Airborne and 2 counter-offensive is in hand.
This has been back and forth. Every turn in the past 3 turns has been a complete 180 of fortunes here, as it seems like as one player seems to have taken control of the game, it just gets swung back and forth right away as a defender now with ambush is protecting that front line, and it's a little bit of work there now is being put into that defender. But
Basically the patrol in hand here, so we can get rid of it. But these 2 counter-offensive are not really helping him. What he can do here, he can play 1 counter-offensive on the 10's engineer in the front line, play the patrol on the guard, and then... No. Why would you keep your counter-offensive there? I think there will not be a better situation than this in the future of the game. And he's having a second one in hand. So I think you have to get the value out of it now. That's what he's doing. Play the patrol, go face.
There we have it. Take advantage of that counteroffensive while it exists. Otherwise, you never know when you're getting another chance with it, especially since the game's kind of dwindling down and the board looks a little bit more bare. You're not going to get that big push that you might have, so you got to take the value where it exists. Bloody Sickle's going to come through again. More cycling, and there's a nice card to pick up. Minority recruits. Just take a card. It's yours.
But
One of the most... It just feels like such a rude tactic, you know, when that happens. But the trade is made, board is clear. The defense totals are very similar, and it just seems like all of these fireworks is essentially just sort of fizzled out, and we're back to square one now as everyone's playing with a full set of credits, but you know, a very dwindled resource pool of cards and threats.
Yeah, it's up to the top decks now. Who's having the better value left in the deck and who's getting this at the correct spot. What's really confusing me is that J-King's favorite card in his player profile was Night Witches, and he's not playing Night Witches in his Soviet decks. Why?
Sometimes you can throw it out there in your profile for like meme value. I've seen it before where these kinds of you know, what's your favorite card, and what they do is if that player wins the tournament, they gift that card to basically everybody in the game. Like, it's basically credited to everybody's account. So they purposely go for the worst card possible, just as a meme. Yeah, I know. So who knows? I'm not saying that it's a bad card that J King is selected, but it's just interesting that sometimes you just pick out these funny cards because why not in this case? Dire Straits here now looks for Director. Again, the HQ total is the same. And the problem here is that you've got some tough cookies to deal with. Now, the Sherman here again, we've seen this before. Dropping the Sherman without the card draw feels pretty bad, but you have to put bodies on the board if you want to just not only, threaten to win the game, but actually just stay alive and be able to trade perhaps with some of these other cards that are coming through. Nice carrier cover there. Going to drop a card back into the hand and pass it over, as there's not much else that Director can do.
Face or going for the Sherman, move this. Yeah, Director needs to find units here. Orders are not really helping him at this point.
Now, going face there could have been an option as well, right? And again, you're just continuously threatening lethal. You're, the line of play there to take the trade. What goes through your head when you're trying to decide? Do I go face and put you close to lethal, threaten, or do I just clean up the board? What kind of inner monologue goes through J King there when he's making that decision?
I can just talk for myself, but I think you always look for your future turns. If I set him to 6 now, he was at 11. If I set him to 6, how do I deal that 6 damage in the future turns without dealing with the Sherman? Because the Sherman would have still been there, and that 5/5 would have died because it was only available this turn. So I think it was the correct decision to go for the Sherman there. And as you can see now, J King is still in a very comfortable position here with 2 guards or 3 guards potentially on the board, and having the T60. So there's no need to rush it here to go to the HQ, because you will still not win in the next 2-3 turns. And he could just take the time to... Oh, look at this.
This is just
good game.
When it comes down to it, defeating your opponent with their own card is the ultimate BM. But when you want to do it with style points, Spooz, I think that's the way to go. I mean, you hunt for lethal whenever it exists, but in that case, when you actually just sort of, it's one of those, it's like killing a battle droid with your lightsaber because you deflected a blaster shot right back at them. That's what it feels like. So that's nice style points there from J King, taking that one 2-0.
Yeah, I think you made a great point there, and there are few things that are more satisfying than killing your opponent or finishing him off with his own card. And I think my favorite memory of that was using Blitzkrieg on 3 commandos in the backline to end the game. It was like super counterintuitive and really fun. So, but an excellent series there for J King. He played cool, calm, and collected, and he showed the true power of Italy. I don't know if he was rooting for them in Eurovision last night as well. I mean, that would make sense. Italy's winning him the game in cards, so he's, pepping them on in Eurovision. But let's look at the bracket here and see what this means for our tournament. J King 7 here moves on into the quarterfinals, and he's going to be facing off against the winner of Birdo Burrito versus Fairness. So now let's get ready for that matchup by checking out the player profiles here, starting with Birdo Burrito. Our Birdo Burrito here, he is coming in from Canada. He has 4,066 total matches, which I guess you would say is a relatively new player considering the amount of matches some of these players have under their belt. He has 2,768 wins with 1,298 losses for a win rate of 68.08%. He finished the season in 4th place, meaning that he did not have to go through the play-ins to get to this point, and probably means that, he's going to be pretty disappointed if he loses the first game and is out of the tournament. Most played being Soviets. Let's check out his opponent, Fairness. He comes from China. And there we see him coming on in. He has 6,554 total matches. He's won 3,815 of those, lost 2,739 for a win rate of 58.21%. He came in this season at 10th, but showed tremendous grit and determination through the play-ins and is now in our top 8 bracket. His most played is Germany, and his favorite card, the Commonwealth. Now let's jump on over to the decks that these guys are bringing, where Spooz can take us a little bit through what these guys are bringing into game number 1 here. Go ahead, Spooz.
So Birdo Burrito is bringing, a lot of players in the chat and viewers in the chat will not like this. He's bringing the good old Soviet US artillery deck that it looks like it's still viable, although its supply chain is heavily nerfed now. And I'm pretty excited to see if this deck is still as strong as it was in the past weeks and months. And yeah, let's take a look at what Fairness is bringing, and then I can tell you more about the matchup. Fairness, 1 second, is also bringing Soviet US. Ooh, mirror matchup. I think it's.
Well, it's safe to say that one of these is going to win, right? So the deck is definitely viable. Soviet artillery is still good.
Yeah, it will still win, but it will also lose. So
That's true. It's going to have a 50% win rate after this game.
What's awesome about this is I only have to keep one deck list open because they're probably fairly close to one another. It's nice to see that this list is still, people are still playing it.
I mean, I actually think they are exactly identical here, and I mean, I think they're bringing this here because even though it was definitely nerfed, if it gets going, it is really, really hard to deal with, and especially in kind of the slower, control-heavy tournament-style matches, having this to throw in there is just extremely strong. All right, so let's just jump on over into the match here between Fairness and Birdo Burrito. Unfortunately, we do not have the hand cards for Fairness due to a technical issue on his end. So we'll rely more heavily on our expert casters here, Flake and Spooz. Take it away.
That is such a generous description of me. I think that there's so much expertise just oozing out of Spooz that I have been the beneficiary of some of that radiant expertise that I have just absorbed through osmosis. But I appreciate that. As we see here, Birdo Burrito versus Fairness, another Canada versus China matchup. Now, Birdo Burrito and J King, I believe, are friends in real life, so it'd be interesting to see these two face off later on. Again, not a single ounce of bias from this Canadian boy calling the matchup, but it's nice to see. As we see here, there's the hand for Birdo Burrito again, as Ollie has described. There's going to be some problems with some technical issues regarding seeing the hands here, but it's nice to know that things never change. Like an opening Greyhound into some artillery support here. That's a scary start if you are Birdo Burrito.
Yeah, absolutely. So luckily for both players, none of them had the Jukerfin starting hand. So no turn 1, 3/3 blitz infantry seen here. So both players have the same chances to get the best out of their hand here. But way better start for Fairness, absolutely. He's having one artillery and the Greyhound on the board here. So there's nothing that Birdo can do on his turn 1. And now even a Yak here.
Yeah, it's a scary way to start the game. If you're Birdo Burrito, to not necessarily have something that can just immediately answer. You have to just go ahead and roll a Bloody Sickle just to get a card here. But War Production could help you out getting the extra credits and discarding all non-unit cards in this case, which would be, there is the supply chain, there is the Ura.
Yeah, unfortunately, he top decked the Ura now. That's very unfortunate.
Yeah, that's
you
a
really
big
want
card.
to have this one. Yeah.
That's a great card, especially since you give your units essentially that trample effect, right? Being able to not just clean up units, but also being able to just go ahead and transfer some of that overflow onto the enemy HQ. And now things have just switched up a little here. That those battalion, the engineers in the back row are very susceptible here to a Yak attack. As fun as that is to say, it's definitely something that you don't necessarily want to jump out there, but you have to clean up the problem. And Birdo Burrito is doing his best here just to catch up. And it's amazing how just in 2 or 3 turns on each side, so much has already happened. So many cards have been played. So many units have gone down, attacked, and essentially succumbed to the enemy attack here. As we're right out of the gate. These lists are hot and heavy when it comes down to just establishing board and dealing damage.
Unfortunately, we cannot see Fairness hand here, so we cannot really dive into his thought process here, what he might have or what he might not have. I think it's, you take the value trade here with the Yak. The question is, what is Birdo doing now? Is he just killing the Yak without deploying, just deploying the Chaika here and ignoring the Greyhound, or is he dropping the Tense Engineers, buffing the Katyusha? Oh,
I think part of this, I think you got to take care of that Yak. It's a dangerous thing in the back row that can go ahead and make the trade. I mean, what else are you going to really deal with that's not going to come back and be answered potentially by the Yak? The Yak it's an expendable unit, I feel, and it's not like, it's not the end of the world should you lose it. So I think that you just got to take that trade with the, you got to attack it with the Chaika, get rid of it. That Greyhound in the front row is not going to really kill anything right out of the gate. And, unfortunately, again, it's just been Katyusha after Katyusha, and I mean, it's gonna get answered here. And as we see, it's been back and forth. So much has happened. The rockets have been flying. It's been fireworks on either side so far. That Greyhound over there just it can trade if necessary, but opting rather for the Bloody Sickle. The safer play, again, cycling your deck, going ahead, draw a card. That 1 damage that your HQ is taking is not necessarily a big deal. Lesser of 2 evils here. Draw 2 cards, and then you can discard 1. And Supply Chain is typically the card that you want to get rid of there. Just creating more supply chains, cheaper supply chains.
Yeah, since the nerf, they cannot get cheaper than 1 now. Because it was very annoying when your opponent has just lesser of 2 evils, war production, and suddenly had 0 credit supply chains in hand, and you just saw him play it after play card, and you've just been sitting there and watching him play, and it was a good idea, but I think it's still a good card.
It just became a matter where if you're playing it, time was your enemy, and if you're on the other side, annoyance and impatience was your enemy.
Absolutely.
Well, here's a nice card, the Zis 2 Pincer with Blitz. Pincer meaning that when you play it, you basically pair it up with another unit, and they both get a bonus of the Pincer effect. In this case, if one of those 2 units is removed from the battlefield, the remaining unit will lose that bonus. But having that on the board, it's not a bad option here, given the fact that you can play it and just immediately go ahead and kill that Greyhound. The problem is that it's going to cost you all of your credits, your entire turn. There's a nice card to have as the... Wow, that's just going to crush through. You're not necessarily taking the front line with this hand, so you're probably just going to poke some damage. You're going to take the front line with this hand and ignore the poking of the damage. That's that expertise that I'm just sucking off from Spooz here. So, but now this is the optimal position you want to be in. Birdo Burrito was in a tough spot right out of the box here, as he was facing a very, very aggressive opener on turn 1, and suddenly things have changed. You've cleaned up the mess. And now you've got things in a pretty decent spot, as you do have a fighter. You've got your artillery set up next to the engineers, and you do have a Greyhound in the front row that is not only just occupying the front row and holding court there, but also improving your entire back line.
Yeah, it will be very hard for Fairness to deal with all of the stuff that is going on. But yeah, look at his hand size. He might have some things left here to answer that board from Birdo.
Oh, did you see that? He was just about to play it, and then before he even drew his card, seeing that it was a Greyhound changes things just a little bit, as it does give a little bit more value to that entire back line as it exists. So things change, because that Zis 2 would have been the play if you didn't draw that Greyhound most likely. But now that you have options, maybe you play that, you take the front line, you play maybe you play your supply chain, look for more cards, see how this shakes up. But I mean, it looks pretty clean.
Yeah, that was really a good top deck for him.
Hanging on to the supply chain, I'm guessing it's because you want to basically double those up, right? You're looking for something to discard that supply chain to create more of them.
Yeah. the optimal case would be a lesser of two evils, because it's also giving you 2 additional cards to the hand, and then you can choose the supply chain as the card that you want to discard and get 2 of these back, which gives you 2 additional draws or 1 additional draw. Yeah, that's why keeping it in hand. Yeah.
Now this is a good time for a friendly PSA, ladies and gentlemen. It's that you saw it earlier as Berto Burrito was going to just drop that Zis 2 and then saw the other option, and it was a cleaner option. So friends, take the time that's given to you. You know, go ahead and you might know what you want to do to answer a situation, but you know, don't play the cards before you draw them. As we see, the Zis 2 is going to come through. It does have that blitz effect with the pincer ability, which allows it to just fire away right away. Now, there's so many targets that you want to take out here, as a Patriotic Firestorm is being hovered there. As we see, their support line gets so much better, and now we'll be able to go ahead and clean up some of this danger. As really, I mean, those engineers, as great as they are, if you can take out the units that they're supporting, they look pretty pedestrian.
Ooh, and he found the lesser of two evils. Yeah, and Fairness played all of his Katyushas in the deck now, so he's only having the Sis left as a blitz unit, or a unit that can give potential blitz. And that can be a problem for him.
Yeah, this is going to be tough here. If you're Berto Burrito, you feel relatively comfortable with the board state as it is, but you've got one card in hand, and
Yeah.
I feel like you have to potentially greed that card out. You have to wait for the support for it, the lesser of two evils, potentially. You got to find the discard effect for it, because you need to catch up on cards, as Fairness now has, you know, he's got cards in droves. He's got an entire arsenal at his disposal, and you know, it's on Berto now he can go ahead and fire away with some of these, but I don't know if he can clean up everything, because you know, you've got one that's smoke screened, you got another that's got ambush. It's not going to be a clean kill by any means. I feel like you got to use the artillery to clean up the engineers potentially.
You go for the artillery and then trade into the engineers here with the Chaika. But yeah, Berto really needs something that gives him more draw here. Otherwise, I think Fairness will turn this game around. He's having 2 Patriotic Firestorms left, and Berto not having any orders, not a single bloody sickle here. He cannot get rid of that anti-air gun. So Fairness can just stack a lot of these now, go with a Patriotic Firestorm, and then suddenly clear Berto's whole support line. And suddenly the tides have changed.
And that's what's part of it. I mean, if you want to talk about the importance of just having a full hand in card draw, it is so important to have access to these threats in your deck. As you see here, Berto does have a superior board state, but you don't have access. If you're on top deck, one or two bad draws in a row are going to give Fairness that opening to just retake the board and have all the answers in hand potentially. As again, due to a technical difficulty, we did not have access to the hand that Fairness is holding, but we can assume that it's likely superior to what Berto's holding. So finally going ahead, pull the trigger on the supply train to look for something better here, as it's not looking too clean here, as Berto has to get some work done. And you know, it's tough, it's difficult, but you're basically in a situation here where you're holding on for dear life if you're Berto, because you're purely on top deck now, and there's no way around it. You have to draw answer after answer after answer. One foul, one bad draw can really turn the tides here.
Yeah, what he basically needs is a lesser of two evils, and with the 2 cards that he's drawing from it, he needs supply chain. I think otherwise, Fairness is just turning this game around.
Dear. As we see here, these are cards that Berto would just wish that he had, in terms of, getting the extra credits, discarding the supply chains, getting more access to the deck. And like you mentioned, the nerf to supply chain, just limiting it to a 1-cost card. It can't get cheaper than that. And the work is done, as this is a formidable board to stare down.
Oh my god,
man!
Oh,
this is what we're talking about. This is exactly what we're talking about. That war production. And was it last turn? I think it was last turn that he played that supply chain.
Yeah, it was the last or the one before, but yeah, very unfortunate draws here for Berto.
Patience is a virtue, ladies and gentlemen, but you got to do what you got to do. As we see here, War Production is getting all the work done that Berto Burrito wishes he can just have access to. There's no point in playing that card, obviously, and it's tough. And At what point, if you're Birdo, I mean, you have to. I assume you have to play here to just continuously mop up the board. You can't go face in this case because you're gonna just
No, never ever. No.
you have to keep the board state as it is, and you have to basically just mitigate as much damage because you're against the ropes here. 5 health here is as close to near death as you're gonna get.
In fairness, finding this here makes it even harder for Birdo next turn. Because now he might lose one artillery that could have killed at least one of these strikers. Ooh. So what is Birdo? Birdo needs maybe a gun supply chain top deck now, or Lesser of Two Evils with good draws out of it.
Look at this.
Look at that, yeah.
I mean, you have there's a myriad of ways that you can go ahead and reach for lethal, as everything in the support line for fairness does have access, does have the reach necessary to get to Birdo's HQ. But I mean, a top deck of Greyhound, and this is what we're talking about, Spooz, is that we're saying that when it comes down to it, you might have a superior board state, you feel comfortable because you have those cards on the board that can answer your opponent's threats. But if you have no cards in hand, like we said, 1 or 2 bad draws in a row are going to cost you, and that's exactly what happened in this case. A war production into a Greyhound is nothing you want to see when the game is as deep into it as it was.
Yeah, not really.
No, and Birdo not finding the better of that matchup, losing the mirror matchup there. Now, for this second match, Birdo can bring this deck again if he wants to. However, fairness has to bring another one, so there's guaranteed not to be another mirror matchup. Given that Birdo brought this into the first matchup, how likely do you think it is that he's going to bring this again? And if we give a look to his decks, is there anything that you would like to see him do differently?
Draw better. I mean, that's usually it's a tale as old as time when it comes down to it. I mean, the most basic rebuttal to having a poor game is when Twitch chat says just draw better, draw your good cards. Easier said than done in most cases, and unfortunately it's if I could pick and choose what I had that I can draw off the top, then I would rarely lose games. But in the same state, I mean, what can you do better? These are world-class players. I'm sure that, you deal with the situations as they're presented, and I think that Birdo did what he had to do. But I mean, I think Spooz can agree, it's just that when you're their turn 1 was a difficult pill to swallow, and it was the pressure was on right out of the gate. Before you even had a chance to even play a card, you were under the heat.
Yeah, that war production turn 1 on fairness side there was really huge and gave him a big advantage here.
I mean, that's really what you're looking for, right? That's the start that you want on that deck, especially if you're going first. I mean, basically having 2 units established on board before your opponent even does the first turn of the game, that's just a huge advantage. So, but let's look at what deck Fairness is bringing on into the second game of this series. Fairness is going to be bringing his Germany-Japan deck, and this one is very different from the artillery one, a much higher credit curve. Why don't you talk us through this one, Spooz?
Yeah, it's a German-Japan fast Heinz deck with a lot of interesting cards. He's playing West, for example, and having Leopold and Naval Supply Run in it. It would be a good choice for Birdo if he knows that Fairness might be bringing this, that he brings that artillery deck again. Because that artillery deck is having that anti-tank gun, which is a very good answer against Fairness deck, because it has 90% tanks in it. And so this deck is basically just building tanks, move them to the front line, play the fast Heinz on it, or the Naval Supply Run, and suddenly overwhelm your opponent with the sheer amount of tanks.
All right, and let's see what Birdo is going to be bringing for us here. Looks like he's going to be bringing... Yep, indeed, you are correct, Spooz. He's going to be bringing his Soviet US deck again. Just kind of for reference, the other deck that Fairness has is a British Italy deck, control deck. So those are the 2 options for Fairness to bring to the table, and Birdo obviously likes the artillery deck against both of those.
Looks like you.
All right, well, that's going to be it for us. We are ready to jump on into game number 2 here in this best of 3 series between Fairness and Birdo Burrito in the top 8 of the Officer Club Championship for May. Who's going to take this one? Well, we'll find out. Throw it over to Spooz and Flake.
Better hand here for Birdo Burrito is looking
Way
at
better. Look what he's having there, the Zhukov.
Oh, and this is the thing. Now I know that when I play Zhukov, I am terrified of any mulligans here.
Yeah,
because-
that's what I wanted to say. Maybe he gives away the sis, but I think he's definitely keeping the rest. He don't want to take any risk here to draw the Cuban Cossack.
and we're gonna see what happens. Oh, thank God. But he still has a draw off the top. Let's just be completely honest here. There are two situations. Oh Lord, that looked similar, but thank God. Now it's happened to me where the curse of the Zhukov into the Cossacks. I mean, this is the absolutely opportune way to use that card into the Cossacks. Again, it's a guaranteed draw, a guaranteed 3/3 on the front line right out of the gate here, and that's the kind of start that Birdo wanted, likely in the previous game. And now it's a different story as we see Birdo's the one with the initial pressure.
Yeah, and Fairness is really not liking to see this start here from Birdo, because I think he has to spend 2 units into this, and that is usually not what you want to do, just to get rid of a turn 1 unit, and then there is still waiting a Greyhound and an anti-air gun.
Well, that's it. And like you mentioned, it's going to take a lot of resource just to clear up, like you said, that turn 1 play. Getting rid of basically, let's just be honest here. You're spending 2 or 3 turns to get rid of a 1 credit play, and that is tough. And while you're setting that up, Birdo is continuously to build his back line, and you might not even need to necessarily move that Greyhound to the front right away. Maybe you establish a few more cards in the back line, and then you could push them forward when necessary. That's always an option here. But meanwhile, as this is all going down, Birdo's just continuously to push damage, and just like that, you're already taking. You've eaten 6 damage from those Cossacks. You've got really nothing to show for it, and maybe you trade into that. Maybe you trade into the Greyhound if necessary, but you're gonna eat some more damage along the route. So really, it's a matter of being able to clean up the problems, but also you're against the clock here as you're continuously just shedding HQ value.
Yeah, the only 3 attack unit that Fairness is having is the Flampanzer, and
Well, it's a good one to have there as we, a nice little change of pace here as the Flampanzer comes through, gets rid of the artillery, a trade into the Greyhound, and
I think Birdo is forced now to trade the Cossacks into the tank, maybe. Yeah, I think he has to.
And that's the beauty also of the fact that you have those 0 operation costs. The importance of having a unit and no high roll, unfortunately.
Going for the high roll there.
But at the same time, this does create a situation where Fairness has to start spending his own credits now to clean up and move forward. It's going to cost 2 to clean up the Cossacks in the front row, which have already punched through for 9 damage. It's going to cost another 2 to move the other tank to the front row to kill the Katyusha. And while this happens, I mean, yeah, this is tough, and this is just the pure might of these tanks and the mobility of the tank unit. The fact that you can move and attack on the same turn gives a lot of reach to Fairness.
Yeah, that Befehlswagen was very important there for Fairness, keeping him 1 unit in the front line, so the Greyhound cannot go to the front line, and Birdo can deploy another 2 attack Katyusha that can deal 2 or 3 damage to the HQ. It was very good, but he's still on the back foot here.
Oh, certainly. I mean, that's the beauty of having these artilleries, the fact that you don't need the front line to go ahead and deal damage. You can get around most anything that's problematic at this point. The issue here is the fact that, now you've got a board that's just continuously pushing on you, and the fact that they can, they have the blitz ability to just move and attack upon deployment makes it a lot more stressful if you're Birdo Burrito, because though you do have a bigger cushion from HQ defense, that can be dealt with pretty handily by some overzealous tank movement straight to your backline, and continuously being dangerous. But more Greyhounds, another Katyusha on the board, cleaning up and owning that front line here. Again, protecting that back line from potential attack.
So Burrow not really lucky with finding the activators for supply chain yet. He did not find a single war production, not a single lesser of True Evil. So that's 5 options in his deck that he
Ooh.
might potentially top deck here, but he has not found a single one so far. So
And here's a dangerous play. Again, not just boosting up the actual attack values of these units, but the fact that they're now operating for free, and the mobility and just the sheer reach that these tank decks Spooz. This is a tough one, as Fairness did withstand that initial assault, but yeah, there's supply chain coming through looking for cards. That's a big one.
So Burdo can still win this. He just needs to find some good answers now, some good draws, and then he can suddenly play an insane OTK turn here with Ura and Sith and Katyushas that all have blitz potential. So this game is still not over, but at the moment it's looking a little bit better for Fairness, to be honest.
Yeah, Berto is now just sort of hunting for answers, and like you mentioned, not finding war production when you were holding on to those supply chains. It seems like Berto's cursed with that card. He hasn't necessarily been free and clear of finding those combos that he's been needing, as more cards are drawn here, and the front line is just being populated, assaulted. Berto on the back foot. There's a war production. That's going to help you out big time. War production giving you the 2 extra credits as well, getting rid of any non-unit cards, and that's what you want to be discarding are those supply chains. You're gonna have to, you know, it can be dangerous here. I mean, 19 HQ defense value can be laughed at by a front line of tanks just frothing at the mouth here to finish the game.
Yeah, Burdo knows that Fairness has no Blitzkrieg in the deck, so there's probably no kill next turn. I think that's why he just dropped that KV1, also forcing Fairness maybe to kill it now. And I think Burdo's just setting up an OTK in next turn with the smokescreen artillery, KV1 just for the additional 2 damage to set him to 9. The Chiker is also very annoying because it will just spawn another Ishak fighter that can potentially go face next turn. And I think Burdo is looking for the Patriotic or Ura next turn. And it looks like
you called it here. You did call it here, you know, getting rid of that the KV1. Moving forward now with the other tanks. Again, just cleaning up the board here. Playing a little bit more responsibly, perhaps, but you're still pushing damage. And that is
1 credit of lethal here, I guess.
Dropping more supply chains, looking for more cards, cleaning up a little bit of the mess here.
Yeah, not really what he needs in this situation.
Anti-tank gun is helpful, given the fact that you're playing against a tank-heavy deck. Problem is that these tanks can just go ahead and, without guards up, I mean, what can you do? You just gotta mop up where these threats lie. You've got to survive to get there, and you know, as much as these artillery don't necessarily care about frontline in terms of, you know, accessing damage to the enemy HQ, you need to have those artillery set up. And
how unfortunate. He just drew all 4 supply chains by now.
Yeah, this is just not looking too good here. You're going to have to go ahead and do your best just to clean up, but unfortunately that's 13 damage represented already. So you're basically, it's all done here. It's all said and done, Berto. Unfortunately here was just overrun by that tank assault, and Berto with such a spectacularly aggressive opener, almost an ideal opener, that the Zhukov into the Cossacks, into the, you know, all that pressure, making for an awkward board that Fairness needed to answer in perhaps an less than ideal way. Eventually you see just the sheer might of a tank deck like that can not only make the trades, the value trades where necessary, but also just continuously push forward and hang on to that front line to just keep accessing damage to Berto's HQ.
Yeah, I mean, what an intense couple of matches there. It looked like Birdo was finding his stride a little bit better there in the second match, but just out of nowhere, Fairness comes and just wipes the board with all those tanks. And this is something that we were used to a few meta cycles ago, back when Fast Heinz was all the rage. And it's fun to see the German tank decks kind of make a resurgence. Birdo a little bit unlucky on the draws there. I mean, in that final turn when he's basically going through half his decks and gets nothing but like the cards he doesn't need, right? Luck was not on his side today. We've seen him top deck like a madman in previous tournaments, but not today. So let's take a look at what this means for our bracket here. This means that Fairness is going to be moving on to take on J King 7 in the semifinals. Next up, it's going to be Lemon, that's the Chinese name there, versus 9 Tribes. Both of these players are new to the OCC. We haven't seen them here before. Lemon did end up in 3rd place, I believe, on the ladder, or 4th place on the ladder, and 9 Tribes played through the play-ins. So, all right. All right, well, we're going to be back right after a little break. We're going to go grab a drink of water and recuperate from all that drawing that happened in that series. When we come back, we're going to have Lemon versus 9 Tribes here in the round of 8 in the Officer Club Championship. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Officer Club Championship. I'm Ollie, and with me are Spooz and Flake, and we are ready to head on into the second half of this best of this round of 8. Best of 3 series, of course. The second or the third matchup that we're going to be seeing here today is between 9 Tribes and Lemon. These are 2 Chinese competitors. Lemon ended the season in 2nd, not 3rd or 4th, like I said earlier, and he was actually tied with J King, who only narrowly beat him out by having a higher win rate. So let's look at these 2 player profiles and get to know these players a little bit better. First off, we have Lemon. Lemon has total matches of 10,724 matches. Out of those, he's won 6,993 and lost 3,731. He finished the season in 2nd place. His total win rate is 65.21%. His most played nation is Soviets, and the carpet bombing is his favorite card.
He also has the best profile picture.
It's true. All right, yeah,
in my
it's true.
opinion, easily.
I mean, that there's no effects on this picture, right? Like, it literally looks like it was taken in the 1940s. So, I mean, that's great. Let's get 9 Tribes on our screen here and get to know him a little bit better. This is the first time I see that as a favorite card. 9 Tribes, total matches 3,071. The Stug 3, how do you pronounce that?
Schutz.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. He has won 1,997 matches, lost 1,074 with a win rate of 65.03%. His season finished at 11th place, and his most played is Japan. And now let's take a look at the decks that these guys are bringing on into the first matchup. The first deck that Lemon is going to be bringing is a fairly familiar sight, right, Spooz?
Yeah, nothing more to say about this one. We already saw it 2 times or 3 times. So yeah, let's just skip to the leg from 9 Tribes.
Yeah, I think the only interesting thing there is that even after the supply chain nerf, we're seeing this many Soviet artillery decks. So a really strong deck, it looks like. But 9 Tribes bringing us something new, bringing us something spicy, bringing the home defense. Spooz, why don't you talk about this deck a little bit?
Yeah, first of all, I have to mention that both players are bringing their favorite main nation first here in the best of 3. And 9 Tribes is bringing a really interesting airplane deck here with the Shidden, with the Burst of Fire. So I think basically it's just controlling the board and then try to establish the board with fighters and play the Burst of Fire on it and kind of OTK your opponent with it. So a deck that you don't see that often, and I'm really excited to see if it pays out here. I think it has a lot of AoE, a lot of good answers against of Lemon's artillery deck, and I think it's a slight advantage for 9 Tribes here.
Yeah, well, I can't wait to see this deck play. Whenever we get a new type of deck in the OCC, I'm just extremely excited. So let's jump on into the first match here in this best out of 3 between Lemon and 9 Tribes. And a quick heads up to all our viewers at home and our expert casters. All the cards are going to be in Chinese, as these players are both playing from China and both local recording these games for us. So it's time to show how good you are at naming the card based on the art. Take it away, Spooz and Flake.
Beautiful. Well, I know based on the artwork of one of those cards that they are playing with a Soviet home base. That I can immediately identify. So that is definitely my expertise coming through here. Now, I just want to comment quickly about new and spicy decks. And the fact that you got to bring 3 decks here, you're likely going to find a lot of, not duplicate decks, but you're going to go with the tried, tested, and true meta type lists. But bringing something new is always fun and interesting. And though it might not be as reliable, it is offering sometimes a surprise factor, which can either hard counter another style list, or it's just something that your opponent might not be familiar with. As we see, it's already coming through, as there's no time wasted, especially when you're playing Japanese aggro. You're going to be dropping a lot of units, you're going to be pushing forward, but this is a different type of list. It's not your standard procedure Japanese aggro list.
Yeah, and good start for 9 Tribes here so far with the 1-2 infantry in the front line that Lemon really don't want to play a sickle on and want to attack with the anti-air gun, because then 9 Tribes is getting double draw out of this. So he has to wait until he finds something to buff his artilleries to more than one attack and kill it with one shot. And I think in the meantime, 9 Tribes can just try to develop his backline with some fighters here. Playing the nade that gives him an additional 1-drop when it dies.
Yeah, that's a good point to make, is the fact that every damage that's going to soak up is going to draw them a card. And, when it comes down to aggressive lists, typically some of the problems that aggressive lists face is being able to find a full hand and being able to draw cards. In this case, it's no problem, as that card got basically full value. It came through, it did some damage as necessary, drew the cards, and it's again back to square one, as that 0 is going to come through, deal the 1 damage, and now a 4/4 flyer with ambush is a scary sight to see. But if there's anything that can take it out, it's artillery.
Yeah, unfortunately for Lemon here, he's not having an anti-air gun, which give it +2 operation cost. So now 9 Tribes can get good value out of it and additionally deploy units to it, which would have been way harder if there would have been 1 or 2 anti-air guns. That would have avoided that.
I really like about this game is that there's there are cards that like basically how much variance can you get with stat lines and unit types, and it's a lot of the deploy effect or the ambient effects of certain of these cards, is like we mentioned, like the anti-air gun, that's going to make a lot of those air units a lot more expensive to operate. But take this, this is the Zis comes through, the blitz is on, the attack is done, the 0 is now long gone out of the equation. But that's the story's just beginning here as the attack rages on.
Yeah, 9 Tribes just deploying another big heavy air unit here. And Lemon needs to find some good answers to it. Otherwise, he's just risking to get a lot of damage here and potentially die to... Look at that 3 card that 9 Tribes is having in his hand. It's For Honor. It's giving a unit +4/+4, but at the end of a turn, it dies. but that does not really matter when you just kill your opponent before this unit dies. So all the 9 tribe needs now is burst of fire, and he can potentially just kill them in here.
Yeah, that's a scary thing. Again, it doesn't matter. Like, these cards are not necessarily played for trades or just, you know, for a one-turn effect. You're closing out a game with a card like that. And as we see here, both players are playing very quickly here. They are well acquainted with not only their own decks but their opponent's decks as well, for the most part. As it's just they know their game plan and they're going to execute it as well as possible. As that there is a Greyhound in the front line, holding up a pretty robust back line. The support line for Lemon here can do some work, and it's going to take now, as we see here, 9 Tribes has pumped the brakes and is starting to evaluate. No more muscle memory here. It's dropping cards and just aggressively pushing forward. We got to make some decisions, and some of them might not be as clean and obvious, but still, those are some big boys in the back row with those airplanes just holding court.
Look what he found. He found the burst of fire. So he's having potential lethal here next turn.
We're gonna have to clean up some of this. There's a lot
Lemon
going
has
on.
to get rid of both of them, otherwise he's just dead here.
And you're only able to go ahead and take care of one. It wasn't exactly super ezy to do so, as we're gonna see it as it occurs here. That's one.
Look at this.
And that's 2. My goodness.
That worked perfectly. Wow. 20 damage.
Just like that. Just like that. And, I mean, artillery can only sit and watch again. You know, you can only fire on your own turn. And in this case, when there's a gigantic plane that has a really dangerous look in its eye. And, you know, like you mentioned, Spooz, it's a matter of just saying, all right, you just pick and choose your shot. You can one-shot them down like that. You may poke for a little bit of damage here or there, but eventually you get to the point where 2 or 3 cards and one pretty nasty plane can spell doom for Lemon in that case, as 9 Tribes takes game 1.
Yeah, and what a game that was. 9 Tribes pulling out a deck that we don't know or haven't really seen before, rocking the home defense and absolutely crushing game number 1 here in this best out of 3 series. So congratulations to him on really putting his mark on that OCC. And I think the audience at home liked that game as well. And I can confirm that the footage was not sped up. These were actually just, you know, like the highest APM matches of cards that have ever been played. So huge shout out to these players. But let's look at what decks they are bringing on into game number 2, starting with 9 Tribes. All right, 9 Tribes here. He's going to be bringing a Soviet main Japan ally deck. Talk to us about this one, Spooz.
So let's take a look. What is this? So 9 Tribes very creative with his decks here. I really appreciate that. So it's looking like a Soviet Japan Alpine deck with counter-offensive in it. So the game plan is to stack his Alpine units, play the Winter Warfare, but make a really, really huge unit here with the counter-offensive and kill your opponent. Really looking forward how this is playing out. I think you nearly play counter-offensive Soviets with Japan, but I see he's also playing the 31st Rifles, so he has a potential to high roll there on turn 1 into the 35th Mountain Rifles. So that's an additional twist to the deck, and I like the idea and interested to see how it works out.
Yeah, it sounds like 9 Tribes put like 4 deck ideas just together in one and somehow it's making it work. Well, I mean, we'll have to see if he's making it work, but now let's look at what Lemon is bringing to the party. No pun intended. He's bringing Soviet main and U.S. ally here.
So he's
sticking.
Sticking with the deck, yeah.
All right. Well, I think that's it. Let's just jump on into the game here. You can see this Lemon versus 9 Tribes. 9 Tribes currently leading 1-0, having secured victory with this innovative Japan deck. But now we head on into game number 2. Will Lemon be able to pull it and tie up the series, or is 9 Tribes going to 2-0 to advance into the semifinals? Spooz and Flake, take it away.
All right, there's a nice introduction by our good friend Ollie into this second matchup between 9 Tribes and Lemon, both Chinese players coming through here. And like we mentioned, Nine Tribes has a nice, interesting set of lists here. And this is another one with Soviet main deck into Japan, ally nation. And a lot of the times there, when you're opening up with that 34th, you're looking to hit that 35th. 34 into 35th, it just makes sense. And it's a nice way to just go ahead and not just populate the board, but get immense amounts of tempo right out of the box.
What did he get? Oh, he just drew a second one. He's already having 135th in hand. Drew the second with the Zhukov, which is not too bad, because on turn 2 deploying a 5/5, there could be something. There could be worse plays.
As it stands now, I mean, we've seen this this Soviet U.S. deck, this artillery deck. We've seen it in action, and unfortunately, it sputtered out. A deck that can really, run the table when it goes unchecked is dangerous. But at this case, when you're constantly under pressure, as Nine Tribes is just continuously to sort of throttling down here and get into that front line and being the aggressor, and with Katyushas of his own. I mean, there's definitely options to just drop in and clean up problems as, a 1-2 artillery in that back row it's nice to have, but there's a lot of meat on the board to make that happen. As we see the first war production come through, it's going to go ahead and discard a supply chain, creating even more supply chains, and it's time for the Zis 2 to come through. The blitz is on, and we did clean up the front row, and I mean, it just seems like now, Spooz, that Tribes is just pushing forward, and it's every turn that Lemon is playing here is merely to just mitigate and clean up the mess that Nine Tribes is leaving.
Yeah, the top deck Patriotic Firestorm was so huge for Lemons here one turn earlier, so he could deal with that 5/5 in the front line. I think otherwise he would have had way more problems to get rid of this, and Nine Tribes could have at least killed one, if not even two, of his artilleries. But yeah, Nine Tribes, because of this now, very, very much on the back foot here, and I'm pretty excited to see if he can manage to come back here. It could be hard.
Yeah, the 10th Engineers Battalion is there to just go ahead and make those artillery on either flank a lot more deadly. And as the game progresses and you have more access to credits, a lot of these things can not only just be developed, but fired as well. Again, KARDS does have the unique element to it that using or moving units costs credits. So it costs some of your resource pool to actually operate these units, which adds another layer of complexity to the game that makes it so enjoyable. As we see right now, I mean, Lemon has a nice board, and it's tough to get to it. Yeah, with infantry, you can only move. You can't attack and move. So it's going to be tricky. And you're going to need some high rolls. Just like that, the Katyusha is going to go high roll. That 50-50 does favor Tribes in this case, which cleans up the opposing Katyusha. That's one threat gone, unknowing to Nine Tribes. However, there's another Katyusha on the board as the other one whiffs, unfortunately. So you can't double up on that 50-50 as an Uraka is what's drawn here for what might be a lot of damage.
Oh, yeah. Lemon, good top decks here so far in this match, keeping him or helping him a lot here 2 times in a row, getting out of probably difficult situations. And yeah, look at Nine Tribes' hand. I mean, the problem with his hand is also that he's not having a lot of AoE, so he cannot deal a lot of damage to Lemon's backline with one order. So he needs to find, as he did, a sickle. I think he's having Winter Warfare in the deck. That's the only thing that can deal mass damage here. So he needs to find this one to get rid of Lemon's support line here. Otherwise, it can be hard with him having almost only infantry units.
That's a good use of the sickle. They're getting rid of the 10th Engineers Battalion to go ahead and not only get rid of a unit, but also just weaken the other 2 artillery that were there. The Katyusha is going to come through and clean up again, and it's taking some work there. That's a nice card to pick up as the M8 Greyhound is in hand now, but you do got to make room for it. So we're going to play a sickle again, 1 damage and card draw, as the Greyhound is going to go clean up the rest of that mess, take the front line, and we see here the pew pew is on as the artillery just continue to fire, and it's a tough pill to swallow again if you're Nine Tribes to continuously, every turn it seems, Nine Tribes is just cleaning up and trying to mitigate that threatening support line that Lemon just keeps establishing and keeps developing.
Well, he found the Winter Warfare and a hammer, so he can get rid of almost every unit there, just leaving whether the Hellcat, the Greyhound, or the anti-tank gun on the board. Can also go with the, what is this, Wakanashi, the 3-drop. You don't see that card too often.
Some of those unique
Yeah,
cards that are rarely the less than meta cards, as one of the 34th gets rid of one of their own. So a 34th takes out a 34th, more Katyusha. Let's go Ura one more time.
One. What in the world?
Now, this is where this gets dangerous.
Oh, what?
A card like that just goes ahead and crushes, as it was just a nice card to pick up. The damage is done. Lemon takes it. The artillery come through. They do survive that onslaught of unit after unit after unit that just kept pushing through. It was a back and forth the whole way, and the reach and devastation of that artillery backline pushes Lemon through to tie this one up at 1.
Yeah, Lemon tying up the series there, playing that excellently, but Nine Tribes not giving him a whole lot of room to breathe. So let's see if Nine Tribes is going to keep up the pressure here going into game number 3 of this series. Let's look at what he's bringing. There we see Nine Tribes. He's going to stick to his Soviet Japan deck list that we just saw. But now let's take a look at what Lemon is bringing, because he is not allowed to bring that Arctic deck again, so it is currently out. He's going to be bringing Japan main with a Soviet ally, with the Shiden being one of the main cards there. Why don't you talk to us a little bit about that, Spooz?
So what we are seeing now is the opposite of what Nine Tribes is playing. It's an idea with 34th and 35th that synergize together when you discard the card from the top of your deck with the 34th and get a 35th and gets deployed. It has counter-offensive and winter warfare in it, so there's kind of the same deck idea but with different main ally nations, and I think we will find out which one is the better combination here.
Yeah, so decks that are trying to accomplish some of the same things, but with rotating nations. It's going to be an interesting one. Let's jump on into the match here. The third match of this series. The winner is going to be moving on into the semifinals. So everything is on the line here for these two players. Lemon versus Nine Tribes. Let's go. Game number 3. Take it away, Spooz and Flake.
Yeah, here it is. This is the deciding game. Again, best of 3. So there's no margin for error here, as the winner of this matchup will get to advance through to the semifinals. As we do see the 34th Regiment in both hands, and we're going to see if they actually hit a home run here. Unfortunately, the first one is a whiff, as the Type 93 is pulled off of the top of the deck, and 134th matched by another 34th, and big time. That's what you want to see. That's the difference maker right there.
This
Off
time
the
luck
top.
on Nine Tribes side here.
Yeah, no dice again, unfortunately. I mean, Tale of Two Cities here, as Nine Tribes and Lemon both with the same opener, but one was just miles more devastating than the other.
And he drew his Kyozex from the Zhukov. Oh my god. But unfortunately he also drew his other 35th now. So there's no chance that he's deploying another one from 34th.
The thing is I mean,
But look
you
at the front line.
you can only get so lucky, right? And eventually it's kind of, you're pushing back here and you're testing your luck. But I mean, let's just be completely fair here. That is a devastating opening few turns here for Nine Tribes. The 34th picking up the 35th, the Zhukov picking up the Cossacks, pushing forward. That could be a kind of a little bit of a dream come true if you're Nine Tribes in a game that really means everything.
What?
Do you believe that? Look at this right out of the gate. What do you have to actually match this? You're on the fence already. If you don't answer at least one of these, you're out of the game here.
Yeah, what? Holy, yeah, there's not much that Lemon could have done differently there. Sometimes there are just these games where you just sit there and watch your opponent play and
I know, and
give them the GG.
This is not the situation you want to be in when this happens. The 35th Infantry comes through the old-fashioned way, paying for it. Wow, that was lightning quick. And in reality, I mean, both players were looking to maybe hit the exact same home run, and unfortunately, one of them was blasted into the fourth deck, and the other one just kind of sputtered out, and that's what happened. And eventually, one just pushed through, and lucky enough for 9 Tribes. Two exact the same, two identical openers, two completely different stories.
Yeah, there's usually a lot of RNG involved in card games, but as you saw here, these cards are just keeping this up to the next level, and the one player got it, the other one don't, and how do you, I mean, turn 1 5/5 is so strong, and you can barely recover from this, and 9 Tribes just taking the win here.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is an interesting one because you've got 2 decks there that are both relying on chance to find them an advantageous turn at some point in the early game, right? So once you play that matchup, it is pretty much a matter of who finds that first. So with open deck lists here, maybe there's something to be said about what decks these guys chose to bring, especially given that we saw 9 Tribes bring this deck in game number 2. So maybe Lemon should have expected it again and not, gone to the slot machines for that matchup. But who knows? Well, he's definitely going to be thinking about it. But let's take a look at what the bracket looks like after this. 9 Tribes progressing on into the semifinals, and there we see it. The last match of the top 8 is going to be Darkness versus Gabo, and the winner of that is going to be facing off against 9 Tribes and his innovative collection of decks. But let's start by getting to know these players a little bit better, starting with Darkness. Now, for players and people that have been following KARDS for some time, Darkness is not an unfamiliar name. He has won 3 KARDS Opens before, hasn't found the success he wanted to in the OCC, but he is one of our longest and oldest players, our biggest veterans, with 14,467 matches played, 10,186 wins, 4,281 losses, giving him a whopping win rate of 70% in his lifetime career, which is absolutely
filthy.
Insane, and shows you the care and deliberation that goes into every single game this guy plays. He finished this season in 3rd. His most played nation is Soviets, and his favorite card is Monty. Now let's get Gabo up on the screen, our competitor here from Chile. He has 14,699 games, actually a few games more than Darkness. He has won 8,557 of those, lost 6,142, giving him a win rate of 58.21, which is a very respectable win rate, and just puts into context how nuts Darkness's 70% lifetime win rate is. He finished the season in 8th. His favorite card is the Panzer 38T, and his most played nation is Japan. Now over to the decks. In this first match, Darkness is going to be bringing a familiar deck. This is the Soviet main nation with the Italy ally. Is there anything new here from what we saw earlier in J King's deck, Spooz?
On the first view, I don't think so. It looks like the exact same list that J King was playing. And we talked about it earlier. It's basically around controlling the board, healing, and just outvalue your opponent.
Yeah, and over to Gabo, he is not going to be bringing the same deck, not at all. He is actually going to be bringing a German US deck that I think is similar to one that we saw a little bit earlier.
Yeah, it's a German US Fast Heinz deck. What's interesting is that it has 2 We Can Do It and 2 The Alliance in it. Usually, I think what we saw earlier was Germany, Japan Fast Heinz. So this is a little bit more late game based variant, a little bit more control style. It also has Cadet Nurse Corps in it. And I'm not sure who's having the matchup here. Because if Gabo can manage to build a huge tank board and buff them up with We Can Do It, there's not a lot that Darkness can do about it. Sure, he's having some guards, but he's not having a lot of AoE. He's only having winter offensive. And Gabo having the potential to just heal his units up with the Cadet Nurse Corps makes it difficult for Darkness to control the board here. I'm pretty excited to see if it goes, how it goes.
Yeah, well, let's not wait another second for that. Let's jump on into the action here. There you can see it. It is Gabo from Chile against Darkness from Germany. And they're going to be facing off in this best out of 3 series. Game number 1 kicking off right now. Throwing it over to our experts, Spooz and Flake. Go ahead.
I still feel so awkward when you call me an expert. I'll take it. Don't get me wrong. I will take it. It's free. It's mine.
I will never stop. I will never stop calling you an expert.
A gentleman, albeit perhaps a misinformed one, but I will do my best. Absolutely. I am on the back of one Spooz who is just making me look so good. Here we go. It is Darkness again. Like we said, I mean, a 70% win rate is absolutely unheard of. And it's not even like one of those Bush League clickbait YouTube videos that say, 80% win rate because, you won 4 out of 5 games. No, this is like 15,000 game sample size, 70% win rate. That is absolutely unheard of. And with that kind of, that kind of pedigree, when it comes to it, Darkness is basically, if there was a Hall of Fame, first ballot Hall of Famer for KARDS for sure. But it's funny because when it comes down to it, it's like, is Darkness casting this? No, he's actually probably, potentially winning this. So as we see right now, we're going to go ahead and set up Gabo already establishing a board here. And again, a smokescreen unit in the back line, like the 109th, will just improve those tanks as they move to the front. So a nice little help, a little bit of a nice little extra tap on the shoulder for those tanks that like to be aggressive, that like to move to the front line and start threatening that HQ value.
Gabo having the Greif and the fast Heinz already in deck. Additionally, he's also having the Befehlswagen. So what he can do this turn, he can decide if he's keeping the Greif or not, but if he goes to the front line, the Befehlswagen will just be deployed straight next to the Stück. And he can potentially play the fast Heinz on it, having 2 huge units here in the front line. Unfortunately, he's not having anything to get rid of the guards. So he might be looking for this first before he's playing any buff cards here. So it's not that easy decision for him what to do here.
Now, are you moving forward as Gabo here and perhaps playing your 22nd Infantry Regiment to start drawing cards? And I mean, if you're Darkness here, I suspect that you want to get to that front line. That Bologna Regiment is really strong, especially when nothing has died. It comes out as a 3-cost 3/7 guard, which is a really, really respectable stat line for the cost. It's super efficient. But as we see here, the Greif comes out, and there's the 22nd, which is going to start refilling that hand. When you own the front line, that 22nd Infantry Regiment will be feeding you a card at the end of your turn. And if you don't have access to killing it, that is a nice resource pool. But a Bloody Sickle is a fair answer to that, as you're not only just killing their card draw mechanic, but you're removing a unit and you're picking up one on your own side as well. And the question is do we make the trades here or do we establish more board? As Darkness has opted in this case, we're just going to start, chewing up some of these tanks.
Yeah, Gabo in an awkward situation here with just having a little bit too many orders in hand. The We Can Do It, not really playable now, and the Alliance also 5k. So he's not having that many options here, and that one Bologna is doing so much work for Darkness here, keeping up all the pressure. Phew.
Yeah, if there's a card that you want as Darkness, the Bologna Regiment is definitely one of them. Having that played on time, right on turn 3, just to protect against the pressure that these tanks can really, start pushing in on you. It's something that you definitely need. The problem now is that you're not pushing forward, and these tanks are eventually going to start busting through. And with the 10th Engineers Battalion, that can move forward and just improve all of those tanks as well. So you're under the gun as Darkness, and this is what you mentioned earlier, Spooz, is that it's going to be interesting to see how Darkness just mitigates threat after threat after threat, because it's not like you'll have time for many of these. A lot of these tanks are going to come out and immediately start, pressuring damage and pressuring threat after threat after threat.
Yeah, Exactly, and look at that first rifles here. Gabo just managed to deal with one guard here, and now he's facing just two, because first rifles, since it got changed now, will just deploy another guard once it is destroyed. And Gabo only has the Jagd Bomber, I think. That's what he's having in hand there. He can send it back, but that's not even close to killing Darkness here. And Darkness is also having two confusions in hand.
There is a line for the day in the hand if necessary, if we can get rid of one of these tanks that are causing a problem on the board. But it feels bad, and especially you know, against a deck that is not only aggressive but is pretty robust. These tanks do a lot of damage. They are pretty powerful. Confusion is a great option as well in order to go ahead and just again use their threats against them. But when you're using your turns merely to clean up the situation, to just mitigate the damage, to you know, it's a scary endeavor, because eventually you won't be able to do that, and you'll have to establish your own threats, and by then, you know, Gabo will be potentially you know, way above your head. And in this case, that was a nice little combo piece there to not only just you know, take care of one unit, kill it, transform it. It's a nice swing effect there.
Yeah, good outcome there with the 35T, making him kill that 10th engineer in the end.
Card draw, very key in any card game, as we do see the hand is the hand on either side are still pretty healthy at this point. Nobody's just, you know, really like gasping for cards, as they have options on either side as the game progresses. More credits in the bank, more you know, more lines of play. The game gets a little bit more difficult, as a Mare Nostrum is now drawn here, a good way to recover health and just improve your board. But moving forward and taking that front line now is the 3/5 guard there, as we do continue to go ahead and just poke damage on Gabo. Darkness is playing quite resiliently here, and but that is a nasty bounce.
Yeah, Gabo needs to find a way to get rid of that KV1, otherwise he cannot get any draw in without risking to get too low on HP here. But Darkness is still having so many answers here. He's having the Lion for a day, he's having another Confusion, first Rifle still in the deck, and that Mare Nostrum that will give him potentially a lot of heal here.
Yeah, that Mare Nostrum is a very important card. Great card from the Italian allied forces here to, again, improve a unit, but more importantly, especially at this point of the game where you're getting dangerously close to a negative outcome, you know, a loss, just to recover some of that health. Like you said, that healing factor is pretty important, as Lion for a Day is going to go ahead and clean up that fighter in the back row. And it's back to Darkness's side here. It looks like he's continuing to stabilize, and now he's on the threat path here. He's on the war path here, and he's moving forward and starting to push damage, as we do have some more options again to heal, to take care of threats, and that's a pretty robust tank that he's holding on to in the front row.
Yeah, and it's constantly dealing damage. Now each turn, Gabo will just, or not just each turn, on every draw, he will just get 2 damage. Now look at this. This has just been 4 damage for free here for Darkness. And it's still there. He's still not having an answer. So he needs to wait one more turn before he can play in potential alliance. And then he still needs to sacrifice a lot of resources into this KV1. And in the meantime, Darkness can just, for example, buff it with Mare Nostrum, heal back, play guards, play 845s, or even draw with by the sword. And it's not looking good here for Gabo.
Yeah, that's a tough spot to be in, playing these Germany tank decks, is the fact that you kind of thrive on that front line. You get a lot of your work done when those tanks have just free space to move forward and threaten and threaten and threaten, and you're just pushing down. But a 3/6 with heavy armor that now is just complemented by Mare Nostrum. Watch this. You're going to go ahead and flip a tank there, and you're going to get some health back. And the board states, you know, you're outpopulated, Darkness is, but he does have the superior unit that is going to be really difficult to punch through. And if he does opt to trade, Gabo's going to be just giving Darkness a whole lot of health back.
Yeah, for sure. So you have to decide between the bad and the worse here.
Yeah.
And I think even the Alliance is not good enough to get rid of this, because the Alliance is only buffing non-US units. and the Panzer 2 and the Panzers. What is the other one? Well, it's 35. It's 35. 30AT. 30AT will not be good enough here.
No, the Alliance will buff all non-US units, and there's only 2 on the board right now. And the fact is that, again, there's a really nasty unit on the board. You're going to have enough damage to actually punch through if there wasn't 1 point of heavy armor. And again, the fact remains is that you're not going to punch through that tank, and the tank's just going to be, healing up for 8 more health. So you're actually going to be at a better point than you were when you began the game. You're going to, if they opt to do that, but here it comes. Here comes the Alliance. It's going to go ahead and help out a few of these tanks, and we're going to go through and punch through, but you're not quite through yet.
Whoa.
So there's some decisions that need to be made here for sure. That is Winter Offensive, if I'm not mistaken. And do you want to deal 4 damage across the entire board here?
Nah, not really. You're also killing 2 units from your side and only 2 on the opponent's side, just leaving the Panzer 3 and 1 still on the board. I think he's just killing this, move the first rifles to the front line, and then probably going face? I don't know.
I feel like going face is probably the right answer here, because not only are you pushing them to a dangerous position here, but the harder it is for them to punch through to get to your tank, if it takes them an additional turn or 2, that's 2 extra cards that they're going to be drawing, and that's additional damage that's just going to be done, like you said, for free. And that's the best kind of damage, is the free kind of damage. But at this point now, some trades are being made here, and it's going to cost them the credits to make these trades. So like you mentioned, do they make the trade? Well, if they're forced to make the trade anyways, sometimes it's better to just push the damage to face and let them pay for it. You're already getting the free damage. Why not let them foot the bill to kill your tank anyways? And take a look at this Darkness, who was against the ropes for a few turns there, is now in a nice position, a healthy position. But Gabo has come back and built a nice, a really fat board.
Yeah, but I think Darkness is having lethal here next turn. He can now just deploy the T28, deal 2 damage to face, additionally 2 damage from the 845th, setting him up to 3. And then you can just kill him next turn with Winter Offensive. And he's already having 2 guards on the board here that will protect his HQ. So he can just move them to the front line additionally and kill him next turn with Winter Offensive. But I think he's going another line here, a different line.
329th are going to come in. I think that's just for, insurance policy perhaps. But I think you're in a decent enough spot now where health is not necessarily your HQ value. Your defense is not something you need to worry about. If you're Darkness, like you mentioned, Spooz, you're already doing the lethal math, right? You're already thinking about, how do I set this up where it's not going to be a problem next turn? How do I get this within striking distance?
Yeah, looks like he whether did not see it, or he was afraid of, I don't know what exactly. Is Gabo playing? No, he's not playing Leopold. So I'm not sure why Darkness did not decide to go that line, setting up their lethal for the turn after. Because he had 2 guards on the board. All he needed was 3 more damage on Gabo's HQ. Oh no, Gabo is playing We Can Do It. Okay, so I see that point. If you would have set him to 3 there, Gabo with the We Can Do It, killing all of Darkness's units there, it could have made a comeback. So I think Darkness decided to play it safe here, controlling the board. And when he has a guaranteed lethal, he's 100% going in here. So
That's
I think I expect the lethal with, I'm calling it, we see the lethal with the Winter Offensive.
Another 109th in the back row, moving forward, improving the tank value here, and taking the kill at the same time. And why not? 99th are going to bounce a unit back as well, as we finally see Gabo starting to push forward and, creating more threats. Winter Offensive is the 4 damage that you want to do to just absolutely devastate that board. And it's back to 0. And Gabo, who expended so many of the resources to develop that board and make a very populated wide board, has now been punished by the winter offensive, dealing 4 to everything. And though Darkness was the victim of some of that damage, at the same time, the board is yours, the hand value is yours, you have more cards, you have more health, so it's just a matter of time now, playing this very carefully and doing this right.
Yeah, that winter offensive really, really was crucial for Gabo here, and I think Darkness already had a big advantage, but that winter offensive was just the nail in the coffin, I guess.
Parade is an interesting card. Draw a random unit from your deck. Duplicate it. You got 2. Now here's the fun
look
part.
at that bug there. There's still a bug with Bologna. The second one is still at 3 credits, although a unit died.
That's I guess it copies the base unit. So I guess without any of the modifications to it, as the Bologna regiment comes through, there's the one that was pulled out of the deck, which already took the penalty for the downed unit on its side, but the one that was duplicated is a base copy, meaning it did not take the penalty. It didn't exist when that unit was destroyed. So it's one of those la la la, I am not listening.
I see that point. Okay.
Head in the sand. Never saw it. And that's it. That's all she wrote. Gabo is going to be the victim of a nice comeback there by Darkness. Darkness, again, a world-class player, as we see Darkness just inching ever more forward with level 137 for Soviet.
Oli.
Yeah, no, I mean, that was absolutely crazy. He just keeps on marching forward in that winter offensive. This is the second time today that we see it absolutely being crucial. And I remember when that card first came out and we were revealing it, that it actually, a lot of people thought it was really underwhelming. And a lot of people were like, winter offensive, this card's going to be really bad. But it turns out that if you put some healing in the deck and you don't really mind that 4 damage to your HQ, that it's a really powerful card. So let's get ready for the second game here. That was the longest game by far that we've seen today. There was no high APM going on in this one. But let's check out the upcoming decks here. All right, Darkness starting us off. He's going to be bringing a very similar deck. This is a Brit main and Italy ally. So a very similar thought process behind this deck as the earlier one, right, Spooz?
Yeah, and also a similar one that J King played earlier. So also a very control-heavy deck with Mare Nostrum, and with the Spirit of Rome. You just want to the game plan is just to heal your HQ and then play that Spirit of Rome on a big infantry unit, in optimal case on a Black Watch, and just OTK your opponent with it. But you also have the Commonwealth to get use out of your big HQ health, and then you additionally have the Royal Research as a secondary win condition when you go into Bletchley Park and make your opponent put all units and hand cards back on top of his deck.
Yeah, and there's like with the Mare Nostrum, there's quite a lot of healing in that deck, obviously. So you can even see the Spirit of Rome come out on the Black Watch along with a Mare Nostrum to maybe clear the front line and gain a massive amount of HP within a single turn, possibly setting up the Commonwealth. So many paths to victory there for Darkness. But let's check out what Gabo is going to be bringing. Well, it turns out that he's going to be sticking to his guns and bringing his Germany US deck again. So without further ado, let's jump on into the match here with Darkness versus Gabo. Darkness currently leading 1-0, having won out with his Soviet deck, but Gabo still looking for that first win of the series. Who's going to take match number 2? I'm going to throw it over to one expert and one guy that really likes to talk a lot, Flake and Spooz. Go ahead.
Yeah, if there's anything I'm an expert at, it's running my mouth. And
was that better?
That was certainly more accurate. I don't know if it's better, but I will take the accuracy points for sure. Oh boy. Yes. When it comes to life skills, definitely blessed with a big mouth. And in this case, as VC Darkness does have the 1-0 lead, and this is a list that I really like to play. I've been playing this list a lot recently. It's a list that I don't want to say I slept on, but I definitely undervalue just the sheer fun of this deck to play it, and popping off a 20-point OTK Commonwealth 1-tap I know that That's Admirable was somebody who played this a lot in previous weeks and was somebody who every day I would get DMs of screenshots of, look at this, it's happening again. And I'm like, I get it. It's awesome. So it's going to be fun to see this one in action as Gabo just right out of the box is going to go ahead and start establishing tank units. And we're going to be met with a #1 commando.
Yep, very important for Darkness to find that card here. As we had earlier in J King's matches, I think it was J King, where you also find the #1 commando early and could keep his opponent in check because of this. We might see a similar scenario here. Gabo finding the fast Heinz here in his starting deck, starting hand. So we might see an early one of this, but there's probably also the option to just keep it and wait until the #1 commando is gone.
We're setting up already, and it's going to be difficult to actually go ahead and take that front line. Like you mentioned, Spooz, finding that #1 commando is very important, given the fact that the early game that might become dangerous can be mitigated by the fact that that #1 commando can trade fairly favorably with these low attack, high health value tanks. Being able to trade 2 for 1, is going to be already, you're seeing a lot of value out of that card. And I suspect that Darkness is going to jump on this as soon as he can to just get rid of as many units as possible as the honey is down. And what honey does best, which is every card drawn will result in 1 extra health total. Now, if you're Darkness here, you're likely not going to be moving that honey to the front, I don't suspect. I mean, I could be wrong here, but I think letting those sit back and enjoy the view for a while could be something that he's contemplating here. Do you move forward with that honey here?
I would always move it forward because Gabo is playing the 99's engineers that get a deployment effect to send a unit back to the hand when you are in position of the front line. And you want to prevent this if you are Darkness. And what is also a good argument to move that honey up is that Gabo cannot really trade well into it. He needs to find a 3-attack unit or something that buffs the Panzer IIs, and there's only the fast Heinz that can do that at the moment.
No, he's got the 10th engineers, right?
Oh yeah,
Didn't he
yeah.
draw those?
All right. Yeah, the rightmost card. I see that. Okay,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
a good answer.
Yeah, 10th engineers are a brilliant answer here. It's going to buff both of those tanks by 2 attack each, which I mean, it's just you're going to clear up 1. Now, again, the problem still stands from the first turn is that #1 commando is still that is one hell of a gatekeeper when it comes down to it. Dealing with that without heavy armor is going to be it's going to be expensive to say the least. But that's one way to do it is just to drop a low value target, just go ahead, trade it up, and again, you're establishing your backline. The engineers battalion are there. You've got some tanks ready to go, and it's back to Darkness's move here as the honey continues to tick away and generate a little bit more health for Darkness's HQ.
Yeah, good Blackwatch drop here. He could have also played C4 and moved to the front line, but then there's still the option that, as I mentioned earlier, Gabo is having a 99s in hand and just bouncing the guard. And with that Blackwatch, you give Gabo a hard decision here because you don't want to drop the Blackwatch and just risk to get it played on you again, and then your alliance is just costing 9 and your fast Heinz is costing 5, and there is still another guard then. So Gabo is having a hard decision here whether to trade into that Blackwatch now or bounce it and risking to make his orders even more expensive.
Yeah, that's always a fun little note is when a card like that with a pretty good deploy effect gets bounced back into your hand. You feel bad about it, but at the same time, you don't feel that bad about it, But we're going to see here as the tanks are going to get traded through. Now, this is going to probably come at the expense, obviously, of those engineers, as the honey is going to get some work done. It's not just there for show, ladies and gentlemen. That thing could also do some work. We've got another guard up that only gets better when the turn flips over. So Darkness is not thinking offense necessarily with that card. It's just a nice, robust body to protect that HQ as we, again, inch closer to that discrepancy. You want to get over 30 health or 30 health or more. But that is a formidable ounce right there. The 99th are going to go ahead and send that back to hand.
Yeah, luckily for Darkness, Gabo was not having a huge portage, so that turn back to hand, sent back to hand was not really that painful at this point. can be more painful next turn if Garbo's maybe finding. Yeah, what can he find here? A Grive that is reducing the operation cost by 1 on the tank units. But Darkness with the Monty here, denying this next turn. He's having 3 guards in hand. Holy moly.
Yeah, it's a lot of help there to just, again, protect that HQ. And as, I mean, Monty comes through, since there's 3 units on the board, the pin effect is supplemented by a card draw, which again is given a little extra icing because the honey is still alive and you are building more health. And, you know, there are, just looking at the list that Darkness is running here, you know, you got the 3 times Mare Nostrum, again, more health, more board improvement. You've got still cards like Carpet Bomb that can go ahead and wipe out a lot of this board. You've also got a card like Sexton that could come through and just pin down some units and take some very valuable trades that you need to make, attack and kill. You know, Gabo here is that Monty is really just sort of slowing him down, but that's a nice bounce there. The second 99th come through and the trades are made, and you know that Monty effect here, you know, I don't want to say meant nothing, but it was easily erased by some slick plays by Gabo.
Yeah, and Gabo had to fell a hard decision here. He's already having a lot of units on the board with 3 or less health, which give Darkness huge carpet bombing value here. Unfortunately for Darkness, he's not having it. So Garbo had the chance to develop a good board here now. Unfortunately, 3 out of his 5 units on the board are US, so the alliance not that great here. And
Darkness,
also,
I mean, Darkness, he's got a nice defense set up here. You know, perhaps it's a matter here where maybe you take a turn to you play your Lend-Lease to go hunt for bigger cards like your you know, maybe you go find your Carpet Bomb, which can really turn the tide here. I think that Gabo at this point is kind of playing to a situation where it's like, I need to be able to punch through this defense, losing as few units as possible, because I've got one hell of a mountain to climb. And it's not just a matter of, you know, taking damage or applying damage to the HQ merely to go ahead and kill Darkness. It's to keep him under that 30 defense marker, that which basically once Darkness gets there and he gets to 12 credits, any card or any turn is another potential turn for him to draw a Commonwealth, the Commonwealth, and just end the game.
I just want to jump in here and say that shelling top deck is disgusting, because that means the Gabo, whenever he has his board ready, he's not going to do anything for a turn. So really good top deck there for Darkness.
look at the board in general. I mean, Gabo already played 2 99s, and I think he's having one. Let me take a look. He's having. Oh no, that's his only way to. The Yak Bomber. Okay, so he's only having one more option to get rid of guards, and I don't see how we ever break through this. Darkness just having another C4 Hylas and Handiness in deck. Yeah, I think the shelling is just a little bonus on that already insane situation here for Darkness.
And this is where we see where it gets just unfortunate, as we traded 2 units into a guard, and you really have nothing to show for it at that point. You're basically just making space for other units, and that's the bonus you get when you own the front line. You're not only you know, you're not only having access to their HQ damage for most part, but you're also creating a little bit of a clog situation for your opponent, as they only have those 4 spaces to play units. So sometimes you have to make unfavorable trades merely to just make space for new bodies to hit the board and make use of those credits that are given to you every turn. It's not looking good here for Gabo, frankly. I mean, Gabo spent an entire turn here just, you know, pumping in damage into that guard, you know, trading into 99th. That did nothing. As we see here, as Ollie has mentioned, that is a disgusting shelling that not only costs Gabo a credit, deals 1 damage, but they're all pinned as well. That is a tough pill to swallow, as Darkness is now starting to establish, move forward, and the pressure is going to be on Gabo here to get rid of some of these threats, which are, not easy to do.
Interesting to see that Darkness did not go for the land lease there, but decided to play shelling, although he just killed one unit.
Mary Nostrum and the Bologna are going to come through, and again, now we're at that point where we're 29 health. One more piece, one more health gain here, one more defense on your HQ puts you in the Commonwealth range. But I don't think Darkness is really worried about it. You know what I mean? I think that he's in a situation now where there you have so many avenues to victory here. You can draw into your Commonwealth and set that up. You could also just continue to push forward and push damage, knowing that Gabo is having some difficulties to actually punch through those guards on the front line. That does help, though. That does help. At the very least, that puts you out of the Commonwealth range.
Look at this. There are 3 more guards waiting. You just dealt with one now.
I know. And that's what's so terrifying if you're Gabo, is the fact that you just spent a couple turns trying to punch through one guard and they just keep showing up.
So
Punches being thrown on both sides. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's been so much action, Spooz, and what's funny is that despite the fact that so much has gone on, both players now are playing above their starting HQ total.
Still interesting to see that Darkness is not going for the draw.
Yeah, I'm curious what he's waiting for. I mean, I feel like you have to take an advantage point here where you have a pretty safe situation where it's going to be difficult for Gabo to take advantage of the board given the state of it. You want to find a turn where that lend lease is going to you'll be able to play it safely without worrying about getting clapped back by Gabo's next turn.
Oh, what was that? He played around doubting system, I guess.
Yeah, that was interesting. I mean, you're never going to get to front row. Wow. Okay. Well, we didn't see the Commonwealth, but we did see. We saw a game that ended with both players' health totals above 20, which is in itself a fascinating scenario to digest. Darkness does take that one 2-0.
I would say that with that, we saw the true power of the Commonwealth. It's so big, so powerful, you just surrender against it, right? Well, 2-0 there for Darkness, and that means that we have our semifinals locked on in. Let's check out the bracket. With that match in the books, we have our semifinals. It's going to be J-King 7 versus Fairness, and then 9 Tribes versus Darkness. So we have 2 representatives here from China, 1 from Canada, 1 from Germany, and 2 from Team Ammo here, J-King and Darkness. They're facing off. This is going to be an interesting one. 9 Tribes obviously bringing in a lot of really interesting and innovative decks. Fairness, a little bit more standard in the deck types that he's been bringing, but has been playing them to a devastating effect. So really, really excited about these upcoming matchups. Before we jump into a quick break, before we go into the matches in the second half and semifinals, who do you think is going to take these matches, guys?
I'm going to let Spooz take this one first so I can copy his answers like it's high school.
I think I would go J-King will win against Fairness, and I really like Darkness, and I think he's a very good player, and I think he has the edge here, but I would like to see 9 Tribes win for his deck creativity.
I'm gonna go with J-King on this one. Good Canadian boy, big smile on his face, has won tournaments before, fantastic player in general. I think that the pressure of these types of situations is nothing new to J-King, and then he could convert that kind of spotlight, and he's got the reps, he's got the experience, he can definitely punch through. And when it comes to the uniqueness, like the innovation, as you mentioned, of those decks that Fairness is playing, it's going to be up to the test because he's playing against probably the best player, one of the best players in the game, clearly. And, when it comes down to it, Darkness is going to be up against something you know, perhaps new when you're preparing for tournaments, you're looking for specific matchups and you're practicing specific matchups. I don't think that he's necessarily put too much time into practicing these types of matchups. So it should be definitely an intriguing matchup there on the bottom half of the semifinals.
Well, I mean, there's only one way to find out, and that is to watch the matches, and that's what we're going to do right after this break. So don't go anywhere. Join us for the semifinals of this month's OCC right after this. right, welcome back everybody to the Officer Club Championship. My name is Olikrummi, and I am here with Flake and Spooz, and we are about to head on into the first semifinals matchup of today. This one is between J King 7 and Fairness. Let's start it off by taking a quick refresher of who these players are, starting off with J King. There you see him smiling from ear to ear. He is so happy that he is in the semifinals here. He has played over 11,000 matches, 66% win rate, ended the season in first. His most played are Soviets. And then his opponent, Fairness, well, he is coming from China. He's played a significantly fewer amount of matches, 6,554 with a 58.21% win rate, ended the season in 10th. Most played nation is Germany, and Germany is a nation we see him bringing in this tournament. But now, what decks are these players bringing into the first semifinal match here? Starting off with J King. We know this one, Spooz. Do you have anything else to add to it?
No.
All right. Well, that's going to be it. Super easy. This is a Soviet Italy deck. We've seen it a couple of times. Now let's take a gander over on Fairness's deck. Fairness is bringing a very familiar ally to us here today, Italy, but he is bringing the Britain main nation here. Are there any changes to what we've seen in the Brit-Italy decks here for Fairness?
You mean compared to Darkness's list?
Yeah.
Yeah, what I realized instantly is that he's not playing with Spirit of Rome. I'm not sure what he put in for that, but yeah, that's one less win or clear condition.
Oh, you got the Fiat. There's the Fiat G50s are in there. Additional.
Okay, yeah, you might have. Yep, maybe that's one thing you put in instead of the Spirit of Rome. And I mentioned it earlier. I think the Soviet Italy version is a little bit superior than the Brit Italy version, and I think J King might win this first match here.
Well, we can find out, because this is going to be the kind of mirror matchup, but the Italy ally matchup. Who is better as the main nation? Is it the Soviets or are it the British? Let's find out here in game number 1 of the semifinals between J King 7 and Fairness. Spooz and Flake, take it away.
Alrighty, again, the expert and the mouth are back on the case here, as J King is going to be representing. There it is, the Soviet with the Italian support, as Fairness is going to be bringing in a deck that I just love so much, that Brit control list with the Commonwealth potential finisher there. But I was playing that list a lot the past couple days, and the amount of times that the Commonwealth was actually the winning card was fairly rare, actually. A lot of the times you're just exhausting your opponent's resources over time and building up such a robust health total that it's hard for them to punch through over the course of a game. And as it stands right now, J King doesn't really have much to do. That is an unfortunate hand to sort of stare down, but you know, it's going to be a situation here where J King is not necessarily too worried about early aggression from Fairness.
Yeah, now we can see the strengths of the Siemovente here. Yeah, but not with Bologna on the board. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, there it goes. Again, the Bologna regiment without any units having been lost on the side of Fairness comes through as only a 3-cost drop, or 3-credit drop, as T60 is an option to come through as well. A 2 for guard with the destruction benefit that you just add you add some extra help into your hand as well. And I don't think that you know, Fairness is not playing a game where he needs to push tempo or push aggression here. It's more so a matter of just you know, getting through your cards, getting the tools necessary to build up your defense where possible, picking and choosing, you know, when to play those card draws, when to establish board, when to make trades. Fairness is sort of playing a slower game, building up to a bigger, more spectacular finale, whereas J King is going to be the aggressor in this case.
Yeah, J King thinking about. So I thought he would go for the Bologna just to trade the Fiat away, but looks like he's going for another line here.
Here's the parade, draw a card and duplicate it, and you've chosen, in this case, the first rifles ×2 comes through. That's a pretty sweet card because it's not just a matter of actually going to get a unit from your deck, but it also adds a copy, meaning it's typically like you're drawing 2 in that case, and it's going to be usually a fairly helpful card as the first rifles are the option there for Parade.
Yeah, first rifle's probably not the best he could have gotten here. I think he would have preferred a Naval Brigade or another La Decima. I think that would have been what he was looking for, because I think in that matchup you need some good removals for the big beefy British units here.
Yeah, the La Decima would have been a home run there, basically because you're going to be guaranteed that you're going late into this game, and having a card that just comes down and removes a threatening card off the opposing side. And as we saw in previous games, there were Darkness had just an abundance of big beefy guard units that was a nightmare to punch through. Having cards that can just easily remove are going to be coming at a premium. So J King didn't find that with Parade. But just continuously, both players are kind of just feeling things out, not necessarily trading blows at this case, as J King does have some guards up, which makes for some less than ideal attacks, as the Fiat is there to just sort of boost up some of the damage if necessary, but it's going to come at a price.
Yeah, interesting situation here at the moment. There's not really knowing what this game will develop into, and J King really hoping to find a Euro Factory Red banner here, so he can play Confusion and maybe make one of opponent's unit his own units forever. But running into a doubting system here. Okay, I think that's the best thing he could run into with the doubting. Just imagine later in the game and spending 5 credit Spirit of Rome and just get that doubting there, and Fairness is only having one of these in the deck. Second option to deny enemy orders is the Ultra. So 50% of his answers to J King's orders gone now.
That's right. There's only the one doubting and the one ultra. In this case, the doubting did go ahead and bite the dust on Confusion. But like you mentioned, yeah, it's better to have a turn like that stifled when it's less dangerous on the clapback than having a card that you need to convert in order to rescue a situation get just shut down by something like doubting or ultra. So like you mentioned, 50% of the countermeasures are now out of the way. So J King still needs to fish out the ultra, but it's at the moment now it's not necessarily too much of a burden on J King's side.
So what is playing for Fairness here is the Commonwealth. If J King is not finding some healing zone, so he has the 845th, but that's the upside of when you play Britain Mare Nostrum healing decks, that you have the Commonwealth option to win the game. That's something that J King is not having. He has to break through these guards somehow.
Oh boy.
Oh my god. Yeah, look at this wall of guards there.
And La Decima is going to take care of one. That's the whole turn. But you still have a very formidable force there guarding the HQ, and J King, like you mentioned earlier, Parade having picked up La Decima would have been brilliant, as you can follow up one with another and clear up that yucky back row that you're staring at here, because how are you going to access that HQ? And Fairness hasn't even played much of his life gain cards here. So, and with the Commonwealth in hand and this kind of guard system up protecting his HQ, you just need to pick up 10 defense on that HQ and then just wait, and you're good to go.
Decides to go with Mare Nostrum on that Feared. So this means this is double healing now. Gave him 6 health here. Why only 3? What? Huh?
So the there was the 3 picked up by the damage dealt.
It's 26. I just looked at the wrong HQ, man. I'm just too confused.
It's all good. No worries.
I think J King played a confusion on me.
Yeah,
and I had no doubting up. I had no doubting. Oh no.
I would like to have that, just like a countermeasure up at all times in case something went wrong, like burning a pizza. Like the countermeasure comes up, nope, the pizza ain't burnt. It just didn't happen. just little like life situations like that. As J King now is trying to push through the defenses that Fairness is now advancing to the front line. And J King is in a safe position here. He can't get one tapped by the Commonwealth when it gets there. So Fairness does need to start pushing damage to face in order to put that card online, as Lion for a Day goes ahead and takes out that that tank that was already done some work, and now we're going to start progressing towards, I guess, a potential alternative win condition of Bletchley Park.
Yeah, I think that's Fairness' game plan now. Next turn he's at 10 credits, so he can just do it next turn or the turn after, depending on how much pressure J King can develop this turn. But looking at J King's hand, it's probably not too much.
Yeah, dangerous thing to be
Man.
staring down is when, you know, both players playing for the long game here, and J King has two massive cards that he has to keep in the back of his mind. One of them being obviously the Commonwealth, but the other is Bletchley Park, which just absolutely stifles any kind of progression you want to make towards winning the game. Defense is up here. J King is just setting up, and problem is that, I mean, I was about to say in all fairness to fairness, you know, those are all infantry. They're gonna, if they all move up, that's a lot of credits to do so. Your HQ is not threatened, and then you just follow up with a Bletchley Park if necessary, and then you start working away and plugging away at killing your opponent. So,
And he's even having Monty in hand, so he can just go to the 9 credit order now. Just, I don't know what else. Yeah.
like, this could be another situation where as soon as Bletchley Park is online, going into that 12 credit turn, J King might just not have anything to do. It's not like Fairness is playing with on top deck here. He's got a completely full-on healthy hand with just option after option after option to answer. Still holding on to a card like the Commonwealth. So you can just continuously kind of slow play it here, opting in this case not to go ahead and expand that research to move towards Bletchley Park. But I guess, like you said, Spooz, with a card like Monty, you don't need to worry about it right away.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that Lancaster there.
Because the option there, Spooz, could have been, again, like you said, I mean, you can take the turn to just go ahead, expand the research, maybe hit Monty to freeze the board, and then the follow-up there is just you hit Bletchley Park, reset everything, the board is clear, the hand is clear, and J King's playing on top deck where he's going to be picking up units. It'll be unit after unit after unit. You're not picking up cards that can draw you cards or get any significant, turn the table, so to speak. And Fairness can then go ahead and continuously establish their board and push the damage where necessary. And I mean, as much health and board as J King has, I mean, he's 2 turns away from having that all wiped out.
Yeah, Fairness is in a pretty tough spot now. If he plays Monty now, he cannot use it to use it as a Bletchley protection, where you just play on turn 9, go into Bletchley and play your Monty, so your opponent can do nothing for the whole turn. He just got out of this option now. If he's doing now, he needs still 2 stages to go into Bletchley. And yeah, you don't want to play La Decima here. It's a little bit of an awkward situation. I'm not sure how he's getting out of this.
So was that a missed opportunity, perhaps, in the previous turn, not to play the expanded research, Royal Research, given the fact that all of J King's resources were on the support line? I mean, you're basically a turn. You have an extra turn to go ahead and have to deal with these infantry, as the infantry all moved up, and now they're threatening. So perhaps you're kind of a turn behind where you may have wanted to be. I suspect maybe in retrospect, Fairness maybe could have gone and expanded the research, and on the flip, J King would have advanced his infantry, and then you follow up with the big play of just resetting the board. But that's not the case in this hand, as J King is now starting to push forward. And
J King wants to play Spirit of Rome here.
And that's a big one as well, given the fact that, I mean, look at the difference of health totals in a completely different situation. But now, I mean, now you can Monty, now you can expand the research, and then you can see what's up. But as far as it looks, it doesn't seem like the Commonwealth is going to factor into this one.
Yeah, very likely not.
But J
Fairness
King
is
knows
not-
what I mean. J King has to take this opportunity, right, to push damage, and at least with that attack, bringing fairness down to 6, you're basically shutting out that one card. You're basically eliminating one win condition, but you still have, as you see, fairness has established and developed another massively dangerous one.
Yeah, I think it was the only option for J King at this point. He knew that fairness would go into Bletchley next turn, and he needed the Monty to play it into the to Bletchley there. I think it was the only option that J King could have done there. Yeah, now we see the Bletchley. That this means 3 bad turns for J King now, which are not really helping him. Yeah,
Yeah,
don't want to see that against you.
I mean, in terms of the first card you could have drawn, that may have been one of the better ones. Unfortunately, the card right after that, I believe, is going to be the 329th. No, 845th. The 845th, yeah, are coming out next, which is not what you want to see, and it's not like you're finding any help down the road anyways. So health total is completely topsy-turvy here, but I think it's just going to be a matter of time. Fairness is going to eventually chip away at that. As there's just a full hand of massive threats coming through. Defender, another defensive unit here with a guard being set up. Yeah, J King is in a tough spot here.
So the only good thing for J King is after the next draw, he will draw 2 by the swords. The only problem about this is that fairness is having 1 ultra. So one of these draws will probably not go off.
So for those unacquainted with Bletchley Park, it basically shuffles, it puts your hand on top of your deck first, and then the board is put on top of your deck. So you're going to be drawing unit after unit after unit before you get to any orders or countermeasures afterwards. And I mean, there's a nice card to have, I suppose. It's not bad. You know, you're making the best out of a bad situation, as we see fairness slowly building up that health total again, as the honey is just again increasing your defense on your HQ. I would be incredibly surprised if the Commonwealth is played at any point here, but it doesn't matter, because we see Sexton comes in, pins that unit, and will continue to pin that unit as long as Sexton is on the board.
Yeah, and Fairness playing it perfectly and knowing that the next card out of J King's top deck is one that was in his hand earlier, and from this turn on, he put up Ultra to deny the draw from by the sword. Well played.
This is gonna, and this is where we see the tables have turned again. Fairness with that extra win condition, that extra massive play of Bletchley Park, just means that you continue to establish your board. J King's on top deck. There's no way to really deploy and answer a board like this, and this is where things get sneaky again. A 30 to 5 or 6 or 7, 8 defense total is now completely nullified, and it's even Steven, as we see here.
You know what? We might see a Commonwealth this game.
How quickly things have changed, right? It's impressive how one Mare Nostrum on a Sexton can make for a card like the Commonwealth happen. Incredible.
I think it's 2 Mare Nostrum, so he's healing for 10 now each turn.
Yeah, he double Mare Nostrum did, so it's 10 healing for every single attack, which is absolutely insane.
Look at this, he's above 30. Now he just needs to get J King below 20, and then we see a win with Commonwealth here.
So I was incredibly wrong. Apparently, a 22 to 25 point health deficit is doesn't matter because you can just go ahead and do something as nutty as double Mare Nostrum on a Sexton and just absolutely pulverize the face like that. And it's incredible how just that 2 credit move, that 2 credit attack, is a 15-point swing.
Jaking did not even find the winter offensive here.
It was played already. Jaking played it. I
Really?
believe. Yeah, no, Jaking did play the winter offensive before the turn before Bletchley Park, actually, and I guess it was just a matter of taking out whatever you can while you can. And
Wasn't it Spirit of Rome?
no, I think that I believe I mean, chat can double check on this one, but I believe it was already played. I think it was played prior to the Bletchley Park move. It did take out the Lancaster.
I
could be
must
wrong.
admit, it's missed it completely. I
I could be wrong, but we shall see. Here comes the carpet bomb. Why not?
Chat is saying he played it. Okay, I'm wrong.
All right, so for those keeping track of the score, it is now Spooz 273 to Flake 1. That is the that is the updated stats right there.
I give you that one.
Thank you. You concede before lethal for sure.
Oh man, here it comes.
Well, this is going to be a lot of damage being punched through. Confusion is I mean, it's a card, ladies and gentlemen, and unfortunately for Jaking, it's difficult, but it's amazing how things have actually turned around here, given the fact that you had one massive deficit for health total in one way, the massive comeback by Fairness to bring his health total back up to near 40. Confusion here is going to make a quick trade. I mean, do you double sickle?
I mean, at this point, it's just.
What's tough
I'm
about
not sure how.
is,
I don't see how Jaking comes back here. Honestly,
well,
he's not having anything to prevent that Commonwealth.
There have been crazier plays here. However, I believe La Decima can come through, just clean that up.
All that Fairness needs is 3 more damage.
Well, that's the thing, right? You have to actually punch through for that 3 damage in order to actually one-tap with the Commonwealth. The Lion for a Day is going to clean that up real nicely, and the Black Watch comes through ×2, just taxing those orders in hand. And La Decima's a nice card to have here.
It would be cool to see how many cards players have left. I think Fairness is having way less left than Jaking is having. But he's also sitting on 39 health here.
Yeah, fatigue is
Fatigue is a thing in this match for sure.
it could certainly factor in, especially if it gets to the point where that fatigue actually shaves down your HQ total below 30, where suddenly
Fairness is down to 2 cards. We just hovered over it. He's having 2 cards left in the deck.
What an insane game so far, guys. I thought everything was over for Jaking when we saw that Mare Nostrum swing, but he's still in it.
Yeah, I think the default from Fairness was maybe a little bit to go too wide on the board there and giving Jaking the chance to come back with Wild Sword.
I mean,
I think he should have. Yeah.
I was gonna say we have to give credit where credit is due here. Jaking, who's basically facing down an insurmountable situation, perhaps, but if there's anyone who can do it, Jaking has shown that. I mean, the pure resilience of his play right now, and basically, I mean, the thought process here is that as narrow as those margins are for your line to victory, you have to play to them, and Jaking has been playing this near flawlessly in terms of not just staying alive, but actually perhaps turning the tides here, given the fact that Fairness is going to be pushing lethal. Moving towards a situation where fatigue can factor in. However, sensing that, Fairness is starting to dump units on the board, and there is always that threat of the Commonwealth. But the more that this moves forward, the more that fatigue damage can be an issue. You might have a situation where maybe the Commonwealth is held on to too long. I mean, he's gonna play it as soon as he can, but I mean,
he doesn't have that many turns left to play it because he's gonna start taking fatigue from next turn onwards.
He has to make sure he kills them with him. with the Commonwealth. Otherwise, he might just die himself to fatigue here.
Yeah.
This is certainly a spooky situation, if I may say. I mean, given the fact that you know, J King with his 329th just keeps increasing his health total, which just suddenly makes it a little bit more out of range with that with the Commonwealth. And if J King pulls this off, he'll have gone through not just Bletchley Park, but the Commonwealth as well. Masterfully played.
So there's no target left there for fairness that is actually can be confused, right? So that card is lying dead in the hand of J King right now. Oof, this is such a close battle, guys. It is on a knife's edge right now. Fairness, the onus is on him. He needs to finish this game.
Isn't that spectacular how that just switches over? How all the pressure's on J King to survive and just to make a game out of this, and suddenly the tables have turned. This is intensity turned up to 11 here, and this is just the first game of the semifinals, and J King versus Fairness has definitely lived up to you know, how it was billed as being just a tremendous match.
Yeah, and it's been a long one as well. We're approaching we're just over the 20-minute mark here on this game.
Holy.
That's fine. That's totally fine. Because it makes for good TV, friends. And there's the shelling. It's going to pin everything, deal a damage. At the very least, the 329th are gone. But yeah, that should do it, as we can see here. That is the magic number.
But well played by J King, man.
Certainly. It's tough. The whew.
Yeah, what can he find here? He needs to find something that heals. But I think there is nothing that has blitz.
I think this is the definition of fighting till the last man in cards here for J King. What a battle he has put up keeping himself in this game.
Yeah, props to him for still playing after that. I mean, the Bletchley was very painful. And then it was even more painful to lose that first by the sword to that Ultra, man. And he's still in the game here. Really insane.
I also think that highlights the importance of mental toughness as well, right? You need to be able to, you know, sit back and find that path to victory, even if things look really bleak at the moment.
Wait, did the T-34 just get destroyed out of his hand?
He's down.
Did you see that?
Oh my god.
That was an insane game, guys.
Well, it was not for any lack of intensity or suspense, as I mean, if J King didn't have many fans before, I mean, just seeing him and the resilience and just the wonderful plays to stay in that and take it as far as it went. I mean, it went to fatigue, and unfortunately, as well as you could possibly play, just to stay alive and make it interesting, J King succumbed to two massive cards, two 12. I mean, one of them's a 12 credit order. The other is a journey in itself to get to Bletchley Park. But surviving both of those to make it interesting is definitely worth a pat on the back at least.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that this raises some questions about that mirror matchup, Spooz, where you feel like the Soviets are kind of favored in that mirror matchup, but we kind of got to raise a question here. If the British are able to dominate the board so much that they can find however many credits needed to get to Bletchley Park and then play it while not losing board dominance, it looks like Britain might be winning out here on the mirror.
Yeah, Fairness played a version of the deck that Soviet might struggle against when he just has those 5/9 guards for 6 credits. I mean, you have to spend a Decima or Naval Brigade into this, because just J King even playing in Hammer. So you need to spend all your value cards into just 6 credits guards there, and I think that's what in the end gave Fairness the edge here to win the game. Plus he had the option with the Commonwealth That's what I mentioned in the game, and
Yeah.
that was an option that J King did not have.
Did not have and did not find his healing cards either, but let's see if game 2 tells another story. Now let's look at what Fairness is bringing to that one. Obviously can't bring his Britain Italy deck again, so he is bringing his Soviet US artillery deck. We've seen this one quite a few times, so let's not waste any time and let's check out what J King is bringing. Indeed, it is the same deck as he started out with, the Soviet Italy one. Let's see if it will perform better against the artillery deck from Fairness. Let's jump on into game number 2 of the semifinals of this OCC. Is Fairness going to take it now 2-0, or will J King fight back and make his way back into... There we go. Make his way back into the series and potentially secure himself a spot in the finals. Let's take a look right now.
Yeah, J King, if ever there's a time for J King to lose a smile on its face, it might have been in that previous matchup, as you have to put all of your brain power into trying to figure out how to come out of that alive. Unfortunately for J King, didn't quite happen, but there's a second chance at redemption here using the same deck. I mean, you got so intimately acquainted with that deck in the previous game that maybe you're just comfortable going into the next matchup with the same deck list, especially since I suppose, I mean, you got so close in such dire circumstances that, you know what, let's roll the dice again with this and see what happens.
Yeah, I
Double
think
confusion. There it is.
Yeah, I think J King's curve is a little bit unfortunate in this matchup. As I mentioned earlier, he's only having 1/2 drop, and if Fairness can develop a good board here in the early stages of the game, it might be hard for J King. Sure, he has 2 confusions now in starting hand, which might help a lot. But I think Fairness can also win this game. I think
Well,
it's 50-50 maybe.
We've seen this before. A war production right out of the gate. Unfortunately, the Cossacks was drawn out of the old-fashioned way, which is not fun. Usually you want to use that with, pair that up with your Zhukov, but that's not the case anymore. So if anything, is there... Am I doing this incorrectly? No, there is a Zhukov, which means I suppose that Zhukov is now dead weight.
Yeah, good confusion here for J King. Setting the Cossacks to 1 health and getting rid of the Yak. The next turn he can just finish it off with the bloody sickle here. Or maybe he can also keep the sickle for the artilleries from Fairness. So confusion, very, very important here.
Now there's another one coming through. This is going to be...
And look what J King is getting out of this. Look at this,
now,
he's just getting the Ishak.
That is the greatest trade deal in the history of cards right there. That is just such a valuable play there. You're trading their own unit into their own unit, and you reap all the benefits. I mean, spectacular move right there by J King. You love to see it in that case. Low roll. That's a flake roll of the Katyusha if I've ever seen one.
And what a low roll to get, especially with the Mare Nostrum coming out for J King here, trading right back onto that Katyusha.
This might be a situation, boys, where like the RNG gods are just blessing J King because of the sheer resilience of the previous match and the tenacity that he showed. It's kind of one of those things where like you fought so valiantly, we're gonna give you a little help here. Here's a Mare Nostrum. We're going to give you the confusion to just build your board and ruin theirs and have fun. Just have fun today. And Spooz, you're right. Holding the bloody sickle to get rid of one of those artillery that was under smoke screen is working out here.
Yeah, look at Fairness' hand. He needs a Lesser of 2 Evils or another war production now to get value out of the supply chains. He's only having 1 Sith left here as a unit. Oh, and he drew the 3rd one. Oh no.
This is the second time today that we see someone draw like 3 supply chains in a row.
What is going on? What did you do to the game, Ollie?
Yeah.
You messed
These are
up
those secret patch notes that we just don't know about.
All cards drawn in Soviet decks are now supply chains.
Yeah, that's the thing.
It just first, yeah.
transforms the other cards. That supply chain, it was a Katyusha before you drew it. That's the problem. Well, it's looking dangerous now here for Fairness, given the fact that, well, nothing on the board. You got 7 credits to play with, but you're staring down a fairly formidable board on J King's side. J King has just been reaping the rewards of not necessarily great draws, but just very high value plays. The confusions that remove all units on your opponent's side and builds your own board. That's the best use of 3 credits that you'll ever see in the game is play a 3/2 fighter and kill 2 of your opponent's units. I think that if that card was ever, if destroy 2 units and play a 3/2 fighter was a 3 credit card, I believe there would be massive rioting in the streets. Pressure continuing to mount here on Fairness. The health total, the HQ defense value is slowly getting whittled away.
Yeah, J King definitely in the driver's seat in this one. Significantly so as well, given the hand of Fairness, and he's not really finding anything that he needs to claw back control of this board. And the Winter Offensive just crushes all hopes to ever get that board developed enough. I honestly think that with that Winter Offensive, this game is pretty much over. J King, it should be a formality for J King to finish this game at this point.
Well, that's the thing, right? You still have to convert and get the, one draw could potentially change things, a misplay, a misclick, who knows? I've seen it. I've seen it with my very own eyes. A game that is basically one that is lost off of a misclick, a poor decision, or something along those lines. It happens, though unlikely. I doubt that J King is going to be making any mistakes here, given the fact that the hand that he's holding is one of answers, and basically, given the state of the board right now, I believe Fairness might just sort of pull the chute on this one, hit the eject button, and move forward.
Yeah, I think
lesser of the evils way too late. Yeah.
Yeah, he needed the lesser of 2 evils before he used 3 of his supply chains, which I think he's only actually running 3 in this deck. So I think he's done with all his supply chains, and there we see it. The surrender coming out, knowing that he had no way back into this game, and J King ties it up 1-1.
Well, that's good for us, given the fact that we just went through a 25-minute marathon. A nice little sprint to the finish of that game is good for the broadcast. But yeah. The suspense still exists, given it's a 1-1 tie.
Absolutely, and I am super excited to see what these guys are going to be bringing into game number 3. Now, we've seen, their preferred decks both have now been taken out of the equation, so there's not going to be anything available here in terms of the Italy ally, the Brit-Italy ally for Fairness. There's not going to be the Soviet Italy for J King. So what are we going to see here? Let's take a look. Well, looks like J King just sticking with his guns and going with Italy. It's going to be Britain, Italy here for J King. And Fairness, what is he going to be bringing to this one? Well, it looks like he's just swapping over to the Soviet arty here and sticking to that one. So who's going to take game number 3 here? It's all on the line. Fairness versus Darkness. One person will progress into the finals. The other will have to play for 3rd place. So whoever wins this game is basically guaranteed 1st or 2nd, guaranteed a part of the prize pool, everything on the line. 1-1, game 3. Take it away, Spooz and Flake.
Well, this is all she wrote. This is for all the marbles, and J King might get a chance for a little bit of revenge here, being at the losing end of one of those Brit control lists. Now it's on his side. J King does have the Brit control list at their disposal, so having been so close to maybe coming back there, J King now is in the driver's seat of Brit control against the artillery deck. So it's going to be a matter of just kind of biding your time, gaining some defense before you can get to some of those board clears and some of those more dangerous cards, as we see the number 1 commando is going to set up shop in the back row and likely advance, given the fact that Fairness's deck with all this artillery is not necessarily going to take the front line too heavily. A lot of that threat is going to come from that back line.
Yeah, Fairness not able to attack this number one commando since it also has smoke screen. So he can probably never get his Greyhound to the front line as long as this guy is sitting there and waiting for his Greyhounds to be farmed.
Air power is a nice way to deal with one of the Katyushas, and those artillery are kind of like glass cannons. They're going to do a lot of damage, but they don't have a lot of defense. So a card like air power, just dealing 2 damage is enough to shut down one of the Katyushas. But I believe J King knows that there's plenty more where that came from. Nice little sidecar to your main squeeze there. That artillery being supported by the engineer battalion is again peanut butter and jelly time. Those two are just meant for each other, and you need to advance here. The problem is advancing with that #1 commando just puts it into range for a card like any of those artilleries to just deal damage to it and to waste them out. So those #1 commandos, which against a more aggressive list like a tank list, like a German tank list, are way more effective, I find, than against these artilleries, which just don't care. They'll just do the damage and sort of wave as you get obliterated.
I mean, J King doesn't have an answer for that board right now, which means that he's probably going to take 6 damage to his face in this following turn. And that's already putting him on a really dangerous path. Because if he doesn't get that, Fiat with Mare Nostrum or some healing established, there we go, finding the research. Some options coming into J King's hand here because he's in a lot of trouble given the way things are shaping up at the moment.
Downing is online. Nope, taking it off again. Deciding rather we're just going to go for the first step of the research. Let's just rush this research out ASAP. We're going to gain some defense and to draw a card. The problem, unfortunately, is that you're not pairing up this card draw with something like the Honey to gain you more health. You already played a Convoy. You played the first phase of the Royal Research. That's those are 3 cards that you drew that weren't supplemented by the defense gain of the Honey on the board, which is unfortunate, but it's the thing about J King here is that he does have ways to regain some of that health. The problem is you need to get access to that back row. You need to pick up a carpet bomb. You need to deal with this board because as it stands, it's just going to continue to hammer down on you as we see another vanilla supply chain just played the old-fashioned way. Oh, Lord. And that Ura is dangerous. Well,
yeah, I mean, I don't really know what J King can do here. I mean, if he doesn't find carpet bombing or some way to get rid of that entire backline, he is in a world of hurt. He can pin 1. Even with that, the Ura, that's going to be 6 damage, leaving him at lethal range to either one of these guys. He's trying to push the #1 commando up into the front line to do something, but it's such a slow-moving unit that the arties are just going to eat it alive while it crosses the battlefield. And this might be game, right?
I don't think that's that bad. I mean, it might be game, given the fact that you've got 6 credits. The problem is you might not have enough credits to do everything at once. I think moving
he's 1 credit off.
Yeah, moving the commando up is what he's trying to do there. It's not just a matter of you're looking for a trade. You're looking to soak up damage and buy extra time and get an extra turn under your belt that you might be able to draw that carpet bomb to save the day. And then you can turn things around. By moving that up, you're forcing Fairness to perhaps answer it, hoping he doesn't have what's necessary to pick up lethal. And maybe you can sort of turn the tide here. Given the fact that your Sexton has locked down one of those units, I mean, at this case, maybe Fairness just goes ahead and cleans up the Sexton and just deals with it next turn. Yeah, it's a tough Ura to swallow, given the fact that you only got 1 fire. You only got 1, you pulled the trigger on 1 unit. Mind you did get rid of the Sexton, and you are on lethal next turn, and this is looking pretty nasty for J King. It's a puzzle to solve for sure.
Yeah, it's a tough one as well. I mean, he's having to use the Mare Nostrum there. He has to take up the 10th Engineers because that's how you take the most amount of damage off the board. And at this point, I mean, you're also kind of praying that Fairness doesn't draw another buff card for the backline because this was the only attack that J King had for this turn.
Yeah, also unfortunate that J King did not find a single carpet bombing by now. I think he has to be half through his deck. That could have helped him a lot here. I mean, he's mostly having infantry units. The only thing I'm thinking about the whole time, that's why I've been so quiet so far. On turn 4, he played the shelling that did literally nothing than just pinning 1 artillery unit and the 10 engineers. I'm not sure if it would have not been better to play this on turn 5 and then move up the number 1 commando. Maybe this would have been a better line to start dealing with Fairness.
That's the top deck you're looking
that
for right there.
Patriotic Firestorm.
Wow, what a top deck. And J King unfortunately did his best in that case. It's tough to say. I mean, I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. You were presented with a situation that was incredibly dire. Those artillery do what they do best. They just lob bombs right over your head and directly right onto the HQ. And tough pill to swallow. My gosh. But J King, after that first game and that quick victory in game 2, unfortunately just didn't find that carpet bomb. And sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't, and that's all she wrote for that one as Fairness advances.
Yeah, and I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head there, Spooz. I think this game was effectively kind of decided around that shelling play, right? Now, I don't know if there was a better play or if that was the best play, but I feel like him being forced due to what he had in hand and what options he had available there to use shelling that early on in the game just removed, a big tool that he would have had later on to deal with that board state at some different point. Now, it looked really juicy when he did it, right? I'm dropping a credit slot, I'm putting him behind, I'm stopping him from dealing any, early damage and taking over the game. So it kind of makes sense, but the way the game then progresses afterwards, it's just really unfortunate for J King to have to be in that situation of playing the shelling that early. But on the flip side, insanely well played by Fairness, and congratulations for him for making it to the finals. With that said, let's take a look at the bracket. The bracket currently stands like this, with Fairness having secured himself into the finals. He's going to be facing off against 9 Tribes or Darkness, which are our next semi-final matchup here. We're going to take a quick look at the player profiles just to refresh your memories there, starting with 9 Tribes competing out of China with over 3,000 total matches, around a 65% win rate, which is extremely good. He finished the season in 11th, and his favorite and most played nation is Japan. Following up with Darkness, a man who many here know, total matches over 14,000 and that whopping 70% win rate lifetime on all battles. Having finished the season in 3rd, his most played is Soviets. Let's see what Darkness can do here in the semifinals. 9 Tribes, what is he bringing to the table in game number 1? It is the deck that we've seen a couple times. No, we've seen him only play this once before, right? Why don't you take us through this one real quick, Spooz?
1 second. Yeah, it is another Fast Heinz deck without Fast Heinz. So yeah, it's a little bit more mid-range German tank deck with the Panther G in it and the M4A1, both tanks that you cannot target with orders. And then he's having triple bolts to the ranks. Bolts to the ranks are order that is reducing the credit cost of an unit to 0. And adding it to attack and to defense. And Panther G, for example, is having 3 operation cost and is having a 6/5 body. With the bolts to the ranks, you can just make it a 9/8 that is non-targetable for orders, which is really insane.
Yeah. Well, facing off against him is going to be Darkness, and he will be manning the Soviet Italy deck, and that is a deck we've seen a few times today. So everybody at home who's really interested in this game or in this deck, you pause your screen right now, note down all the stuff. But don't worry, all the decks are going to be up on kards.com/decks when the matches are over. So we are now ready to jump on into the second semifinal matchup here between Darkness and 9 Tribes. It is China versus Germany here. We are ready to go on into game number 1. Who will take it? Will it be 9 Tribes with the Fast Heinz, non-Fast Heinz bolster deck, or will it be Darkness with the what we see as a tournament staple now, the do we have the wrong deck up for Darkness?
Looks like, huh?
Looks like it. Aha, so he is playing his Germany deck, and while we are looking at that, that's fine. I'll give you a quick lowdown of what's in that deck. I believe we have reviewed it quickly before. It is basically a Fast Heinz deck with the 10th Engineers. Yeah, Fast Heinz deck with Fast Heinz versus a Fast Heinz deck without a Fast Heinz. No, 9 Tribes is bringing his Soviet deck. We have the wrong decks on both sides.
It's all good though. This is the kind of sort of craziness cards that even sometimes we get it wrong. It's okay, because how about this for a opening turn 2 play? You like tanks? How about 3 on the front line for Darkness right out of the gate there? That is
Turn 2.
Yeah, that's absolutely insane. And for anyone wondering, this is the Soviet Japan Alpine deck coming out of 9 Tribes here.
Yeah, it would have been good for 9 Tribes to have a desperate measures here. Would have been get rid of whole of Darkness board. Unfortunately for him, he did not have it, but still a good clear here. Darkness cannot trade into that infantry unit since it has ambush, so if he wants to, he needs to sacrifice both of his tanks into it. And I think he's not going for it. The problem is for Darkness, this thing is healing back up to 4 on 9 Tribes turn, so maybe he wants to trade it, so it's not healing back up again. Very tough decision here for Darkness.
All right, I'm getting caught up here with the decks list as well. Just making sure that everything is online. All right, perfect. I think we're good to go. Nonetheless, we're already knee deep into this one, as we see. It's a pretty decent start here, as you know, Darkness has established a board here. You do have the 109th in the back row. You know, just supplementing the attack value of those tanks that go in and move forward. As we're going to make some trades here where necessary. That's unfortunate there, but that's what ambush does. It makes it difficult to actually punch through, as we're going to continue to establish some of these units on the board here, and I may have picked up the wrong.
Much value in those 40-second rifles. They went 3 for 1, right?
Yeah.
And you know, we talked about the opening here from Darkness, basically turn 2 having 3 units in the front line, and everything is like, oh my god, how is he going to deal with that? 40-second rifles, man. That was enough. And now he's got 2 of those 35th rifles on board, so a big beefy boys are making themselves known.
It's a good way to deal with that right there. Again, the problem with infantry is that they're very immobile. They can't move and attack, so bouncing a card like that is difficult to digest, given the fact that you got to redeploy it to the back line and then spend another turn moving it forward. All the while, your opponent is just continuing to improve their board. We can do it times a bit. The Alliance as well, all meant to improve the board state as it is. I'm just curious to see how you move forward, again, because it's still early enough in the game where it's hard to play these big impact orders and be able to punch through with damage as well. So is this a situation where we just hit do we just hit we can do it? Do we play the Alliance? How do we push forward here?
I want to point out, just real quick before you jump in, Spooz, I want to point out that 9 Tribes discarded a counteroffensive off the top there. You know, if he had a counteroffensive in hand right now, he would be looking extremely good with that 6/6 in the front line and all those units on board, very much forcing Darkness. And this is probably why Darkness is looking for that trade. It's gonna maybe give him a 2 for 1 there on a very, you know, high value unit like the Jag Bomber, because he knows there might be a counteroffensive, a winter warfare counteroffensive coming out.
Yeah, I think that's why he put himself in an awkward situation earlier, where he bounced at 5-5 to the hand, giving 9 Tribes the option to redeploy it as a 6th deck, so the Yak Bomber cannot even value trade into it or get a 1-for-1 out of it. And yeah, I think you always want to keep the front line clear of that, because there is that counter-offensive possibility that can just make an insane unit that just kills you or deals 10 damage or 12 damage to your HQ and set up lethal for next turn, and you probably don't have a good answer for it.
Exactly why those, I mean, there were so many units that were traded into, 1 or 2 units earlier, and clearing that board also does diminish the impact of a counteroffensive, given that there's a lot less units to, multiply the counteroffensive bonus in relation to the Winter Warfare. So, trading 2 into 1 and then pushing forward, cleaning up the board there gives a lot less reach for a counteroffensive. The problem here is that Darkness is facing down 2 pretty big units in the front row. There's the hammer. It's going to come through, get rid of a unit as well. And 2 more attacks to face just puts you down to 8, and you're staring down a dire situation.
I mean, pretty much basically nothing that Darkness is able to do about this at the moment. I mean, he can play the Alliance and he can trade away one of those units, but not both. So, and in the process, he's going to lose both of his tanks. Difficult spot.
You got to play to stay alive. If that's the way that you're going to see another card next turn, I mean, you got to do what you got to do. Even we can do it is not enough here. The Alliance, like you mentioned, is the only way to push forward and save face here. At least you're alive, and that's part of it. But
for how long? Because there's like a Chusha in the hand of 9 Tribes as well. He's playing the 33rd Recon, and he's bloody sickling his own unit to get the card draw. He just needs to find 3 damage.
And burning the other Katyusha off the top, this is not looking like it's going to be okay. I mean, what can you possibly do here? It feels bad to just go fish for answers with an expensive card like We Can Do It, as that 6 health gain is not going to really save the day, unfortunately. No, it looks like that's about it, as Darkness just, again, playing to your outs, even though it doesn't seem like it's good. I mean, we have all the information, we see all the cards. It's just going to be an attack and a Katyusha, and it's game over in this case, and we're going to be going to game 2. But yeah, Darkness is against the wall now. It's just as quickly as these games can end. You're down 0-1 in the series, and you've basically run out of options here. You got to go ahead and win the next one.
I mean, we've seen insane control matchups so far. We've also seen insane APM plays and fast matches. And this was a fast match. This was just one of those games where Darkness definitely didn't find what he needed to. And 9 Tribes was able to answer everything in step. So for me, I mean, I want to point it out. In the War Room, I picked 9 Tribes just because 9 Tribes is such a cool name, right? It's like, I feel like we got like a hip hop star or something, in the tournament. She's like, yo, 9 Tribes, he's coming in and he's messing everything up, and I love it. And he's bringing these crazy decks. He's bringing these innovative plays. So I'm really happy to see him find success, but he's gonna have to really hold his cards tight in this next match, because a Darkness that's 1-0, that's 1-0 below or behind in a series is a Darkness that's coming for the win. So let's take a look at what decks they're bringing on into game number 2 here. Darkness bringing the same deck, the Germany US one, and on the other side for 9 Tribes, he is going to be bringing his Japan German OTK home defense craziness deck, and this should be a great game for us here. Let's start it out real quick. 9 Tribes currently leading in this series 1-0, having secured victory with his Soviet deck. Darkness yet to taste victory in this matchup, but can he do it this time around, or will he be relegated to the 3rd place match with another 9 Tribes victory? There's only one way to find out. Spooz and Flake, it's all on you.
Well, that's it. I mean, when you're rocking a 70% win rate with over 14,000 games as your sample size, I mean, we can pretty much consider that previous game an outlier. It's an anomaly, if you would. But Darkness here is now back against the wall, and it's time for Rabid Wolverine status to just move through, as Darkness does have a pretty decent hand right out of the box here. We do have a lot of cheap tanks. You can go ahead and start, establishing a nice offensive if necessary, especially with a 109th ready to go, as well as we just see some of these cards come through just to poke some damage. Darkness looks pretty decent right now.
Yeah, insane starting hand here. All he needs right now is fast Heinz to make him almost unstoppable now. But so far it's looking very good. 9 Tribes only having big heavy airplanes here, not a lot of removal. Yes, that air superiority, but to get the value out of it, you need an airplane additional on board. And yeah, 9 Tribes only having 5 and 6k airplanes so far. 2 burst of fires, that's also something you don't want to have in the starting cards.
And I mean, just like that, you can see Darkness has established a pretty menacing board. The front line is owned by 2 3/3 tanks, and this early in the game, that's not easy to get rid of. As the game progresses, there will be answers, as 9 Tribes does have some bigger bodies to go ahead and present some kind of defense, some kind of counterattack even. But as we see here, Darkness just continues to push, not even advancing all of his tanks or deploying them all, opting rather to actually push damage. And that's something that this deck likes to do. And I mean, just the value of that 109th is showing through now, as we can see that, each one of those tanks getting 1 extra attack value is really transforming this game big time here, as Tribes now is just trying to get through.
But how that home defense, if Darkness is not finding a good answer for that ambush guard, it will be very expensive for Darkness to get through this.
Yeah, the tough thing here is that you do have something like We Can Do It to give you enough health to survive the ambush effect, but you don't have enough credits to actually operate. I mean, having something like Grief in your hand would have been very opportune there to sort of couple it up, giving your tank some mobility. Unfortunately for now, all you can do is just bolster that board and make them a little bit more robust. But I mean, naval operation is gonna really hammer the brakes on this. This is a tough situation.
Absolutely, yeah.
Now, heavy armor here with the pincer effect is going to be helpful, as this will actually allow your tank there on the right flank to survive, damage into the guard. Problem is that that guard also
did just play that Stuck and pass, not going for the attack here. That's very interesting.
I'm a little bit confused as well.
Well, maybe he's waiting for another We Can Do It or the Alliance, knowing that 9 Tribes is not having a lot of AoE left. But he's only playing 1 naval brigade again, and 1 naval operation. Genau, exactly. He's only having 1 naval operation in the deck, and the only AoE that he's having left is Desperate Measures. I think that's why Darkness maybe is in this spot here to wait for We Can Do It or the Alliance to buff all of his tanks here and then go in.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely looking for a buff card at this point.
But the problem is that Aichi there, that's just constantly farming his units away now. So we cannot.
Can we take a moment and just celebrate the fact that home defense was just used in a tournament?
Yeah, and it was actually very useful.
Yeah.
Tough spot here. You got to go ahead, and again, the first attack with ambush will be the most important one typically. Unfortunately, fortunately rather for Darkness, that the tank survives, gets rid of that effect. And now we can go ahead and start cleaning up a little bit here. There is still that bomber in the back row, which is going to bite it. I suspect you got to get rid of that card for sure. And again, the damage is being pushed here, and home defense was a burden for a turn or two, but we have been able to succumb it. If you're Darkness here, you're able to just go ahead and start pushing, and you're at 6 defense, and that is a pretty nasty board.
Yeah, 9 Tribes not really. Oh, what? Look what he top decked there.
That is some help, certainly. Yeah, hello, nasty.
Darkness needs to find an alliance. Oh,
Oh, you called it right there. Coming through right at the appropriate time. The alliance is what you rely upon, and in this case, Darkness has fought back. What a top deck in that case. Everything was set up for that kind of play. There was a lot of cards that could have helped you out. In that case, the alliance was the one that converted Darkness's situation into a victory. It's 1-1 in here, and I mean, I suspected when someone's got a 70% win rate that they're not going to lose 2 in a row.
I mean, statistically, you would expect him to win 2 out of 3 games. So, I mean, we'll have to see if statistics hold true or if they will be a liar once more as we head on into game number 3 in this series. So it's all on the line here for these 2 players. Darkness versus 9 Tribes. Who's going to be in the finals versus Fairness? We'll find out right in a few moments. Before we jump on into the game, we're going to take a look at the decks. Darkness, he is bringing a very familiar deck of Britain and Italy, and at this point we've seen this deck quite a few times as well. And then on the flip side, 9 Tribes is going to be bringing his German US deck, and this was the non-Fast Heinz deck, right? So let's jump on into this game number 3 in the second semifinal matchup. Who will take on Fairness in the finals? Will it be Darkness? Will it be the East versus West, or is it going to be an all Chinese finals once again in the OCC? But that happened last OCC as well. China really punching above their weight class here in these tournaments again and again.
Not the ideal hand here if you're Darkness. You want to find some early game help as 9 Tribes playing that tank deck. They're going to be, I mean, 9 Tribes is going to be aggressive in this list, if only to keep Darkness's health total below that danger level, that 30 danger level, as Darkness is basically going to be more relegated towards protecting himself and just doing his best to just keep the aggression low, making the trades where necessary, and playing for that late game.
Yeah, I think the key for Darkness will be in this matchup to find his La Decimas. And just saying this, he found his first one, because he's not having that many great options against these non-targetable tanks. And that's why he always needs to save his La Decimas for these and try to deal with the rest with the other cards, like the Air Power that is just rolling right here. And what is also good is a doubting system. Doubting system keeping 9 Tribes away from playing his boats to the ranks. Yeah, Reich Research. Let me take a look at the deck list here. Yeah, Bomber.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at this, and if you look at 9 Tribes' hand at the moment, it feels really good. It feels like he has something to do for the next few turns. Whereas I feel like Darkness is still kind of searching. He's looking for his Bologna regiments. He's looking for his entire early game, pretty much. He's forced to basically expend the shelling there on 2 units just to kind of try and keep 9 Tribes at bay here. But there we go. The first untargetable tank that can't be removed with orders is on the field. However, Sexton can answer that. But if that Sexton gets removed, there might be some trouble here for
can just play a Panther G next turn and
Yeah.
keep the pressure up, and Darkness is 2 turns away from playing La Decima. So when this Panther G goes to the front line, Darkness probably having a problem here.
I wonder if we're going to see the Panther A, actually.
I mean, that Sexton up is a nice little threat of Darkness's own here for a list that typically doesn't like to be the aggressor, that doesn't necessarily present threats. That Sexton is a nice way to just stifle 1 unit and pin it down constantly while dealing with the peripheral threats as well. Darkness is playing a deck that requires patience, that sort of picks and chooses how it wants to operate here with multiple win conditions available to it. And as it stands now, I mean, you're still 2 turns away from La Decima, which can certainly get rid of a nasty threat. But I mean, you've got a decent board of your own for the moment as well.
Ooh, 9Tribes going a completely different line here.
Mare Nostrum is a great card to have here to not only just, again, help figure out your own defense total, but you know, slamming that down on a Sexton is pretty nasty. And let's be honest, I mean, you've got 2 more in hand now. Do you just continue to? I mean, I guess you spread the help around here as you're dropping another Mare Nostrum on your guard. But I suspect that we're just going to see the other one go on the other Sexton. But we are moving into La Decima territory now.
Yeah, I'm not really sure if I agree with 9Tribes turn 5 play here. He had, in my opinion, way better options. As Ollie mentioned, he could have also dropped the Panther A, the Panther G would have been an option. You could also think about sending Sexton back to hand, maybe with the Arc Bomber. I'm not sure what that Stuck-Schürzen play was here, what he was hoping to get out of this, because Darkness was also on turn 7 and potential carpet bombing maybe. Would be interesting to know what the thought process behind this was, because now he's doing that play. Maybe he had something in mind that we don't see here.
As a follow-up, you can go Bologna, I suppose, drop another Sexton. However, 99th is still a threat here to just go ahead. Potentially problematic.
And Darkness is not playing the Rough Lightning. That fighter that can bounce any unit in this support line. So I think turn 5 I would always play the Panther G here. Maybe he's waiting until he finds bolts to the rank to instantly buff it the next turn. But I think he always take that value.
All right, here it comes, and I mean that's a nice way to clear up that board. Those 99th as a support unit there with your U.S. ally, having those 99th just to go ahead and clear up, especially when there are units that have already been buffed by Mare Nostrum. Bouncing those back just negates that kind of effect as well, which is great. They don't carry that back into hand, so you know, 9Tribes is doing quite well here to just quell some of these issues, as we do see a little bit there of does that translate to the screen? I'm not sure if we saw that as well, but all right, maybe I'm going crazy, but I think I just saw some there was like a window that was open. Okay, perhaps it was into Mark Theis's files and production, or maybe it was into Darkness's soul, but either way, it was a window nonetheless, as Darkness now is on the back foot here. There is a carpet bomb, and I don't know if you're going to get a better one right now than this. You're going to clear up.
Ever.
Yeah, this is that is definitely sight for sore eyes in this case, is you're getting rid of a massive amount threat on the board, as Darkness eventually might be turning the corner here. We'll see that Ultra is online, countermeasure activated.
No orders in the hands of 9Tribes though, so not likely to be procced.
Threats abound here, and the problem is, I mean, a Honey, all right, you're going to set up a Defender, maybe drop a Honey, a Fiat, put the Ultra online. And just...
I think Darkness always has to put Ultra up now to get the bolts through. You don't want to have a 7/7 heavy armor 1 tank in the front line that you can barely deal with. And I think he can barely do it here, having a guard up, having a heal from the Honey. Also has doubting. Oh my god. Yeah, this can be a tough one for 9Tribes, but I think both players can still win this. Is this even a Panther G? Just see it all the time. Okay.
Yeah, it's going to add a little bit of extra health here, and it's countermeasures the whole way around, as Ultra online doubting, online orders, none to be found. I mean, Darkness is well protected against any kind of, you know, combat tricks here. There's just none to be had in 9Tribes' hand. It's all pure meat meat and potatoes coming out here, and the tank buffet just rolls on.
Yeah, the 6-5 can be very problematic for Darkness. I don't see how he clears this at the moment.
Stifling the aggressive tactics here of 9 tribes with that defender and the honey. I mean, there's only so much health you can gain here. There's only so much defense that you can accumulate to buy yourself time. The problem is eventually you need to be starting to clap back. I doubt that this is a game that might go to fatigue, given the fact that a lot of 9 tribes threats are pretty robust and they're very mobile. So it's not going to take a lot of time for these cards to come through and start pushing damage. That's a nice card to pick up. That is going to be a trade. And the thing is that it's going to be a 1-for-1, and there are 2 units on the front line that do have heavy armor. So you're not going to have your pick of the litter, so to speak, of how you want to use that. You're going to have to use it likely, I guess, with the M4, but what else can you really do here? It's a good card to pick up, some defensive help, but I suspect 9 tribes is just going to go, just march on through and just roll over this guard here and start converting this damage right to the HQ.
Oh, he's going for the trade. That's interesting. But I think you can do it if you think that Darkness has land lease and you don't want to give him 4 additional draw here and keep that honey alive.
Well, Darkness is made for the most inhospitable environment for an order. There's the first one, though. Bolster is finally there, so at least Ultra or Doubting are going to pop off. I believe that the Ultra was the first one activated, so I think that's the first one that pops off. I'm not sure how that ordering goes. I got to double check. I don't know if Ollie can kind of come through on this one.
Sorry. I was doing some behind the scenes stuff. What do you need, Flake?
A coffee would be beautiful. So with both countermeasures activated, each of them will be activated by that bolster. The question is, I guess it goes in order of activation. So if you activate Ultra, then Doubting, the Ultra will go off first. And I suspect that's what you probably want to pop off, maybe just to get the card draw off of it at the same time here. We're going to just go...
But at the same time, if you pop Doubting first, but then they play a really cheap order, Ultra will still proc.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
In this case,
it's can we just appreciate how 9 tribes did not play both the ranks of any of his units, just because he knows that Darkness is probably having at least one countermeasure. I think that's what you really what makes a good player a very good player. That it's not needed here. You can wait for a second one. As you saw, 9 tribes is bringing this game home even without this. Don't give Darkness the chance to draw there with Ultra, and really well played.
Yeah, well, that's it. But you didn't need to do it, right? You could be patient there. You have everything going for you. You've got Darkness on the ropes. Why, like Spooz says, why give him the card draw with Ultra to perhaps draw into an answer? If you can be patient, you can get it done. So there's no reason not to. Maybe just establish more bodies and push forward and then get it done that way. And if you're not pushed into it, if you're not backed into a corner where you have to play bolster, then there's no reason to in that case, I suppose. But Darkness, unfortunately, is falling. So like you mentioned, an all China final.
Yeah, an all China final. And I want to reference that again, Spooz. I feel like this is what we see almost constantly at the highest level of play. When people play around countermeasures so effectively, that can truly be the difference between winning or losing a game, right? And I feel like a lot of the value that countermeasures get is that you are able to trick your opponent into stepping into them, so to speak, right? Even on ladder, high level ladder, people kind of play with a little less thought. So they might, throw an order and not realize that their enemy has 3 credits left and, they should have probed for Ultra. But in a tournament setting, man, we're seeing these players play perfectly around these countermeasures. And the only kind of times where the countermeasure is truly effective is when you got your back up against the wall and you're using it to press your advantage, stopping your opponent from coming back. So excellent play there from Nine Tribes, and that secures him a spot in the finals. Let's take a look at the bracket then to see how that looks. It's going to be Fairness versus Nine Tribes in all Chinese finals. J King versus Darkness are going to be there for third place. Unfortunately, we will not be watching the third place matches here today, but we will be jumping on into the finals. However, before we get into the finals, we have a treat for all of you. We are going to be revealing 4 new cards from the upcoming KARDS Legions expansion. Now, these cards are going to be available on May 25th as a part of the pre-order early access packs, but will become fully available on May 31st with the release of KARDS Legions. We are extremely excited for this upcoming expansion and the addition of Poland as a minor nation in KARDS. So without further ado, let's take a look at these cards. Hello everybody, and welcome to another set of card reveals from KARDS Legions. Today, we are starting off with a Japanese order. Calm Before the Storm is a 3k special Japanese order that, when played, gives all friendly units on board +3 attack and +1 defense, and ends the player's turn. Calm Before the Storm is best used at the end of the turn, spending all your additional credits before playing it, ending your turn, and setting up for a powerful attack the following turn. Alright, next up we have the Battle MK1PL. It is a special Polish bomber unit that costs 4k to deploy and 2 credits to operate. It has the exile keyword and also operates as an exiled British unit, meaning it can be used in British decks without Poland as an ally. The Battle MK1PL packs an extremely weak stat line of only 1 attack and 1 defense, but it has the extremely powerful ability where the first order the player gives each turn also gives all friendly units on board +1/+1. Next up, we have the Beaufighter TF-MKX. It is an elite British bomber unit that costs 6k to deploy and 2k to operate. It has 4 attack and 4 defense, as well as the unique ability that any unit that attacks the Beaufighter takes 3 damage first. The Beaufighter is therefore the only bomber in KARDS to return damage when attacked. Combine this with the ability to deal damage without taking damage in return and a healthy stat line, the Beaufighter could be a great card for the British to set up card advantage and take control of the game. Finally, we go to Germany, and it is the Heinkel HE115. It is an elite German bomber that costs 2 credit to deploy and 1 credit to operate. The Heinkel has Blitz, meaning that it can attack the same turn it is played, and whenever the unit attacks, it adds a Spoils of War to hand. Spoils of War is a 2k order that allows you to choose and draw a card from the top 3 cards of your deck, placing the other 2 at the bottom. Given the potential draw the Heinkel can produce, we wouldn't be surprised to see it make an appearance in combo decks, or other decks that rely heavily on finding a specific card in the deck to win. Have it, a sneak peek of what is to come in the KARDS Legions expansion arriving May 31st. Some very, very interesting cards there, but unfortunately we just don't have the time or luxury to talk about them in detail here. They will be posted on Facebook in a few moments, however, so go leave your comments there. Go to Discord in the Card Reveal channel. They will be there in a few moments as well. Make sure to like or dislike these cards. Let us know what you feel about them. We are extremely excited, and these were some of the elite cards that are coming. But now there's another thing that I'm excited about, and it is the finals. It is the finals between Nine Tribes and Fairness. Without further ado, let's take a look at Nine Tribes real quick to remind you of how this champion looks. One more before we head on into the finals. 9 Tribes there with a 65% win ratio, most played Japan, and he hails from China. His opponent is going to be Fairness. Fairness is indeed also a Chinese competitor with a 58.21% win rate, so a little bit less consistent, but he's shown some tremendous grit and determination through this tournament, and his most played is Germany, and of course he is from China as well. Now, the decks that these players are bringing, starting with Fairness, he will start this finals matchup off with Britain and Italy. And as a reminder for everybody that might have forgotten, the finals in the OCC are a best out of 5, meaning that these players will have to win a match with every single one of their decks. No more chances. So 9 Tribes is going to be bringing his Japan-Germany deck to face off against Fairness in this match number 1. And here we can see that one. This one, the home defense one, we're all excited about this one. And I think, yeah, I mean, I think we don't want to wait any longer. Put us in game, Mr. Production Man. It is time for the grand finals of this OCC. 9 Tribes versus Fairness. Game number 1 starts right now. Take it away, Flake and Spooz.
All right, this is it, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a long journey for these players, both from their play on the ladder and their play into the tournament, as Fairness versus 9 Tribes are now pitted against each other for the grand championship of the Officers Club Championship. As again, Mr. Production Man has been doing a stellar job of production value here for this tournament. Especially, you got some GoldenEye 64 style vibes to these deck slides and the player profiles, which I dig a lot, because if there's anything that marks my childhood, it is no odd job, slappers only. That is basically that's where boys became men, is in that kind of situation, as 9 Tribes and Fairness are already establishing their board here. Again, the Japanese list with their air superiority here versus Fairness's list. We've seen this before. Fairness with that Brit control list looking to just one tap with the Commonwealth.
Yeah, and 9 Tribes looking for removal for that fear there, and trying to. I think he's just dropping the KI-83 next turn to. Fairness is not having that great answers against this, and it's giving both players an immense amount of draw. And I think 9 Tribes is really looking to get that draw in, to find his combo pieces to get that OTK on.
There's the Fiat. It's going to go ahead and take out the opposing air unit, and Mare Nostrum on the Fiat just doubles up some of that nastiness. It's that Fiat is a really, really nice piece, especially against aggressive lists that like to just push for damage early, as basically the trades that you're making just help supplement that health total that you're trying to nurture against a list that wants to just bust you down. Now, Fairness is not necessarily looking to, he is still leagues away, calendar months away from getting to that point where the Commonwealth is online. That's not what you're looking for here. It's not even in your hand, so it's not even something to worry about. But that's a nice play for the 0 coming in, dealing the 1 damage, taking up that Fiat that was so problematic, and getting rid of it without having to trade into it. So the health that it would have granted you is also negated. So now it's looking a little bit more difficult for Fairness, as he's just putting up defenses now.
Yeah, the guards will be the biggest problems of 9 Tribes. They're having so much HP that he very likely has to trade in 2 units into it. That means that his fighters will get very low on health there, and makes it very unlikely that he pulls his combo off here in 1 turn, where he needs to find a spot where not a guard is up and then go in. But also Fairness being at 26 health here makes it very unlikely that it will be an OTK, but I think it's not the best matchup here for 9 Tribes.
Lion for a Day is going to take out one of those nasty fighters that have been just existing with such crazy, stat lines. And typically when you're looking at a Japanese main nation style deck, you're looking at low to the ground, very fast, very mobile, very cheap to operate. You don't typically see these big units on the board, but different kind of deck here that Fairness is going to have to navigate, as the Blackwatch comes in and taxes some of those orders in hand. And, you know, Fairness is playing just defensively. Let's gain some health. Let's set up the board. You know, maybe Nine Tribes is going to start trading into these this guard here, which is going to bring some of these units down to a health total where perhaps that that carpet bomb is going to do some serious work. So again, a lot of the times when the trades are inevitable, you typically want your opponent to pay for them versus yourself. So in this case, you know, Nine Tribes is going to go ahead and try to get rid of that guard, but it's going to be costly.
Absolutely. And Fairness also having La Decima in hand. And another. So he had so many answers against the big airplanes from Nine Tribes there. He has 2 La Decima. He had the Lion for a day. He's having a lot of guards. Ooh, this will be a tough task here for Nine Tribes to break through this, especially because he's already at 29 now. And Fairness is just having all the time in the world here, guarding up, looking to save the HQ health, and just waiting until he draws the Commonwealth, huh?
And no additional moves, leaving 3 credits on the table there. Nine Tribes, the clock was his enemy in that case, and playing Convoy there to draw 2 cards is just supplemented by the health gain of the Honey. And here comes the Carpet Bomb, just making it really difficult for Nine Tribes to just get anything going, as every card that he's going to now play is, I mean, that's a decent move there. Giving the 1 point of heavy armor allows for that 0 to go ahead and start picking away at that Blackwatch. But there is another Carpet Bomb in hand for Fairness. I'm just curious to see if Fairness wants to just go ahead and drop it right away. I mean, I wonder if that's the kind of move you want to make here, or do you just perhaps wait to establish a few more cards? Maybe you drop La Decima, and then you maybe wait for the board to get a little bit more populated. Do you get a little greedy with that Carpet Bomb?
I think it would be fine to go Carpet Bomb again here, leaving just that Stuck left on board that you can maybe kill with the Honey. And then you have La Decima, or yeah, there's basically just La Decima left, and for the rest that might come there. That board is also not too frightening here. The only problem might be that 0 there with 1 heavy armor and ambush. But looks like he's going for the clear here.
Yeah, back-to-back Carpet Bombs is going to go ahead and ruin anyone's day, frankly, as Nine Tribes is just struggling to create some sort of threat, as, frankly, you're getting to a point there where, you know, Fairness is in range now for the Commonwealth. It's going to be very tough for you to go ahead and knock him back down, given the fact that there are so many different guard options between La Decima and Blackwatch to just continue to protect your health total. It's going to be hard for you to get through there, as now it's just a matter of Fairness trying to find the Commonwealth, as Dowding just goes ahead and ends that. That was probably played to just go fish that out, if likely, as we see here. There it goes. Now the threat is on. Now Fairness is still at 30 effective defense here, but the guards are gone. We're going to probably see more pop up, as the Commonwealth is not in hand, but it is a looming threat. That is a 1-tap.
Yeah, but it's also just on turn 12, so Nine Tribes are still having 2 more turn, or 1 more turn left here to reduce the health on Fairness HQ. But Fairness rolling in here with the Honey and Land-Lease, which brings him up to 34 now. But still no Commonwealth, so that's the only thing that is going in Nine Tribes' favor here. The rest, I think, is not looking that great for him.
Yeah, I think the play there, instead of dropping the guard, was that you're actually looking to win next turn. It's gonna, with the damage that's on the board right now, you're gonna be possibly popped back down to 30, which still puts you online. If the Lend-Lease actually picked up the Commonwealth and Nine Tribes was not able to bust Fairness down to 29 defense, it would have been lights out for Nine Tribes. But lucky for Nine Tribes, that wasn't the case, as Fairness 4-card draw did not convert into anything. But as we see now, we're going to make the trade. The Honey's off the table, and maybe there's a top deck here.
Let's see. What is it? Ah, Shelling.
Shelling isn't bad. It's going to lock down the board as it exists here, maybe buy you a time, but I suspect maybe La Decima might come out and take care of one of those take care of the that massive flying threat in the back line.
He's bouncing it instead. And guarding up.
So we're at that point of the game here, Spooz, I guess, where Fairness, I mean, he's got everything set up. Everything is ready to go. And now it's just one of those situations where it's like, you're dressed, ready to go, and now you're just waiting for the bus to pick you up. I mean, let's be completely honest here. I mean, every turn that Nine Tribes plays, you know, it is going to turn back to Fairness potentially top-decking Lethal. It's a scary situation, but it's the fact of the matter, as the Lancaster in hand here can go ahead, and now the Lancaster does get the bonus if it does go face. But I'm
it
not
cannot. Yeah, there were two fighters waiting.
Yeah, and that's a really difficult card to pick up here. I don't think that's what you're playing, but there are plenty of options still here for Fairness just to play defensively and bide his time.
Yeah, I think he's going more Nostrum into that 0 with the Rough Lightning now, guarding up again, and just waiting for the Commonwealth to arrive.
That's all it is, right? It's just like waiting for a package. It's you know, you've put in the order to Amazon, and now you're just waiting for the mailman. And again, as Nine Tribes, every turn that you get is essentially a blessing, because you're just waiting for the bad news to show up. Just doing your best. I mean, what else can you hope for? You're just doing your best. But it's always exciting here. Every turn that just gets, every turn that Fairness takes, every draw off the top is potential lights out here, as that's not it. So another turn, maybe.
How many land leases is having?
There's just
Fairness?
the one lend lease. I believe he's already played 2 convoys. So card draw potential is sort of running dry. You're gonna have to rely on the old-fashioned way of top-decking Lethal. But the good news here, I guess, if you're Fairness, is the fact that I mean, the air power's gone. We'll see what follows up here. You're gonna see more planes for sure. That Lancaster's not looking too friendly.
Home defense! Just wanted to chime in with that. Just I'm really happy when I see it played.
Ollie is awake again.
Yeah, that's the special effects budget in full force right there. That's our, there it is. Industrial Light and Magic, meet Ollie.
I mean, you just have to give Nine Tribes credits for playing home defense. I mean, what is going on?
But hey, why not drop a Mare Nostrum on a Lancaster, get rid of a guard, and go up to 42 health? I mean, why not? Now you got defenders everywhere, and it's not looking good for Nine Tribes here, as essentially every card drawn by Fairness is a potential game ender. And yeah, you just, again, you got to do your best. And at this point, you're not going to give up. You're going to keep fighting. We saw J King do it earlier, and now we're watching Nine Tribes just count his blessings. As every card, there's the last convoy, I believe.
I can feel the pain of Fairness there. He's just sitting there. Where's the Commonwealth? Where's the Commonwealth?
Exactly.
Give me a Commonwealth. Give me a Commonwealth. And it's not arriving. And you're looking at the deck stable, how it's getting lower and lower. I have 8 cards left. Okay, now I have 16% chance to draw it, and I have 20%, and it's still not arriving. You're just sitting there and pray for that Commonwealth.
That's the game winner. Yeah. It's legitimately, it is the game winner in this case, is all the dominoes are set up. You just gotta push one down. And I mean, how many times have you drawn Commonwealth in your opening hand and you mulligan it with the optimism that you'll see it at the right time, and then it's just a million miles away? As I mean, Ultra draws you a card. There's an option. There's some more cycling, as Fairness is just digging through that deck. It's not like it's a situation where, you know, the clock is burning out for Fairness, as the second that they draw that card, it's game over. But it's still annoying. I mean, you got to be thinking that this game could have been over 4 or 5 turns ago, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
If you got a dinner reservation, this is where this becomes annoying, because you're just kind of saying, all right, let's go. All right, I know you're in there. You're in there somewhere. Let's figure this out.
Oh, he's just finding another Lancaster here. Yeah, I think he might finish his HQ with units before he finds his Commonwealth.
Yeah, that's. Which I mean, you don't get the style points you might want, but it's still a win is a win is a win. That's not it. We're running out of options here, or running out of cards. I mean, every card drawn is just increasing your odds of drawing the Commonwealth down the road. That's a John Madden stat for you there. Part of the Flakes book of obvious statements.
You could have also thought about going into synthetic rubber here, making a 6/6 out of the Black Watch. Starting it off faster, but I think that's what you want to do next turn.
Yeah, but that's not the cool way to do it, right?
Yeah,
that's not that's not the stylish way to win the game. And here we go, off the top. Let's find out. There's 6 cards left. That's some 17% chance.
He would have had lethal with the other line.
Hey, there it is. Wonderful.
Oh, finally. I think he's very happy about that.
Well, we got there. I mean, we burnt through. That was there was 5 cards left in the deck, so got your money's worth at the very least for a 48 defense differential finisher. That one tap, it happened. It worked out, and we got there, and we saw a Commonwealth finisher, and that's all I wanted out of this.
That's all you wanted. We saw a home defense as well. That's all I wanted. So everybody's pretty much happy as we head on into game number 2 here in the finals. Let's see what decks the players are bringing for that one. Starting with Fairness. Fairness is going to be bringing his German-Japan deck there. And 9 Tribes is going to be sticking to his guns, bringing his Japan-Germany deck. Now, let's see if 9 Tribes will have more success with his deck this time around than he did in the first match. Let's jump on into game number 2.
All right, like we mentioned, the finals is going to be a best of 5, so you have to win with all 3 of your decks. No bans, no nothing. There's no crying in baseball. And there's no bans in the OCC finals. As Fairness is up 1-0. It only took a long time to find that Commonwealth, but when we found it, the fireworks went. And not that it was in doubt at any point, but it's nice to see when these lists go, as 9 Tribes is relying again on that Japanese air superiority deck, moving into Fairness, who's going to be using the German list with Japan as a supporting ally. And so far, so good. It's been a pretty solid OCC, if I may say so, and these last games are certainly not disappointing by any means.
Yeah, 9 Tribes really convinced of his German deck here, of his Japan deck. Although I think the matchup might not be the greatest for him. If Fairness can develop a huge tank board here, it might be hard for 9 Tribes to get rid of all of the stuff that is going on there. And the Desperate Measures is only dealing 2 damage. And mostly all of Fairness tanks are having 3 or more HP, so that might be a big problem for him.
And 9 Tribes with a little bit of a less than a less than typical list here, opting rather with a little bit more innovation and creativity, and didn't pay off in the previous matchup, but the burden that is dealing with a list such as the British control, that's out of the picture now, as we do see some armor being applied there, meaning that the tank cannot just fully trade into that unit, meaning the card draw is going to be a nice little bonus for that the 33rd Recon.
Yeah, Fairness has to make sure that he's getting to the front line. I think he's having one Befehlswagen in hand, and he's also having the Greif, so he can have an insane turn here once he gets to the front line together with the fast Heinz. He just needs to manage to... Oh, he's even having 2 Befehlswagen in hand. Oh my god. So that fast Heinz can be insane once he goes to the front line.
Yeah, getting to the front line is the first order of business here, as we suspect that maybe 9 Tribes is going to try to defend it, bolster that front line with some tank reinforcements. But like you said, all the chips are there to make this potentially a devastating next turn, should he be able to punch through. It's going to be a situation where perhaps these tanks can just muscle their way through and start pushing damage before 9 Tribes can go ahead and get the job done with those, with the bigger more robust units like the air units that Nine Tribes is going to rely on later to win the game.
Very interesting to see that he did not kill the Panzer III, but the Whirlwind. Probably because he don't want the Whirlwind in the front line when you play almost only airplanes in your deck. So I think that's the biggest threat for him there. And there he goes. That was the punishment of letting the Panzer III live there, giving all German tanks lids. And look at this now. Oh, he's not even going for the fast Heinz.
Oh, I guess populating the front row is going to be a little bit more important here. But still pushing for some damage.
Yeah, but now three of his tanks are dying. They would all have survived if he would just drop the fast Heinz.
That is true. Absolutely. Fast Heinz giving +2/+1 to tanks in the front line. Unfortunately, a lot of those tanks are now dead. So all of the tanks are dead. Well, look at that.
Maybe he got a little bit too greedy there.
And it's not just a matter of, losing that entire board. It's the fact here that you're running out of resources. Now, the Enigma machine is going to help you pick up some cards, help you out here. But that is a catch-up turn that you're trying to replenish your hand. And meanwhile, now Nine Tribes is going to start dropping his threats. And Nine Tribes will be able to start, pushing their damage of their own. Now, 3 is a pretty expensive operation cost, but that has been immediately taken away by the Sendai Regiment.
Yeah, but it's a threat for fairness in the future now. Once the Sendai dies, the Shiden just pops back into the front line and the support line of Nine Tribes and can instantly go face because it has blitz. So he really has to make sure that his Sendai is not dying here. But we know that Nine Tribes is having air superiority in hand, so he can have a huge turn later when he's even having the 4 Honor in hand. So all he needs is air superiority now and some more credits, and then he can do an insanely turn here.
Yeah, well, Sendai Regiment is, a powerful control mechanic. It kind of imprisons that unit underneath it, so to speak. It is under smoke screen. It's tough to get access to. But at the same time, it does occupy a spot in the back row. And it's not like you're really attacking with it. As we see here, the damage has been pushed through. That is a lot of damage to the HQ as Nine Tribes now has to go ahead and save face to see what they can do in order to, There's your favorite card, Ollie.
Where's Ollie?
Ollie, we're waiting.
Ollie. You had one job.
Yeah, that was it. All right, give us another one because you may have cut out on that one. We want to get the full.
Okay. You're just reaching the limiter.
Yeah. All right, yeah. I'm sorry.
Ollie's going a little too over the top. Makes it sound like he's communicating through a Wendy's drive-through, but it's all good. We're getting through here as home defense comes in and actually just supplies Nine Tribes with a little bit of help, given the fact that the tank on defense there does have ambush, so it's going to be tough to punch through. You got to buy yourself a little bit of time here as 6 defense on the HQ against a fairly aggressive tank Germany list here. You can just punch through that and get a lot of damage seemingly out of nowhere. So you got to tread lightly here if you're Nine Tribes and do your best to just support yourself and defend your HQ while cleaning up this mess of units. Yoy, that is a tough cookie. Well, if you're Nine Tribes, you're feeling a little bit better that the whole backline are infantry, which can't move and attack to get you. But you got some problems up front, because how do you clean out that front row?
Yeah, Nine Tribes needed that burst of fire to OTK fairness here, but with not finding the burst of fire here, I think he has to waste the honor on the Aichi maybe to get rid of. Oh, he can wait. He can go into the Sendai. He's getting his Shiden back and kill the Panzer II.
Time almost up for 9 tribes, 8 credits at his disposal. Again, this is a tough one to figure out. How do you do this in the most efficient way possible? Now, there's that card you said. The Sendai Regiment off the books now means that you do get some help back. That imprisonment effect is essentially lifted now. There's an issue here, as you're pretty much open to some...
All Fairness needs is a Blitz tank. Then you can just play the naval supply run, kill 9 tribes, but instead he's just having a Vesper there. Oh no. This will be insanely close. So what 9 tribes has to do now, he has to go to the front line. He has to keep Fairness away from getting to the front line. Probably with that. Could have also gone with the Shiden maybe. But that should also be good enough.
Well, that's it. You have to hold the front line. I mean, you cannot allow the tank to just be able to use up its attack option on your HQ. You need something to soak up that attack move, as you are literally clinging to just a morsel of defense left, and you have to really just go ahead and crowd that front line. Even if it's an unfavorable situation where you're probably going to lose some units to it, it's a matter of survival in this case.
He's 1 credit off lethal here. All 1 damage. You can do the honor on the Shiden. Oh no, it's an 8-8 then. Oh, he's... what? Eh? For honor is +4/+4 or not?
Yes.
Yeah, that would have been an 8-8. 16 damage, 1 attack with the raiding brigade. He missed lethal there, I guess, but I think it's not really mattering. I mean, he's having Leopold. But there's still the shit, and I don't. Okay, doesn't really matter. But...
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, level 238 on Japan is just a few games, if I may say. But nonetheless, friends, I wonder what are the rewards past 100? It's.
They keep going all the way up to 250, so he is 12 levels away from maxing out that and getting the Japan veteran card back, which is a beautiful card back, I gotta say. So,
and then he gets stock in the company, I believe, right? Everything after 250.
pretty much. Well, Fairness made a misplay there that got heavily punished. 9 tribes showed a ton of grit, managed to bring himself back into the game, and eventually, snatch a victory from the jaws of defeat. But it is time for us to go into game number 3. 9 tribes is going to be bringing to that one his German and US list that we've seen. That was fairly similar on the German side, I believe, to what Fairness was playing last time. And Fairness again bringing his German main nation with a Japan ally, and his decks look like that. So we've seen both of these decks so far in play today. So without further ado, let's jump on into game number 3 of the finals. It is all tied up here. China versus China, 9 tribes versus Fairness. Who's gonna take game number 3? Let's find out right now.
Yeah, each squared away 1 apiece. Both have taken some pretty sweet moves there to secure victory. Fairness, waiting for the Commonwealth, like waiting for the bus in a heat wave, and 9 tribes making a spectacular comeback there in the previous game, clutching to that 3 defense to go ahead and take the win away from Fairness. But now it's just a best of 3. That's how she goes. As we take a look at either of these lists here, Germany, main nation on both sides, 9 tribes relying on some U.S. support versus Fairness leaning on Japan for some help here, as looks like 9 tribes doesn't have a 1-drop here. We're moving straight to the second turn, and Fairness, unfortunately, we do not get to see what's in their hand, as again, unfortunate little technical difficulty will leave a little bit of mystery here for game 3, because we like to keep it spicy, we like to keep it suspenseful.
We're just developing your expertise, Flake. Before this is over, you will be rightfully called an expert, okay?
Heck yes. This is like some sort of mental jungle gym for me to try to figure this out. So I appreciate that. We're all learning, and that's what's important. And I have an excellent tutor, as Spooz is just world class when it comes to this game. So
yeah, very very important find here for 9 traps with the Stuck, that smoke screen tank that is dealing double damage to tank. It's so annoying when you play fast Heinz deck like Fairness is doing, and then your opponent is just dropping this, and you cannot really develop your board because this thing is also having 3 health, and all your tanks just die to this instantly. So you first of all have to find an answer for these Stück, and I think it can be hard for Fairness to develop a board. Although he's playing the more aggressive deck, he's having the way more aggressive list. Just 9 tribes is starting to roll over him here, and will be interesting to see how Fairness fights back from this start here.
And it's not just one Stuck, it's 3 of them. So having one on the board already is pretty helpful as the Sendai Regiment comes through and eliminates one of those threats off the board as well. But like you mentioned, that's a card that trades up. And against a tank list, that's a very, very valuable card to have merely to just mitigate threats. A 2-drop that can trade up to a 4 or 5 drop those are the margins that win you games. That's the kind of efficiency that you want with your credit usage in order to go ahead and get ahead of your opponent. If you're spending 2 credits to remove 5 credits, you've won that little micro battle. So as we see here, there is an elimination of your opponent's unit there. A nice little fair trade on the side of 9 tribes. It continues to push the pressure and take that front line back.
The only thing that is working for Fairness here is that he's having the Nachschub on the board. That might give him a credit advantage here once he starts trading 9 tribes units away. But besides that, I think it's very, very hard for him to gain board control back here. 9 tribes also having that Panzer 3 on the board means that all the tanks that he's deploying now, just all German tanks, will just gain blitz and go to the front line.
Oh, and look at that top deck. The
What?
Sky Barons to answer the Jack Panther. Whoa, that's some good top decking skills from 9 tribes.
Okay, just take a guess how many of these Sky Barons he's having in the deck.
1.
Yeah. Oh my god. That's the type of luck that you need to win a tournament, especially when you have a class of players that are also high skilled, and that's the little thing you need just to come out as a winner out of this.
Now, there could be a potential for a pretty big play down the road here. If you can clear up the board and maybe get a decent swing with that B-17, hitting that Sendai Regiment can be a really big play. We're going to see here as bolster is used. Again, it does translate your operating cost into pure whole grain free range stats, as we see here, and that is a big play to be made, as it not only takes away or beefs them up, but with the mobility of those tanks, you can move to the forward to the front line and start to pressure again. But it seems like these past few turns have been fairly similar, as Tribes here is moving forward aggressively, and Fairness is either bouncing cards, capturing cards with the Sendai, sending cards back. It's been pretty back and forth here. Both players still evaluating their turns here. I mean, nothing's really been done in terms of aggression towards the HQ. It's just been a back and forth. Both players sitting on 20 health here. And as the credits rack up on either side, we're going to see some some bigger plays, as we don't know what's in Fairness's hand, but we do have some information in terms of 9 tribes, as the B-17 could potentially do some real work there, as if I'm not mistaken, there are still 2 more bolster the ranks in 9 tribes deck, and pairing up a B-17 with a bolster is a pretty disgusting combo.
Look what Fairness had to spend here. Don't want to spend for the Emperor to just trade, to just get it on 1 Panzer 2 and trade a unit with it. But yeah, he's under high pressure here of not losing the board completely. And that 20-second might help him to find better answers to gain the board back, but yeah, 9 traps is having such an insane hand here with 2 Panzers, 3 H. He's really loving this card. I think this is 100% not a meme when he said this is his favorite card. He's also playing it in his Japan Air deck. Man, I would be really interested to know why this card is in a Japan Air list.
And sometimes it's hard to argue, given the fact that these players are in the finals for an OCC. It's kind of like, why would you play that? What's wrong with you? And then you realize where they are, and you're like, well, maybe I'm the idiot, you know? So, like, I've learned a long time ago not to question some of these more unorthodox card choices that are not typically, you know, meta or you know, they might be a little out of left field, as sometimes you need a little bit of that surprise factor, that, you know, that those cards that are not your normal run-of-the-mill meta list. As we see here, that board has been developed real nicely, has been beefed up. Fairness has gone ahead and just increased all of that health total on everyone there. It's a nice looking situation here, as the 20 seconds still sits on the back row, picking up cards. Now, like you mentioned, 9 Tribes does have a lot at his disposal here, as we're going to continue to push through, as the Sendai is taken away, freeing up that tank on the back line, which does join the fray. It's back to the party, and lots of credits to play with here, but that is a nasty looking backline.
Yeah, that Neighbor Supply run was really, really strong here. Means that Fairness will discard a card next turn. But that board, that gave him a huge board here that 9 Tribes first of all has to deal with somehow. Bouncing the Vesper. Getting rid of the 20 seconds so he can no longer draw with it. What is going? Oh, and there goes the Vesper.
Easy as pie. No problems there. Sometimes things just work out, as yeah, the 99th is going to go ahead and take care of that, and now we can start, you know, Fairness is going to have to start spending these credits to, again, reestablish the board. And throughout all of this, throughout these haymakers being thrown by both sides, not a single tickle to either of the HQs. They're just sort of sitting back and watching the fireworks. Nothing has sort of punched through for damage. It's just been a matter of who can outvalue each other on turn after turn, who can get the better trade, who can get the most out of the cards that they're playing out there, the better mobility, the better board state. And it seems like every turn that's played, it just swings things back from one side to the other, and eventually something's got to give. And we'll see how this kind of turns out, as Fairness now, again, reestablishing a board. And the 99th is back at Tribe's disposal, but he does not have the front line. So there it is. The ice is broken. 9 Tribes taking 5 damage. So we finally see some HQ in the red, and that's the first punch has been landed.
So 9 Tribes can go for the trade with one of the Panzer 3s and deploy a B-17. I'm not sure if this is his best option here. Oh no, yeah, it is also just getting pinned from the Whirlwind, so maybe this is not the best way to deal with the board here. But getting rid of that 5/5 will be very costly for him.
Yeah, if you're, you know, that's the problem at this case, is that, you know, if there's any solace for 9 Tribes, it's the fact that Fairness doesn't have many cards in his hand, and you're still at an okay health total at 15. So you're not, you know, 100% dead in the water, but you're going to have to eventually get rid of this 5/5. Like you mentioned, Spooz, it's not the easiest task to do so, as you can suspect that more and more of these tanks are going to start funneling through to the front line and depositing damage.
Fairness just waiting for his Enigma here to reload.
Oh boy. boy.
It's lethal. It's
Dear
lethal.
God, the perfect 2 cards just came through. Can you believe that? We're talking about how nothing happened for so many turns, and you just see it. And again, not knowing what the card was in the hand.
What a
I
top
had-
deck.
Yeah, you want to talk about Caster's Curse. There I was talking about how you're not 100% dead. But in that case, I guess you were 99.9% dead, and then we rounded up to 100% dead. So the NA math, unfortunately, failed me in that case. But my gosh, you want to talk about just pulling it out of nowhere. There's the RKO against 9 tribes, and you got to suspect, and it ultimately, like you mentioned, Spooz, dealing with that 5-5 was important, and leaving it on the board was the tail of the tape at the end of the day. That's what cost the game.
I'm still recovering. Like, it happened so suddenly, right? And I mean, I guess this is also a byproduct of us not having Fairness's hand there, so we couldn't see it coming. But I mean, I guess 9 tribes was as shocked as we were when that happened. So excellent play there by Fairness. Definitely kind of clawing himself back into that game, not folding under the early pressure there from 9 tribes. And yeah, coming away with a victory. Well played.
Very well played, yeah.
Definitely well played.
All right, guys, it's time to go on into the next match of the finals. Fairness now leads 2-1, and if he wins this one, he will be crowned this month's OCC champion. So we're starting off with his deck. It will be the Soviet and US deck. We've seen this one a few times today. And on the other side, what 9 tribes is going to be bringing? He's going to be bringing his Soviet, Japan, Alpine infantry unit deck. I feel like we just don't have proper descriptors always for 9 tribes' deck, but it's gonna be a fun match regardless. Can Fairness secure the victory with this match, or will 9 tribes take us to game number 5? Let's find that out right about now.
Here we go. 1 life left here for 9 tribes, and I believe that I suspect they're just as surprised as we were that they got just pummeled down from a seemingly safe position. I mean, you've got 15 defense. Your opponent has 1 card in hand and 1 unit on the front line, and suddenly you're going to another game down 2-1. So tribes down to his last life as we're going to push through here using their tribes is going to go with the Soviet Japan list. Fairness bringing in the Soviet US list. As immediately we're looking the 34th hunting for that 35th. And no dice in that case. And is that a Cossacks in hand? Does that make for a Yucky Zhukov? I think so.
Yeah,
Tough
9
situation
tribes
there.
really have to keep. I think he's having a very bad matchup here for 9 tribes. He's mostly having infantry units, not a lot of removal to deal with Fairness support line. I think this will be hard to win. Look at his hand. He's just having a hammer here. 2 more artilleries waiting in Fairness' hand, and the Yak. Ooh, whoa.
Yeah, it's been a tough draw here for 9 tribes, having the Cossacks in hand as well as the staring down the and I mean, there was one 50-51 on one side, and unfortunately tribes is just wondering, why can't I get that kind of help here? As we'll see how Fairness just sort of plays forward here, but that Katyusha, Katyusha killing the 34th and your own Katyusha not returning the favor. It's an ugly situation as 9 tribes is already heavy under the gun here.
9 tribes is very lucky in drawing his 35th. If you could make an e-sport out of this, he would be the champion of the champions.
Yeah, I mean, 9 tribes not off to a good start here, that is for sure. Definitely in a lot of trouble early on in this game. Doesn't really have any good plays here other than maybe play those 35th to soak up some damage, but difficult spot. And so far, just nothing really going the way of 9 tribes in the first 4 turns of this match.
Yeah, tough reality there where you have to use cards like the hammer to kill something with 1 effective health.
Yeah.
Doesn't feel good. Does not feel good at all. But what can you do? You're basically given the situation, and you gotta waltz your way through it somehow.
Yeah, and again, I mean, he's able to trade out. He's able to trade out those Cuban Cossacks for his own Cuban Cossacks.
He has to
And-
be lucky now that Fairness Katyusha is not high rolling
Yeah.
again. Oh, he's what? That's an interesting play.
Isn't that pretty much the same, but just in a single unit?
Pushing through here, as you see.
That's a lot of more damage that he's receiving now.
Yeah. And Fairness just completely ignoring those 35th.
Yeah, why would he not?
I think there's no reason to address them at this point. It's going to take them a couple turns to just punch through the Cossacks and then get to the front line to actually threaten your artillery. And while that's going down, you're basically just pummeling for more damage and more damage. I think if you're Fairness now, you're just saying, all right, well, I think you're on a clock there, buddy. As the more and more credits come through, the more artillery I'll slam down, and the more damage I'm depositing into you. You're gonna run out of runway here eventually. As there is still a Zis 2 that drops in with the pincer effect, is going to give it, excuse me, I was going to say, that's the one, Blitz.
Yeah.
It's amazing. I play so many card games, and that effect of, it's a different name in so many, and I was just rifling through the catalog, Is it Zeal? Is it
the turn it's played?
Yeah, exactly. Right? Is it Zeal? Is it Rush? Is it Haste? Is it, it's Blitz. Mm-hmm. That's the way we do it.
Yeah, here we see. I mean, the board from 9 tribes, it looks like it might be stabilizing a little bit, but what we have to remember is that the reach of those artilleries are across the entire field. And if he can keep on establishing those artilleries, keep on chipping away at the HQ, you saw him there going with a tank gun to the HQ instead of killing the 35th, because he knows he has an entire other turn to kill it.
Oh boy, there's the Ura.
You can set up lethal now. You can just go Ura phase. Next turn he has the Sys and the anti-tank gun, and then it's over here.
Yeah, you will have 8 credits, which is going to be enough for Zis and the anti-tank, both with Blitz, and effectively converting for a lot, as 9 tribes doing a little Texas two-step with the 2 cards left in the hand there, and sensing danger. It seems like this is going to be pretty difficult now.
What? He's not... Huh?
Oh boy. Okay, well, I guess you're clearing it up a little bit. I wonder if that's...
I mean,
maybe he was afraid to die here himself here.
Yeah, I mean, let's be real. There was 13 damage in the front line. So if 9 tribes is holding a counteroffensive and a winter warfare, like, he definitely needs to trade there so that he just doesn't run the risk of getting OTK'd here.
Absolutely.
And I mean, he still has plenty of power on the board. The 35th can't trade into either one of those tank guns. So he has to go and take out the Ishak.
Yeah, no need to rush it at this point. You're absolutely correct, Ollie.
Yeah, we've seen what happens when you see what happens when someone says something like, "Oh, it's like a 99% certainty."
Ooh.
That 1% that stings the most.
He found the 10's engineers. It's that it? Yeah, that's exactly 9 damage. Is it enough credits?
So you
I think so.
I think it is, yeah.
Yeah, you slam him in between, you fire off, pop the Zis in between, and that's all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen.
That's gonna be it with just enough credits. Fairness will be our Officer Club champion for May. Congratulations to him. In second place, it's going to be 9 tribes. And in third place, the match between J-King7 and Darkness. Darkness took that series 2-1. So Darkness ends up in third place. That was an amazing series, but unfortunately, the games were just so long this OCC that we're already almost 6 hours in, and we just don't have the time to see the third place match this time around. But there you see it. There is the bracket. There is the journey that Fairness and the rest of the players took through this top 8 bracket to claim the championship. Back-to-back Chinese victories in the OCC. Guys, do you think China is here to stay? Do you think the West now needs to, pull up their pants and start putting in the work?
That's a very interesting analogy. I don't know if the West has their pants down or what the situation is sometimes. I mean, we've seen a lot of these players from Canada, like J King, Berto Burrito, etc. Amazing players from Europe, such as Darkness, such as Spooz, etc. And now these Chinese players that are just winning tournaments as well. This is clearly a game where that has appeal across the entire globe, and they're producing world-class players all around the world. So it's good to see, honestly. I love it that, on any particular tournament, you can have a top 8 that has such a mosaic of nationalities represented. It's beautiful.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more, and I am super thankful for the entire KARDS community. Spooz, Flake, before we say goodbye, do you guys want to say anything to the audience?
Do I want to say something to the audience? Well, I am always overjoyed to be able to cast card games, especially KARDS. I think that this game is excellent, and I love to see it thrive. The new expansion is going to be fantastic, and I just want to thank my co-caster Spooz, who has taught me a lot just in this experience itself. A fantastic card player, great analytical mind. This has been my joy. I know I'm the big mouth around here, but Spooz is definitely the big brain, so that's the dynamic that I'm gonna adhere to.
Big mouth and the big brain, I like it. Spooz, any final words?
Before I address the audience, I also want to thank you two guys and the, how was he called? The man in the background.
Oh, the
And-
production man, Mr. Production Man, Marcus.
Mr. Production Man. Yeah, you guys did an awesome job, and I really enjoyed being here. And thank you all guys for tuning in. Without you, this would not have made too much sense. So yeah, I love the KARDS community and looking forward to the future tournaments and also for the Legends expansion. I'm really, really hyped for that.
Yeah, me too. And with that, that's going to be it for us here today. We do hope that you enjoyed the new updated Officer Club Championship production. We know we did. We're going to continue to strive on to deliver you guys better and better shows each time, as long as you guys keep giving us all those amazing matches. We are super hyped for Legions. The KARDS Open 6 is just around the corner. So for now, thank you, and I'll see you on the battlefield.